boot. I think if it had just been an inch higher and gone on the ankle, that would have been sore.
Yeah.
Not bad control with his left foot.
Teed it up towards gully, didn't he?
Let's lay off.
Yeah, I could do without James Anderson going down with an ankle injury. First test of the summer after he missed all the Ashes. Most of the Ashes last season. Anderson in again, looking to drive up to extra cover. Well, the wideish mid-off. Nice looking shot.
Yeah, 2 drives in the over that were there to be driven, and he drove them nicely, but he's yet to find the gap. Could quite easily have had a couple of boundaries in this over, Shai Hope. Still on 0 from 10. Going nowhere here, the West Indies. England are bowling beautifully.
All the talk of Dominic Bess. I mean, who knows? The ideal scenario for England is that he's not required to do so much with the seamers, and still got Mark Wood and Stokes to come. Do a great job. Hope's faced 10 deliveries now. As Anderson's in again, trying to force it away off the back foot. Can't pierce the field again as it's fielded at cover. So 7 overs. West Indies 7 for 1, chasing this target of 200 to go 1-0 up in this 3-match series. Michael, a few more words from you, and then Jonathan Agnew coming in.
Yeah, tremendous start from England. 7 overs, just the 7 runs. Looking very difficult out there for the West Indian batsman. Jofra Archer's bowling a terrific line length, decent pace. And you can just get a sense that England are just on it. It's always nice to have someone like Jimmy Anderson. He very rarely doesn't set the tone, so you know you've got one end pretty much covered, while Jofra Archer's been tremendous as well. Not easy for the West Indian players.
Here's Archer then, it's pitched up, driven out to mid-off. Brooks still looking to get off the mark, and yes, you're right, the West Indies are going nowhere at the moment. Into the 8th over, only 7 runs on the board.
Yeah, I was just saying to Alison, I know it's a gamble, and it's, you know, you've got to play test match cricket with a bit of respect and wait for the right balls, but it might come to a stage where the West Indies have to just take a risk to just try and change the momentum. Because if they just sit there, it just looks the kind of wicket that it's just going to be the odd ball that you just can't do much about.
3 slips waiting. Jofra's bowled really well so far. He's on his way again now, past the umpires there, and he bowls on the off stump. And Brooks on the back foot just turns out away again with a very dead bat. It's picked up at short leg by Pope. And there's a real stranglehold on West Indies at the moment, with Campbell having retired hurt and being struck on the foot by Archer, the first ball that he bowled. And of course, there's not a new regulation anymore about the runners, but you could have say absurd situation where someone's got a broken toe and can't have a runner. It's
madness.
It is utter madness. Archer moves in, bowls. Oh, that's going to be close. Surely for an 8-4 wicket is out. It's played right across that, all the way around it, and Brooks has been given out for a duck. There's been lots of reviewing going on, but from here, I must say, that it looked plumb. He'll have a word with his partner, I suspect, but I think, to be fair, he's just carrying on walking. He knows he's absolutely nailed.
Jofra Archer didn't even look round.
No.
He's still not looked round to the umpires. He just celebrated. Oh, that's out.
Yeah.
He's just got the ball angled back in. There's a bit of shape late. Shamarh Brooks must be a pal of Jofra Archer, because he's got the biggest smile on his face to have got him out. What a start. This is tremendous from England. So difficult for the batsmen now, but somehow, somewhere in the next hour or so, the West Indies have got to find someone to create a bit of momentum their way.
They do. They've just got to break this. But at the moment, there's just no sign of them being able to, and that was just a full straight ball, and Brooks played all around that. And they're in dire straits now, 2 wickets down, and one opening batsman having retired hurt with at least a bruised toe. Now Roston Chase comes out. He played very patiently in the first innings, but I wonder if he might just try and hit a couple of boundaries. Let's get this innings moving.
And that's why I just wonder whether it would have been worth to put Jermaine Blackwood up at 3. They haven't. They've gone with their same order, and he'll come in next. Can they just get a partnership developed? Can they just get something going? This could end quite quickly if they're not careful.
Yeah. So the slips lining up. Sibley at first, Stokes is in there as well. And Archer is causing real trouble here, but it's not through the pitch behaving awkwardly or like that. He's just he's bowled full length, he's bowled a good pace. And I'm afraid Brooks are looking at that, and that's just one of the plummest LBs you'll ever see. Andre walked off. There was nothing there, even remotely, to save him. So, chase it is. Archer spins himself a catch. The drone sets off towards the woods behind the pavilion. And Chase taking his time. There's a man at backward short leg with the helmet on his waist, quite deep there. Archer on his way, full of energy, bowls a bouncer. Oh, it's coming for 4 byes. It flew over Buttler's head. A hostile delivery, but it's wides actually, fair enough. That's 5 wides. Well, that's the most productive ball the West Indies have had, certainly.
Well, if they get another 39 of those, they win.
It was a good decision for the wides too, because you couldn't really penalise Buttler for that. He couldn't get anywhere near it, and it was way over Chase's head. 13 for 2. The target is 200 for West Indies, but they're floundering at the moment. Archer from the far end bowls. Oh, it's gone straight through Chase. Again, poor shot, really. Airy fairy, wafty push outside the off stump. Almost found the edge. It's been a bit of that sort of a day for West Indies. I thought they were disappointing when they came out and fielded first thing.
I must admit, I was amazed that Jason Holder didn't bowl straight away.
Yeah.
You know you're getting control, and England wouldn't have gone anywhere.
There was no hostility. It was a very lackadaisical. Archer bowls, and Jason on the back foot plays out to point. I mean, they got those couple of wickets, but they were given away, really. And there was just a real lack of buzz, and the batting rather like that now as well. 12 for 2.
Well, you can get yourself as a team into a negative mindset far too quickly. It looks like to me that West Indies are waiting rather than trying to create their own momentum.
It's Chase waiting, as full this one, and Archer holds his head in his hands as he follows through, because Chase has played across it. But they've got enough bat on it to send the ball down to mid-on, where Anderson's giving it a rub. 12 for 2. Target's 200. Neither batsman is off the mark. As you mentioned, opener Campbell has retired hurt. The physio came out and had a look. And then he could well return, of course. They strap him up or something. But he's not allowed to have a runner, even though it's... you can come back with an X-ray plate showing that you've broken your leg. You can't have a runner. It's madness.
There's some things in cricket that there's some stupid rules.
Yeah. Well, that came about really through weak umpiring of batsmen. It was just taking liberties with the situation, and the umpires saying, "No, you can't have a runner. Sorry, get on with it." So it's just ruined it for everyone, really.
Particularly the crowd. There's nothing more entertaining than seeing the chaos of a runner.
There you go. There's Campbell in the dressing room. He's got his right foot up on a load of towels with a load of ice on his big toe.
We had a wonderful run out involving Ul Mortensen once at Grace Road. It was excellent. Here's Anderson bowls. A nice shot there, driven out towards wide mid-off by Hope. He can't penetrate. It was absolute mad. I think all 3 ended up at the same end. It was absolute chaos. Dear old Ul. I think he threw his bat a mile when he was run out. Of course, he was just standing there helplessly. I don't know. It was a shambles anyway. Great entertainment. 12 for 2. The target 200. Both wickets to Archer. Anderson still got that big black sweatband around his forehead. And he's on his way again. There's a man on the drive in the offside at short mid-off as he makes Hope square himself up here a bit to play with that one around that Midland leg. And they're just not playing a shot. Not a shot in anger. We're hearing that Campbell will more than likely come out to bat again if required, after he's had his ice treatment.
Just 3 scoring shots in the first 50 legitimate balls bowled.
50. Anderson runs in. What's Hope going to do now? There, he's got it through the field, and he's hit a boundary there. An authentic stroke, square drive. And although Pope dived there at a point, he couldn't stop that. Anderson just overpitched a little. And a good stroke from Hope. Of course, led that remarkable run chase for West Indies at Headingley last time they were here.
Well, he's going to have to do it again. Just watch the way he opens his blade here, because he's played a few nice tries down the ground and to mid-off without any success. On this occasion, he decided to just open the blade of the bat and take it squarer. Lovely shot. Yeah. He is his surname, the Hope, for the West Indies, because he's done it before. He's got that in the memory bank.
16 for 2. Yes, so too to England. And Anderson bowls to him. He drives out towards mid-off this time. Tumbling save from Bess. Denies him any runs.
Well, you were embarrassed last night, Jonathan, weren't you? When the Knight delivered.
Well, a semi. I mean, he was very late.
Oh, you gave him no chance. You were giving him pelters. And all of a sudden he came round the corner with all those bags.
Little face lit up, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you were a little bit disappointed.
Well, I wasn't, because the restaurant had closed, so he was in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, very nice, wasn't it?
It was a really nice evening. So you can still have a bit of fun when you're in your bio bubble. Anderson bowls, another drive, another 4. Through extra cover. Beautiful. Anderson will hate being hit for the boundaries, but he is at least bowling at full length, but really well put away.
Again, just opening the blade to find that gap at extra cover. Wonderful skill. Yeah, we're reliving some stories from the past. Richie Benno stories.
Richie Benno,
yeah. Centurion, what was it, which test match? The
Centenary Test.
Test, that's the one, yeah.
Wonderful game of cricket. I remember listening to that on...
a lot of tourists there, weren't they? What was it?
Well, they got every England player there who had played. It's amazing. 20 for 2, and in goes Anderson again. Bowls. Oh, it's a good one. Just moves away a fraction.
Who was the bowler you were talking about that was there?
Oh, I talk about all of them. I can't remember now. Probably one of my Lancashire heroes.
Yeah.
That was great fun.
Leave it. Yeah, nice. Good evening.
20 for 2. The target 200. But Ollie Pope's going to come in there to short leg. Archer takes his cap off. Of course, he can't give it to the umpire. So someone come on there with a helmet, I think. So he's giving it to him to go and drop on the boundary down there at fine leg, I imagine.
Who is that?
I can't see.
Who is that? There's so many of the England players around.
There are.
Just seen Stuart Broad walking from the left. He's been to have a bowl.
Now here's Archer, and his first ball at chase is short and fended away out to point. $20 for 2. Archer mops his brow. This week marks the 1-year anniversary of the World Cup final, does it? That's incredible how fast that's gone. And tonight at 8:30 on BBC 2, after the highlights, you can watch One Day Sports Super Sunday. Archer bowls full outside the off stump. It's a look back on the incredible day. And of course, not only did England win the World Cup, but there was incredible Wimbledon final, which seemed to pass us all by at the time, and the British Grand Prix too. So that's tonight at 8:30. Sports Super Sunday. And on Tuesday on 5 Live Sports Extra, on the actual anniversary day of that final, we're replaying it in full. 20 for 2. There's Archer. Bowls, Chase looking to get away, but he just plays that one to mid-on.
My good friend David Jacobs has just texted me saying the 5th day of the test, tight game, sun shining, TMS on. God is in heaven. He'll be down in Devon, that's where he lives.
Devon, eh? Right.
Near Bovey Castle. Have you ever been to Bovey Castle?
No, I don't think I have.
It's a nice part of the world.
Archer bowls, and Chase again can do nothing with this. It's bang on a line and length.
It's those balls that nip him back. So difficult to face. Obviously it challenges the LBW, the bowls. We've seen a few edges back onto the stumps in the last 24 hours. I think we might see another couple by the end of the day.
Archer wheels round, he's busy polishing the ball on his shirt. In he comes, over the wicket, bowls to Chase. His 40 is away now, finally he's off the mark, pushing that square into the offside, pursued by Denley. And they come back for 2 runs, so they move to 22 for 2, talking of Richie Beno, and the target of 200. Archer walks slowly back, thoughtfully back to his mark again. Chases a little bit of guarding, looking very quizzically at the pitch, which is straw coloured now from here. When I got here on Monday, it was really quite green. It soon dried out. Archer, the last ball of the over, comes up, bowls, and Chase punches that out through extra cover. A chase for Wood. That'll get his legs loosened up for when he comes on to bowl. A couple of runs to end that over, and it's 24 for 2. 10 overs gone. Very loud aviator passes overhead. Eleanor Macy has sent an email. After yesterday's excitement about the restart of club cricket, please say hello to my son Timothy, who finally fell in love with cricket exactly this time last year watching the World Cup final. He's playing for the first time ever today in an inter-club Colts match. That's what that summer was all about, wasn't it? Exactly that. So he's playing Bishop Stortford Cricket Club. Slightly nervous because he's never worn the full kit or faced a full-length bowler. There's been no nets or training, and he's only bowled himself in the nets a few times. Wish him luck, please. Of course. So there's a great day, and everyone else has played cricket today too. That's exactly the sort of story that I wanted to hear after last year of the World Cup and Ben Stokes' heroics and everything else. Good luck, Timothy. Hope it goes well. 24 for 2 here. England apparently in control of things. That could change though. Anderson's on his way and bowls has struck on the pad there. Hope to travel down the leg side. I think there's nothing from the bowler there apart from a little bit of excitement initially. Just checking with the umpire there, saying it was going down, wasn't it? The umpire says yeah. 24 for 2. Carlos has got his West Indies trousers on, but it might have to get a West Indies shirt on in a minute, Carlos, as well, and a West Indies cap.
I'm not sure if I can add much to the bat.
No.
These guys are capable, man. I'm trusting in them.
Anderson kicks up his heels, past the umpire he goes and bowls, and that's well played off the front foot by Shai Hope. Filled by Archer at mid-on. He's bowled really well so far, isn't he? Right on the money.
Yeah, another West Indian causing havoc with the ball.
Yeah, he has bowled well.
Yeah, there was a small thing on Twitter. I'm not sure if this is a direct reaction to it, but he started with the bat being very positive, and with the ball he's come out all guns blazing.
He's tucking his shirt into his trousers at the moment. He's been polishing the ball once more. In goes Anderson, just short of a length this time, and Hope gets in behind it and plays with a very dead bat. The ball just rolls away. Tom Raffin has an interesting question. Is Campbell allowed to leave the bubble to have an X-ray? If it shows it's not broken and he can bat, will he be allowed back in? It's an interesting question, because if you go out into a hospital like Joe Root has done, you've got to quarantine yourself for a week, haven't you?
That's a very good question.
It is. There's not much you can do with a broken toe anyway, apart from get on with it, is there? You don't sort of put it in plaster or anything, do you? 24 for 2. Anderson bowls and steered away for a single. They've got a man down there at third man now. Out there in the deep. So it doesn't go for 4, just for 1. 25 for 2. Good question, because I don't suppose they've got X-ray facilities here.
Has there been a rule reversal of the runners, or
no?
You're not allowed to have runners still.
You can. I say, you were saying to Michael, you can have an X-ray showing you've got a broken leg, and you still can't have a runner. Madness. You current players must try and change it, Carlos. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but you see people abuse the system.
They did.
I remember in ODI cricket, guys would just pretend to have cramp and.
Yep. The umpires should have been stronger. They should have been firmer, in my view.
That's actually a decent.
It's ridiculous now.
Yeah.
25 for 2. 2 balls left in this over. Anderson's on his way and brings Chase forward. Ball rolls out to mid-off.
Do you think it would help if the the fielding side was allowed to choose who came out as runner, so that the batting side couldn't just pick their quickest guy, regardless of whether they batted or not already. So that you couldn't do it for a strategic advantage to get your quick player out into the middle.
I might go Cornwall.
I was about to say, anytime he'd be in team, he'd always have to keep his pads on.
That's a good idea, though. 25 for 2. Anderson runs in, bowls, and that's pushed away out to cover. They'll only get one, I think. Yes, they will. It's picked up by Pope. But the thing is, you'd actually choose an opposition bowler, wouldn't you? And run him into the ground if the fella got made a big innings. Anyway, there are no runners at the moment, Carlos, and it's 26 for 2 with Campbell also retired hurt at the moment, but he will bat again if necessary, we're told. More thoughts from you, please, and then Simon Mann's coming in.
Yeah, if this test match has thrown up a few nice battles within battles, and every time we've asked for certain situations to play out, they have played out, and we potentially would have asked for a few early wickets to keep everyone interested, and that's exactly what we've got.
It's a tense game out there. 20 minutes to go until lunch. And we're going to delve into that a bit deeper. We've asked the question about leaving the bubble and what would happen if Campbell had to go off for an X-ray, whether he could actually come back and play. I mean, there must be there's a whole heap of regulations surrounding test matches these days. Of course, the other issue is the concussion situation. If you hit on the head, then you have to go to hospital for a test. Then there must be some provision in the playing conditions for that. Right, England are making their first bowling change. Mark Wood is into the attack. West Indies in the last 15 minutes or so just beginning to settle down a bit after that difficult start. Okay, they're under pressure, 26 for 2, but Chase and Hope have played nicely and confidently so far, just relieving some of the pressure that was building on them. 200 to win. A field for Wood, short leg and 2 slips. Deep backward point, fine leg, 4 saving a single. Wood goes in and bowls, and Chase has plenty of time, seemingly, to get on the back foot and defend that up towards mid-on. Archer rushes across from mid-off to pick up before it gets there. So there is no run. 26 for 2. Campbell retired hurt for 1. That was 6 for no wicket, and then it was 7 for 1 when Brathwaite was bowled by Archer, thick inside edge onto the pad. The ball rolling back, and then Brooks LBW Archer for no, absolutely plumb. He didn't review that one. It was straight, wasn't it? Knocking out middle stump, breaking it in half.
It would have been a waste of a review.
Yeah. I can see Bess loosening up down at fine leg.
Archer's opening spell, 2 for 13 from 5 overs, 2 maidens. 5 of those runs were from the bounce serve called wide.
Bounce that went over Buttler's outstretched glove. So Wood looking to get in the game with the ball. Moves in and bowls to Chase, and Chase guides that away down towards deep backward point. England have that man back there. It's Joe Denley who returns, so a single to the total. The score goes to 27 for 2. Next in Blackwood, and we saw how he played in the first innings, where he looked to take it on. We should see whether he can do that. I mean, if they were to lose a wicket now, it's say 30 for 3, come in and play that way.
I wonder if they were to lose a wicket now, if they'd be interested in sending Dowrich at 1. Just keeping Blackwood to be that X factor. You're hoping that we get a big partnership here, or if Dowrich comes in next and then he's allowed to go and express himself.
Wood steaming in and bowls a straight delivery, which Hope plays defensively into the onside, and Ollie Pope runs back from short leg to pick up, and there's no run. It's clouded over a bit at the Aegis Bowl. Plenty of blue sky, but sun behind clouds at the moment. And we've been quite lucky since the opening stage of this game. The weather's behaved itself.
Yeah, it's been 2 beautiful days, and third day shaping up similar to follow suit.
Yeah. Well, it should be high summer, isn't it? Middle of July now.
Any chance of rain, or?
No, not today.
If we get 5 down, I'll be hoping for it.
Here's Wood bowling. Oh, he's bowled him! He's bowled him! He's knocked one of his stumps out of the ground, and Hope is on his way. And West Indies are 27 for 3. Great celebration from Mark Wood, who struggled in that first innings, but he has made an immediate impression in the second. Hope bowled by Wood for 9. And West Indies now in big trouble. It was a little flick off the back pad onto the off stump, which was flattened. 27 for 3.
Sure there'll be no rain?
No.
We could do a rain dance. And it is Blackwood coming out. I mean, I'd like some expert opinion from guys with better test records than myself, is how they'd go about it. In Blackwood's game is to be positive, counter-attacking. At 27 for 3, does he play the way he wants to play, or does he go into a shell? I mean, in an hour it could easily be 100 for 3 if he gets off. But you would hate to see him get out with an injudicious shot and make it 30 for 4.
Yeah, he's in at number 6. West Indies 3 down, but Campbell retired here. I mean, obviously they would not want him to come in at all. They'd like to knock them off, 1 or 2 down, but you prefer him to be coming in and say 120 for 4 rather than this situation where you could actually do some damage in half an hour. Suddenly it's 160, 170, and you've broken the back of it. That's the ideal scenario for Blackwood. Big test for him here. But can he try to reverse the pressure that is building up on West Indies on this far from straightforward final day pitch against this hostile England attack? And it's a good England attack as well. Let's face it, we've got Jimmy Anderson, all those wickets. Archer, hugely promising. Had a good start to his test career. And Wood, who's been in, well, he wasn't in great form in the first innings, but he did take 9 wickets in his last test match. A lot of people grumbling about Wood playing in this test match I saw on the first day. He took 9 in his last test match. You wouldn't drop a batsman who made 180.
And is it 18 in his last 3 tests, average about 13 or 14?
Yeah. So, I mean, all 5 England bowlers deserve to play, but you can only pick 3 of them. This is Wood moving in to bowl to Blackwood, and Blackwood's in behind that, playing it nicely into the offside, up to Archer at wide mid-off, and there's no run. And you'd think there'd be plenty of opportunity for all of them in the next 5 weeks or so, with 6 back-to-back test matches.
It's swung heavily in England's favour now. 69%.
Is that the win viz, is it? 69%, yeah.
30 for the West Indies. We always play better on our backs against the wall, so maybe that could have been a team ploy. Get behind the game and then surprise everyone.
27 for 3. Wood bowls to Blackwood, struck on the pad, a shout for LBW. Not out, just nipped a bit, it seemed to me. And was it going down? England thinking about it. They've got the 3 reviews. What's Stokes doing? He's saying to Buttler, what do you think? They're not going to review this. Time is ticking away, but actually Stokes has already made his decision. And with those 3 reviews, you do get that extra latitude. But they're not going for it. They're not gambling on this one.
He's not the tallest either, so height may not. Slightly.
You're right. It was a bit leg sideish, bit high. But it might be an umpire's call in there somewhere. But of course, the umpire gave it not out. Right, the ruling on that John Campbell situation: players are in theory able to go for an X-ray, but there is a strict medical protocol. Just looking at the Hawkeye on that, there is an umpire's call in there. It was top of leg stump, but he'd been given not out, so it wouldn't have made any difference if England reviewed it. They would have not have lost their review because it was umpire's call. But it shows it wasn't far away. If it had been given out, it would have stayed with the umpire and it would have been out. Players are in theory able to go for an X-ray, but there is a strict medical protocol in place should this be required or requested by the teams. So it looks as if you would be able to go and then come back, but all sorts of conditions would have to be satisfied.
Everything that happens between him leaving and him coming back would be quite strict. Fair enough.
Right, Don Bess is into the attack.
And there's a credit to them as well for having all these different scenarios thought about, and
the amount of detail that's gone into this test series has been remarkable and required as well. I think that's the other thing. They've had to abide by the letter of the law. Forward goes a chase to Bess's first ball, playing that with the pad to ball outside the off stump. There wasn't much intent to play at that, but he did sort of hang the bat out there. I think that's fair enough. You can be given out LBW outside the off stump if you're playing no shot. Slip and a short leg. 2 men back, 1 on either side. Bess bowls to Chase, and Chase turns it into the onside and gets a single. No, he's sent back, and he gets back just in time as Burns throws the ball in. Blackwood not interested there in going through for a single. Of course, Chase in the first innings against Bess blocked him basically.
Yeah, I'd love to see more intent. I mean, the situation, he gave him 27 for 3, theoretically 4 if Campbell isn't available back. It's a little more difficult, but he still needs to be positive.
Dom Bess looking to exploit a last day pitch, goes in now and bowls, and forward goes Chase and plays that defensively back up the onside of the pitch. And in a way now Bess has got some runs to play with in it, because of England have made those 3 early wickets. They'll take those 3 early wickets. He's got time to settle in. He's not under pressure immediately to be the match winner. Bess tosses that one up, and back goes Chase and plays defensively into the offside, and there's no run.
I think he'll be looking forward to bowling all the overs from this end. It'll be hard for Stokes to get a ball out of his hand. Last day track, 7 wickets to get. He'd just love to settle in and bowl as much balls as he could.
Goes past the umpire now and bowls to Chase. Plays that firmly but straight to mid-on. It's picked up by Sibley, and there's no run. Brathwaite out for 4, Hope for 9, Brooks for 0, 2 for Archer, 1 for Wood. Bess into bowl to Chase, and Chase again plays firmly into the onside. This time it's intercepted at mid-wicket by Burns, and Bess starts with a maiden, you might say a predictable maiden against Roston Chase if you looked at the way he played him in the first innings. What was he? 2 off 60 odd balls against Bess in that first innings. I'll get Andy to check that, but that's another maiden over. It's 27 for 3. We've had 5 wickets this morning for 29 plus 27. What's that? 56. 56 for 5 this morning.
Doesn't bode well for the rest of the day for the West Indies. Definitely need a partnership. How would that partnership come about? You're not sure. Blackwood at the crease, he wouldn't die wandering. His first instinct is positive.
This is Wood bowling to Blackwood. Blackwood plays that away on the leg side. It's off quickly for a single. Backward a square. England have a short leg and a square leg. And it's Crawley, who's the square leg fielder, who goes to his right to pick it up and sends in the return. So Blackwood's underway. And West Indies are 28 for 3. 1 for a 135 between Archer and Wood, England's fast bowlers in the first innings. But in the second innings, it's been 3 for... How many, Andy? 3 for hardly any.
14.
3 for 14 between them. Wood now to Roston Chase outside the off stump. Wood, who put so much effort into his bowling, he nearly lost his footing there. We saw him slip over, fall over, tumble over many occasions in the first innings.
He'd be the perfect candidate for a shoe sponsor. He falls on the ground so many times, you're almost sure your product would get in shot.
Chase facing Dom Bess in the first innings scored 8 from 46 balls.
Right, so actually a few more off a few fewer balls than I thought.
Exaggerating again.
Yeah, well, I heard someone else say, I think it might have been Carlos actually, I think said 2 off 60 odd balls, but
That appeared as 64 balls. He got
perhaps I dreamt it. Short full from Wood, I should say, and Chase digs it out, goes to mid-on, and there's no run. Sorry, Carlos.
Yeah, I say he had a period of 64 balls where he got 2 runs, but to be honest, watching him back down Bess, I thought it was 2 off 64 as well.
Right, okay. There we go. It's Carlos who led me astray, Andy.
My apologies. My apologies.
When I dreamt it, I dreamt Blowers became US president. That doesn't mean anything to you, probably. That doesn't probably mean anything to you, Carlos. I'm not sure if you know who Blowers is, but I mean, people, our listeners will know exactly who he is. Yeah, that was an extraordinary dream during lockdown. This is Wood going into bowl. Short ball, and he's up on his toes. Chase knocking it back with a square for 1. They'll look for 2 here, and they'll get it as well. Crawley after it from forward square leg to deepish backward square leg. So 2 to Roston Chase. Takes him to 8. Blackwood's on 1. 30 for 3.
Can you make that happen, Simon?
Well, my wife said 5 years ago that would have seemed preposterous. Well, it doesn't seem quite so preposterous now, does it?
Kanye West has thrown his hat into the ring for presidency as well.
Yeah, I saw that. Wood in sunshine at the far end now. The sun's back with us. Chase waits. Wood bowls to him. He's struck on the pad, but angling down the leg side, and it goes down towards fine leg, and they're through for a single. I presume there's no inside edge on it. No, there's not. Richard Illingworth waits and then taps his leg. So a leg by. 31 for 3. Plenty of action this morning. We've had 5 wickets already. 2 lovely off drives as well by Shai Hope. He flickered for a bit, but he's gone now. A reminder, you can watch the action we've already had today via the BBC Sport website and app. Click on the text commentary and you can see video clips. You can see what's happened. And then today at the Test, the BBC Two highlights programme is on at 7:30 tonight. 7:30 BBC Two for the final day of this match. 31 for 3. Blackwood on 1. Faces Wood, who's with him now. And Blackwood gets the ball outside the off stump, keeping a fraction low. Not much pace in that in terms of zip from Wood. But Blackwood played that comfortably back up the offside of the pitch. And that's the end of Wood's second over. 2 overs, 1 for 4. 5 minutes to go until lunch. We might have time for 2 more overs. It's just under 5 minutes with Bess bowling. Although Stokes is coming over to have a chat with him, a long chat about the field. So England will be very happy with their morning's work despite being bowled out for 313. They've taken 3 West Indies wickets, and John Campbell is off the field after being hit on the toe very early on by a Yorker from Jofra Archer. A further 169 for West Indies to win with 7 wickets left. And Campbell's future in this match uncertain. Right, Bess is going to bowl, and Chase is having a look around the field. England changing the field for Chase. They're putting a long on in, but and they're bringing the mid-wicket a bit straighter.
No bad decision, doesn't really sweep.
Right, here is Bess bowling to Chase, and Chase clips that into the onside to that straight mid-wicket fielder, Zach Crawley. There's a slip, a short leg, a straight short mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket, deep back as square leg, long on, extra cover and mid-off, and the deep cover on the boundary. So 3 men out, 2 men in, 3 saving 1. Bess set off then and then seemed to lose his run up. It takes some doing actually when he got a few steps into the crease. He's bowling in his sunglasses on this very pleasant Sunday afternoon. Spins himself a catch and then goes into bowl to Roston Chase. And Chase is right forward blocking that, head over it, bat and pad close together, stops on the pitch. Pope steps forward to pick up and lobs it back to Dominic Bess.
Does he have some mannerisms similar to Swan? Graham Swan?
Yeah.
Dom Bess, not his action or his height, but I know something about him.
Bess bowls, and back goes Chase, and Peel for LBW on the back foot there. Looked a bit high, but it's not been given out. So what are England do here? They are going to review this. He was right back in his stumps there, Roston Chase. England really confident appeal, as you'd have heard in our effects microphone. But this was given not out, crucially, by umpire Kettleborough. Right, here we go.
It's a fair delivery. Move on to front on spin vision, please.
That's the TV umpire, Michael Goff. Right, let's have a look at this. The back foot, it did spin.
Okay, just roll that back, please, and then roll it very slowly through, Mark. Okay, can we have ultra edge to confirm, please? Okay, just rolling through frame by frame. Yeah, next frame. Yeah, keep going. Okay, clear daylight between bat and ball. Ball tracking when available, please, Mark.
He's hit him on the back pad, quite high up. Here's the ball tracking now. He's right back in his stumps.
Coming up now. Impact is in line. And it's umpire's call on hitting the wickets, Richard, so stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now.
Well, that was a tight one.
Yeah.
Umpire's call on the top of middle stump.
The technology made it look a lot closer than I actually thought. I thought Stokes was more interested in the potential inside edge because he grabbed it at first, slipped low down. But yeah, I mean, I thought it was umpire's call on impact to begin with. And then I thought it was going over. Technology proved me wrong.
Well, but close for England, but not close enough. Bess goes in, bowls to Chase. Chase is forward, turning that with the spin into the onside towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. Good spot, actually. I was just looking at the LBW, but it did go to Stokes at slip, so if there had been an inside edge, then he would have been out caught. No inside edge, and umpire's call on the LBW shout. Bess goes in, pushes that one through to Chase, and Chase nudges it behind square, gets a run, possibly two. Is he going to come back for the second? Yes, he does, down towards fine leg. The throw comes in right over the bails, but Chase comfortably back for that second run to take West Indies to 33-3.
Simon, what are your thoughts on the RS, the technology, the use of the technology, umpire's call?
I think the system worked pretty well in the main. I mean, people still gripe about it. Here is Bess bowling, and it's clipped away by Chase, wide of mid-wicket this time for more runs, possibly three, definitely two, out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. They run two now, sliding save by Burns, and he saves a run there, herding the ball in from the deep. And that's it. Morning session is done. Chase on 12. West Indies 35-3. We've had 15 overs of West Indies' second innings, and England will feel happy with their morning. West Indies still, though, of course, in with a victory chance. 64 for 5 in that morning session, but enough has happened for England to give them plenty of hope this afternoon. And that one turned from Bess just before lunch as well. It took a piece out of the pitch, and Chase, well, the finger went up. He would have been on his way if he'd have reviewed it. It would have been umpire's call. But those are the fine margins. Actually, they went against West Indies a bit in the start of the match, and one or two have gone with them of late.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, for me, that is a perfect example of when the technology is used right. Because looking at it, it didn't look out. As I said, on impact, it looked close, it looked high, it was close enough to be umpire call, but had that been given out, he'd lost his wicket. And as a batsman, you can imagine being hit like that, being given out, reviewing only to see the fine margins on impact and on height, and then having to lose your wicket. It's there to get the absolute howler out of the way, but I think the umpires need to pay special attention to, is it really going to hit? Obviously, there's that margin of error with the technology, but the batsman should get the benefit of the doubt. If it looks stonewall dead and it says umpires call, then fine, but if it doesn't look about right, you got to send that out.
Yeah, we've had many discussions and debates on this programme over the years about the technology, and different commentators have different stances on it. I mean, I generally think it's been a real boost for the game. It's also brought spinners into Test cricket as well, which I think has been a massive bonus for the game. It's really helped finger spinners, brought them back into the game. Decisions that would have been given not out years ago, with batsmen just propping a long way forward and getting away with it. And Toughness pulls his hair out watching some of the decisions these days. I've had loads of wickets. Yeah,
you think when it's growing up, they always say bat and pad close together, and the RS has made you put your bat in front of your pad and by some way.
Right. One more question to you, Carlos. What percentage chance would you give West Indies of winning from here at lunch? And then Jonathan Agnew's coming in.
I think 35-40% is fair. I'd like to be biased and say 50-55, but England are right in amongst the middle order. Bowlers haven't had that much miles in the legs. The tails are up. They'll come back from lunch fresh again, and it's more important for the West Indies batsmen to actually soak up some pressure now, try to transfer some momentum. And in that process, if they lose another wicket or two, they're into the middle lower order and a couple of judicious shots away from defeat. So it's not insurmountable, but the tide has definitely changed, and the balance of power has shifted a bit.
I just thought it was a bit flat today, Carlos. I mean, at the start of play too, and the bowl, they didn't seem to come out sort of absolutely bursting with energy and come on, let's finish it off and let's get this game done.
Yeah, it took them a couple overs to get into it. With all due respect to Alzarri, I always felt Jay should have opened the bowling. If he doesn't get wickets, he always controls the run rate, which I think is so important. It would have been nice to see him from one end. Obviously, we know he can pick up wickets as well, but Shannon really being the enforcer, trying to knock the last two over, and Jason just being economical. They didn't go that way, but I mean, credit to Jofra. he had some real positive intent, and I love the shot where he just slapped it over long on, and yeah, he deserved the little cameo he got.
Good stuff. Well, Cars, you go and find your lunch, and West Indies need another 165 to win, and England need 3 wickets. But we are expecting John Campbell to come out and bat again, if necessary. Now it's going to be a rather strange experience. I think I'm looking at my screen. It's the 5th day, of course, so it's our journalist panel at lunch, but it's not a normal journalist panel. I'm looking at a couple of mug shots on my screen here. I'm not sure lockdown's been very good for Dean Wilson's hair, but there's a lot of it. I know it usually is, but there we go. So what we're doing, we're going to do this by... And a moustache, I know, I can see that as well. Very smart. So what we're doing our journalist panel, but via Zoom or something equivalent. So we're all over the place. Beside me, but on the other side of the room, is Stefan Shamarh from the BBC website. Now, on the other side of the ground, but that is known as the outer bubble, we do have Dean Wilson from the Daily Mirror. Very nice to see him too. And he's got I said outer on our CD is on your pass. And at home we have Lawrence Booth, of course, is from the Daily Mail, but editor of Wisdom, the Almanac, having to watch cricket from home. It's all very bewildering, isn't it? Let's start with Dean, because we're over here, obviously, in the inner bubble. Dean, where are you, actually? Where are you physically? Where are you sitting? Hello, by the way. It's lovely to see you. I've not seen you for months. Hey, how are you doing?
It is rather different. This is a new view for the Warren stand. So kind of opposite you, I guess, to your right as you look out of it.
A few problems listening to Dean. You might...
We've got a large hospitality. Can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you. I think you made us a fade out. There may be some technicals, but this is not going to be 100% as we know. But it's always worth hanging on to every word that you say, Diz. We'll give it another go. Okay, so you're at top of the Shane Warne stand.
We're at top of the Shane Warne.
Yeah, I think we're going to try again with Dean, because I'm not hearing him. He's not going out on the air, I don't think. Dean, we might do a reconnection or something. Log off and log on again or something, and we'll try and come back. I can see you, but I can't hear you. So let's slip on to Lawrence then. Lawrence is one of those, we've seen this, haven't we, so often. He's got the usual bookshelf behind him, so he's at home. Everyone's spent lockdown studying people's bookshelves, and there were lots of fine cricket writings, I'm sure, up there. Lawrence, how are you getting? What's it like covering a test match, sitting at home?
Hello, I guess, yeah, I've had to hire in a full set of wisdoms to make myself look vaguely presentable. It's strange. I've got the double demands of my sports editor from the office and my toddler and newborn downstairs. So trying to juggle everything has been interesting. So yeah, it's not the usual experience, but I'll be up in Manchester next week, so I'll get a taste of the outer bubble or whatever it's called. I think I'm on the outer bubble here at home.
Right, yes. Are you sort of rotating it around with the newspaper? Because I think I'm right in saying only one writer per newspaper can attend, isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right. So my colleague at the Mail, Paul Newman, is doing this test. I'll be doing the second, he'll be doing the third, I'll be doing the one days against Ireland, and then we'll go again for the Pakistan series. So it's very much sharing it around and getting used to a new way of working. It's been like that for everyone, I guess, hasn't it, over the past few months?
Yes, indeed. Do you get a feel for the game? I mean, we all sit and watch telly from time to time, of course, but when you're actually reporting on a match, the TV does a great job, see all sorts of things, and they do pick up stuff, but it's a question of just watching the bigger picture, if you like.
Yeah, it's not the same. I mean, it's a completely different experience. Like a lot of my colleagues, I'll take a pair of binoculars to a test match, and that gives me the chance to watch closely whoever I want to watch closely for however long I get. And of course, following up on the TV, they do an excellent job, but you are at the mercy of the producer and the cameramen, and generally they don't miss anything. But you are obliged to watch what's put in front of you. So it's a different experience. You also get different insights because you're listening more intently to the commentary, and they might do a little sort of snippet on someone's technique, Dom Sibley down the leg side or whatever. But yes, it's not the same. It's not as satisfying, and you don't get a sort of overall organic feel for the game in the way that you do when you're at the ground.
Yes, but have they conveyed well this sense, this sort of vacuum, if you like, that this game is being played in? I mean, have you felt that?
Oh, absolutely. It's an unprecedented experience for everyone, and that does come across. Even the nature of the wicket celebrations with sort of fists or elbows and question marks over whether bowlers have been using saliva, and they did a little segment this morning showing that it was in fact sweat from the forehead, it wasn't saliva from the mouth. So all these different things come into play. And it's, I mean, luckily for everyone, we've got a great finish on our hands. I mean, if this had petered out into a dull draw with no one in the ground, then I think, we really would be sort of summoning up the will to live. But it's actually, it's turned out into a successful storyline for everyone concerned.
Let's try Dean again. See if it seems strange. We can connect with Lawrence at home, but we can't talk to Dean 100 yards away. Are you back with us, Dean?
Can you hear me, Houston? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, definitely.
Yes. So
it's been that sort of game, isn't it?
So yeah, I'm looking at you. Sort of diagonally across. I'm in the top of the Shane Warne stand, so kind of down the, I guess, long leg from the pavilion end, and it has been a slightly strange experience. I've actually, I don't know if you can see, but next to us are other hospitality boxes, and the box next to us has had Rod Bransgrove, the chairman of Hampshire, and the man whose name adorns the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion, and he is trapped in that hospitality box. He cannot move from that hospitality box. He cannot go into the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion, even though he is Rod Bransgrove. So, yeah, very stringent rules here, as you're well aware, and slightly odd sensation. But the cricket's been excellent. Enjoyed it.
Yes. And so, but what's life like in the outer bubble then? Because you're not in here with us. Where are you living?
So I'm living at home, actually. I'm actually commuting sort of an hour and a half each way. Not too bad. We park in the main car park. There is sort of day staff that come in each day, kind of operationally. We're part of that. We have a very kind of strict route that we need to take from the entrance. We get our temperature tested twice on entry every day, and then we come into this sort of emptied hospitality box. I know the listeners might not be able to see it, but there's a sort of table behind me. We're in pairs. There's 12 of us here. We're in pairs for our lunch, and only 2 to a table. But when we're working, we're right up against the screen, and we've got our own individual desks, 2 meters apart. Well, probably more than 2 meters apart, actually. And it's all done, quite strictly, and socially biosecure bubble restrictions, I guess.
Yes. And what about the press conferences then? Because you all want your quotes at the end of the day. What happens with that? We have to go down to the far end down there and stand 2 meters away with and the players have their own microphone and so on. What are you doing?
Well, I mean, this is probably slightly nerdy journalistically, but it's very different to what normally happens, where we usually obviously have a press conference. Everybody who's at the ground files into a room and asks questions of players. But this time, all press conferences are done via Zoom, and so it means that journalists both here at the ground, as well as journalists like Lawrence and others, can dial in from home and ask questions. It also means, perhaps unusually, that, for example, West Indian journalists who may not have made the journey anyway, but they're able to join in on the West Indies press conferences and ask questions from the Caribbean, which I think is actually quite a good feature of this new way of working. So time has been tight because of the rain delay from the first day, so obviously the game is going on a little bit later, a bit closer to deadline, so there is a bit of a rush to kind of to get through those press conferences. But if you were to be sat in this room at sort of 7:15 when we were speaking to Zach Crawley yesterday, you can kind of hear his answers echoing around the room as 12 laptops play out his answers. But it's a bit odd, but it works. We get what we need, and hopefully the words and the copy that people read of a morning make some kind of sense.
Yeah. And then finally, Stefan Shamarh is here, one of our colleagues, of course, on the BBC website. How are you getting on? You seem to be spending a lot of time on your balcony.
Well, because, Agus, you know that our entire BBC operation is on this one corridor. This is where we're living and this is where we're working. Socially distanced, of course. The best place for me to watch the game from and do all my work from is the balcony. That's the space where I can write from. And so my commute each morning has been about 4 metres out of bed onto the balcony and watch the cricket from there. What I would say about being in the bubble is hotel aside, I can't think of another ground in the country that's probably better suited to live and work at, just because of how open it is, the space that we've got. You've been taking your walks on the golf course each morning. There's a lot of open area. You don't feel like it's a claustrophobic area. And so for the past 6 or 7 days where we've been here, it's actually been really, really pleasant. The challenge, I think, will come when we move up to Manchester for the next couple of weeks, and they aren't blessed with that that amount of space. And I wonder about the West Indies. You know, they've toured England, and they'll have spent 1 week outside of Manchester, not just outside of Manchester, outside of a cricket ground in Manchester. And I think that's the challenge that we're going to face over the next 2 to 3 test matches.
And I must say, I'm sure it's been the same for you, Dean, as well. But one thing that's really struck me is just how pleasant everyone has been. We've got annoying jobs to do in taking a temperature all the time and making sure this and making sure that, all the sort of stewarding and things. But actually, they've been so friendly here. It's actually made it a really nice experience. You know, for getting about the crowd and so on. But actually, the thought of living in this bubble to start with, everyone thought, oh dear, what's it going to be like? But actually, it's been pretty straightforward.
Don't you find that that's sort of been one of the features of lockdown life in general? I've found, certainly at home over the kind of 3 months preceding this, that you kind of spoke to more neighbours and those people that you did interact with. Everything was just a little bit friendlier, a little bit calmer, a little bit more pleasant. And I would say that's kind of continued through to here. And yet, as you say, the people that check we've got these COVID-19 apps on our phone that we have to record various questionnaires and things, and they have to scan those, and they have to scan our passes, and everyone we've been interacting with, and you're kind of wearing masks as well at times, and everyone's been very polite, and it's been lovely. The joke amongst the 12 of us here is that behind closed doors cricket is probably the way to go, because it's been such a pleasant experience. But of course we joke, and we'd love to have thousands of people in here enjoying this spectacle alongside us, giving us some clues and cues as to the drama and the tension as well.
And Lawrence, the players, they're obviously going to be struck by the fact there's nobody here and that everything echoes and it's all, there is no atmosphere, obviously, but actually, it doesn't seem to have affected the players at all. And we got a terrific finish to a test match, but there was that question of whether or not they would be able to lift themselves and to rise to the big occasion when they're used to having 20,000 people cheering them on. But I think they've done it.
Yeah, they do seem to have from afar. The irony is that the guy who spoke most interestingly about being able to raise his game or not was Stuart Broad. And of course he was left out in them. He spoke very well 10 days ago or so about questioning whether he'd be able to get his juices flowing when there was no one there, and how he'd been working with a team psychologist on getting his mind right. And of course, in the end, he's not been able to put that into practice. So no doubt we'll be able to do so next week in Manchester. But no, look, this is a test match. All these cricketers have been starved of proper cricket for several months now. England's last tour of Sri Lanka was, of course, interrupted by the pandemic. So they are up for it. And West Indies haven't won a series in England since 1988. Ben Stokes doesn't want to lose his first test as captain. There are all sorts of subplots, as usual, with test cricket. So competitive levels seem as high as ever.
Yes. Well, you mentioned him. Shall we start with Stuart Broad then? Stefan, what have you been making of that omission? And do we think they got it right?
Well, we'll know in a couple of hours' time, won't we?
Do you think it's simply a case of whether or not England win, they get it right, and if they don't, they didn't?
I think what we're learning is there's more than... Well, certainly over the past couple of hours, we're learning that there's more than one way to win a test match. And if England had Stuart Broad in their side on Wednesday and it was damp and it was grey, they may well have fancied their chances of bowling West Indies out over the first 2 days and trying to win the game that way. But also, I think we've got to take a slightly longer view of that. And 18 months ago, or longer than that actually, when we were in Australia and England were losing 4-0 and we were talking about England being outpaced and complaining and asking where are these fast bowlers, you can't then in a few years' time, when England have got two 90-mile-an-hour plus fast bowlers ready and raring to go, complain when they're picked, maybe with an eye on the Ashes further down the line. What I do wonder is if England were determined to pick Wood and Archer in the same team, did Broad deserve first crack rather than Jimmy Anderson? And we know what a superb bowler James Anderson is, and he's bowled beautifully here. He was certainly the pick of England seamers for the majority of the first innings. But what you can't get away from is the fact that he had been on the sidelines for most of the past 12 months, while Stuart Broad was the second leading wicket taker in Test cricket across the globe. So maybe Broad, therefore, earned the right or deserved the right to get first go in an attack alongside Wood and Archer ahead of his great mate Jimmy Anderson. But England made that decision, and it looks like it's going to be the right one. They wanted the extra pace of Wood and Archer to maybe make the most of these conditions if the pitch is starting to go up and down on the fifth day. And Archer in particular has looked like a man today who's come out with something to prove. Firstly in the way he batted, and not only has he knocked 2 over, he's also sent one of the West Indies batsmen off retired hurt. To your question, is it just as simple as winning the game and you've made the right decision? Maybe not, but it certainly goes a long way to vindicating you.
Your columnist, Lawrence, wasn't very happy the other day either when he spoke his mind.
No, he wasn't, and good on him, really. I mean, as journalists, we're all cheering that on, aren't we? We often complain when players hide behind cliches and platitudes. You'll have exactly the same feelings on that as well, I imagine, Aggers. So we can't then probably turn around and say, "Well, don't be so honest. Don't be looking like you're criticising the selectors." I mean, one or two people may wonder whether you do that in the middle of a game. I personally didn't have a problem with it. Broad was asked a question and he was absolutely honest. I think the thing that bugged him was that he felt he'd done enough to keep his place. He'd actually gone away and changed his game, which at his stage of his career was an impressive thing to do. He'd pitched the ball up, which is what Joe Root had asked him to do. And look at the rewards he'd reaped. The Ashes last time, he was all over David Warner, took his wicket 7 times for, I think, the cost of 35 runs, which is an incredible performance. England's leading wicket taker there, then England's leading wicket taker in South Africa. And he'd sort of reinvented himself at a late stage in his career. Now, what was his reward for that? It was to be dropped for a test in which the conditions looked absolutely tailor-made for him. I take Stefan's point about the Ashes, but England aren't currently in a position where they're unsure about whether they've got the fast bowling ammunition to go to Australia. They know they've got it. It's not like they need to see Wood and Archer together in English conditions. I mean, I appreciate that Stokes told Broad the day before the game that they were going with the extra pace, and presumably that was done on the basis of the warm-up games they played here and the kind of pitches they expected. But Broad had surely done enough in home conditions to start the summer. So, look, if it fires him up and he comes out and takes a hatful in Manchester, then England may say it's partly job done.
Yeah. Do you know what's been your stance in the mirror?
Yeah, look, to be honest, I feel for Stuart, absolutely. I mean, he has done that.
Who's that?
Oh, that's my thing. One of my colleagues actually is just.
They're still using old phones over there in the press. That sounds like one of those old dial phones.
Yeah, it's an old phone for an old journalist, Nick Holt, who proudly shows that it's Michael Vaughan calling him. So. Your colleague, so you can probably turn around and see Vaughan on the phone to him. Anyway, yeah, look, I feel absolutely, and I totally understand his frustrations. Everything that Lawrence has said, and I read Stuart's column this morning. More passionate words from him, and sort of talking about how you can understand people crying in the Big Brother chair, and he's got a wonderful kind of way of expressing himself, actually, which is to his credit. However, I also understand the wider picture about pace, and it's not just about pace in this match. I think that so much of what England are doing right now is with an eye on Australia in 18 months' time. Whether or not you agree with that is by the by. Certainly, as far as Joe Root is concerned, and this still is Joe Root's team, and he would have, I'm sure, been involved in this decision. He wants to have Jofra Archer and Mark Wood, and maybe even Ollie Stone as well, if he's fit. He wants them all ready to go at Brisbane and hit Australia with firepower. And at some point, you've got to play them together. Jofra Archer and Mark Wood have never played in a Test match together before, and they don't know whether they're going to have them fit and ready to go in the way that they have done after this lockdown. So I can see why they've decided to take that chance while they can. And because it's kind of fine margins in terms of whether you pick Stuart, who's got such a fantastic record at home, or not, I do agree with Stefan that if they win, it's the right call. If they lose, it's the wrong call. I mean, it's really as simple as that. But I absolutely understand the desire for the out-and-out pace to see how they go together and get some experience together, well before that Australia tour.
What's interesting is that if Stuart does play in Manchester, actually Old Trafford's more likely to be where you'd have Wood and Archer bowling together, probably on a harder pitch than here, and the conditions were just well, it was remarkable, really, that Stuart Broad in your squad didn't play. I think that's what people were really surprised about as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to follow on from that, I think that the one thing that Stuart's touched on as well about his, fire kind of burning, that he's put in a lot of effort to almost kind of rekindle his career, because they've talked about Stuart Broad and a kind of dip in form a couple of years ago, and he kind of went away and really put in the hard yards, worked quite hard on his action, and as we know as well, against left-handers with David Warner last year, really worked on round the wicket and getting the ball a little bit fuller, things like that. So huge credit to him, even at 33, 34, still to have that desire to get better and to prove people wrong and all those sorts of qualities. That's why he's such a great bowler. But those kind of qualities are not in everyone, and he's certainly kind of, as he said, he got nothing to prove. He certainly proved his class time and again, and I'm sure we'll see more of him this summer.
Any last thought, Lawrence, on your columnist? Do you worry that this might be this season might be the end this summer of him and possibly Anderson? There's still 5 tests to go. There's a lot of cricket to be played.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was the end for one of them. I couldn't necessarily tell you which at this stage. I mean, Jimmy is a bit older, but he sort of seems a bit naturally fitter. That's always been the kind of the wisdom about those two. But Broad's reaction does tell you that there's still fire in his belly, as the fast bowlers say. He wants to play for England, and he himself said, if I didn't react like this, I'd have a different question to face. And that was quite a revealing insight into his state of mind about wanting to play for England. Anderson's been missing games for England through injury recently, so he'll want to keep going for as long as possible. They'll both probably be looking at Ashes tour in 16 months' time and thinking that could be a great swan song. It may be the case England won't pick both of them on that tour, and maybe they won't pick either, but they both still want it, and that's a great thing for Joe Root.
OK, what about the other talking point then, with Joe Root coming back? Denley stroke Crawley. Has that been answered, Stefan? What do you think?
Well, I think it's possible to think that it was right for Joe Denley to play in this game, and also now that he moves on, because even when we knew Root wasn't playing, there were still some people thinking that this would have been the perfect opportunity to blood a Lawrence or a Bracey after how well they'd done in the warm-up games. Denley gets a bad rap, but if you actually look at what he's done over the past year, beginning with the second innings of the Headingley Test match, he's done the job that England have asked him to do. He hasn't made the big scores, but we were crying out for solidity at the top of England's order. How many times were we saying, England are 30 for 3 again? And since that Headingley Test match, it hasn't really been a conversation. England have batted well reasonably well for the past 12 months. And you can say that, well, the pitches were flat in New Zealand and South Africa weren't up to much, but England were still 30 for 3 most of the time, regardless of the conditions and regardless of who they were playing. Denley helped build a platform for the players further down the order, your Roach, your Stokes, your Ollie Popes, to come in and help England make big totals. But having said that, selection is also a lot about timing as well, isn't it? And maybe now is the time for England to ride the wave of Zach Crawley, because if they don't back him after what he did yesterday, maybe he'll stagnate as a player. And so it looks like the way to go is for Root to come back and slot in at 4 and Crawley to move up one place to number 3, and then all of a sudden you have got the makings of a top order that could go to Australia, with the likes of Sibley and Pope and Crawley having 20 test matches in the bank by the time they get there. The only one thing that I fear for England's batting, and it happened the last time that they went to Australia, is their overseas tours don't actually fall particularly well for them. So last time they went to Australia, the winter before, they had 7 test matches in Bangladesh and India, and things can fall apart pretty quickly on tours like that. They're supposed to do the same again in January, go to India, COVID-19 permitting. And if some of those young players struggle in India, will England back them all the way through to the next winter, or will they be coming at the start of next summer, having ripped up and having to start again? It's a really interesting 12-month period.
Do you know Crawley?
I think so, yes. To borrow a phrase from Michael Holding on Sky, he said very nicely that Joe Denley has shown that he can play Test cricket. The only problem is he doesn't get many runs. Now, for a number 3 batsman, that is not that really is damning with faint praise. And while he can certainly eat up a few balls and provide the solidity, I guess, for Joe Root and Ben Stokes to come in, he doesn't really take the game on either, and so the ball might be a little bit older, but the situation is perhaps not quite as advanced as you would like. And Zach Crawley, from what we've seen of him so far, certainly seems to be find scoring runs a little bit more straightforward than Joe Denley. The ceiling as well for me, I think, with Zach Crawley seems to be higher. He looks like he's learning and improving with each passing test, whereas Joe Denley, for me, I think, and I wrote this morning, I think he's plateaued. I think we're kind of seeing the very best that he can produce, and it's not quite enough. So, yeah, if I was making the call, it would be Zach Crawley at 3 and Joe Root back in at 4. Thanks, Joe Denley, for your sterling efforts, and you have sort of plugged a little bit of a gap, but I think it's more of a sticking plaster than a real fix.
And his dismissal yesterday, Lawrence, couldn't have been worse, really. We have all the comment about Denley and where he gets to and he gets in, and then softest of dismissals.
It was, and he got to 29, which is a typical Denley score. Happened to be his test average at the start of the innings, so he got to 29. He thought, here we go, we're in danger territory now. Most batsmen, they get to 29, and you think, right, they've done the hard work, they're in, let's see them crack on. Sorry to get all statty for a moment. I think he had 28 test innings, 24 of them he's got to double figures, and he's only got to 56 times, and he hasn't got the 100 once. So his conversion rate is weird, and it's not the kind of conversion rate you want from number 3. I take Stefan's point that he has done what England asked of him, but like Dean, I used exactly the word plateau in my article this morning about Denley, because he's not going anywhere. And when Crawley comes out and plays fluently like that, using his feet to the spinner, I know he got away with one into the offside of Roston Chase, but a couple of very sumptuous hits over the infield, a reverse sweep for 4 to get to 50 felt like the future, didn't it?
Yes.
Denley gets stuck against the spinner, and now that the openers Burns and Sibley are starting to form a bit of an understanding, put on 72 yesterday, the need for a number 3 to just come in and hold up an end is less urgent than it was for England. We need a number 3 who's going to tick things over now and build on the occasional platforms that the openers are going to give England. So I think Really, if England leave out Crawley from Manchester, the selectors are going to come in for a fair bit of stick.
Yeah. The umpires will be on their way in a minute, I can tell you that, Lawrence, although you can't see from there, but they'll be coming. So, cricket's back, recreational cricket's back, and county cricket will soon be back, and it's a good feeling, Dean.
Absolutely, I think that's one of the best bits of news. Obviously, the work around this biosecure bubble, was very much in order to kind of keep the lights on, as the chief executive said. Get the money coming in, but really, cricket is not just about this top end. This is the sort of the icing on the cake. Cricket really is about hundreds and thousands of people up and down the country getting their whites on, meeting their friends and forming new friendships and all the great things that the game has got to offer out on the field, having that competitiveness at whatever standard, whatever level you play at. Playing cricket is fun. It is an enjoyable way to spend your time, and after 3 months or more of lockdown, unable really to get out and do it, for me, actually, recreational cricket this weekend is probably a little bit more important than this test match, if truth be told, because the game is about the whole and not just the top end. So yeah, I've got some cricket mates and some WhatsApp groups, and the excitement and the kind of build up to it was fantastic. And there's been a few stories I know of various tales in, first ball of the season, ducks and things like that, which is
absolutely
all part of it. But great.
What it's all about. Yeah. And as editor of Wisden, Lawrence, I suppose not so long ago you were looking at a somewhat thinner edition for next year. But do you think you're going to get back to normal?
Oh, well, it'd be interesting. I think it's all going to depend on how much cricket gets played overseas between, in the upcoming Southern Hemisphere summer, if you like, because hundreds of pages get covered doing those reports. So, look, it will be thinner. We're about 1,500 pages at the moment. It will be thinner than that. We just can't say how much thinner. It won't be as thin as the wartime editions, which were 300, 400 pages, and when you stack them up on your bookshelf, they really do look pretty anemic next to the big chunky ones either side of the wars. But it will be thinner, hopefully. It'll be a collector's item. Not that we're looking to, cash in opportunistically on the pandemic, but it may well be, the coronavirus wisdom may well be the one that people feel they need for their collections in the years ahead.
well, let's hope it's a full edition. That's the main thing. And county cricket. Have you? We've got the basic outline of it the other day from Mark Arthur. These regions which are going to apply for red ball cricket and also for white ball cricket. There's still a little bit of chuntering going on in the background about the players and the fact that they've not been, they might not be fit, they might get injured and so on. There's talks of insurance policies and so on. Stefan, what's your thought on that?
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because you're going to have some county cricketers who might not even be training now, or certainly only just going back into training, and they're going to be asked to play in whatever it is 3 weeks' time on August the 1st. And certainly the feeling that I've been getting from some directors of cricket is that it's going to be on fast bowlers in particular, who are asked to play first-class games then after 2 or 3 weeks of training. We might see them going down like flies, because if you think that England were training, I think, for even 7 weeks before this test match, they really wanted to look after the fast bowlers. The fast bowlers went 2 weeks before the batsmen. They've had a long run into this. You'll know, Aggers, you bowled a few overs yourself, and so that's going to be really, really interesting. But more widely, it's just fantastic that county cricket is back, and it's been a really good week for the ECB if you think about it. They've got a test match on in the bio bubble. They've managed to persuade the government to let recreational cricket be played, and there's an announcement coming, or we know that county cricket is coming, and whatever that looks like in August, certainly by September when the Blaster's being played, you'd hope that the 18 counties are right into the full swing of things.
Yes, and it seems to have been, Lawrence, it seems done with full agreement. I think there were 1 or 2 stories kicking around over the last couple of months that there was not necessarily the case that the counties were fully on side. I mean, is that fair comment?
Yeah, there were lots of disagreements leading up to it. Some counties calculated that it would cost them less to keep their players on furlough. By bringing them back, it was actually adding all sorts of overheads to the equation. There were some of the less well-off counties, as you can imagine. So, as usual, 18 first-class counties, all with different business models, all with different financial pressures and different ways of making money. There were disagreements, but I think they finally come round to some kind of consensus. There'll be some red ball cricket and some white ball cricket, and members will get some return for their buck. So I think everyone's happy, and as Stefan says, the ECB have had a very good few weeks.
Well, it's lovely to catch up with you two. Stefan, I've seen a lot of this week anyway, but lovely to see you two again, albeit in this rather strange way. But thanks for joining us. Thanks for taking your time, and good luck in there, Lawrence. We'll look forward to seeing you, even from long range up at Old Trafford. Dean will catch up with you somewhere as well. Thanks, you two. Dean Wilson, Lawrence Booth, and of course Stefan as well. From here, so the players are out in the middle. 165 needed by West Indies, 7 wickets needed by England. And who have we got? Well, no one at the moment. We've got Andy over there polishing his equipment. No one to the left. We've got Simon Mann. This is going to be awkward because I'm going to have to unplug myself for Simon to plug in. So, Andy, sing a song while we do that.
I think that would be an extremely bad idea. Agus, I can update you with the WinViz predictor from CricViz has England at 80%, West Indies 19%, as Wood comes in for the first ball after lunch and bowls it short on Blackwood's hip, and it hits him on the thigh pad and drops down to short leg, and there is no run, and Simon Mann is now primed and ready to go.
Blackwood has scored 4 runs off 7 balls in his career, and that's a career high. No, I'm not very good at your job, Andy.
It's not as easy as I make it look.
No, it's not. No.
Well, we have a little role play there.
Role reversal. Role reversal. I didn't have a good stat up my sleeve though.
No. His career scored 7 runs off 4 balls.
I was just making it up.
Is that what you could come up with?
Yes, Wood bowling to Blackwood. Blackwood drives, thick inside edge, past short leg for a single towards square leg. They jog through. So West Indies under pressure here after lunch. England's attack on top, 200 to win. Not inconceivable, they could still win from here. Someone's got to play pretty well though, or perhaps more than one person's going to play well to get home from here.
Yeah, it's a couple of partnerships, isn't it? Yeah, it's a couple of decent partnerships, and then anything can happen. The field starts spreading, and nerves come into play for the England side. England just want to keep chipping away, homing on those stumps. That's what they've done. So I wouldn't fancy being a stump this game.
No.
A couple have been absolutely removed, haven't they?
Yeah, and it's that sort of pitch as well. Yeah. It's a bowl quite straight pitch, isn't it?
Fifth day.
And also, those ones just outside the off stump, it's a play-on pitch as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 2-paced.
Wood goes in and bowls over the top of off stump. 2-pace. There was the fast pace. It really flew through to Buttler. Seemed to take off, but it was wide enough, just wide enough for Chase to leave, and so he didn't get into a tangle with it. But he's come down the pitch to do some gardening, and it's an involuntary action really to do that. You go down and have a look at the spot. There's nothing much you can do about it.
Just to sort of settle the nerves, isn't it? Let's go and have a little wander about and plot a few little specks of dirt about. Yeah, bit of gardening. No, I think both bowling attacks have done very well actually on this pitch.
Here goes Wood to bowl to Chase. Chase clips that away past short leg, possibly for 2. Anderson is after it from forward square leg, and they come back for that second run.
But as you know, Simon, it doesn't take long, does it? Just if a partnership does develop and a few loose deliveries get punished and put away for 4s, next thing you look up, the partnership is worth 20 or 30, and then 40 or 50, and people just it can change in a very short space of time. But you're right, both sides have realised West Indies' first innings, pitch the ball up, swing it away, get the outside edges, and then when the sun has come out, they've both just decided to go straight, bowls and LBWs.
Wood bowls to Chase, a ballooning bouncer that flies through and worries nobody.
No.
38 for 3 with those 2 to Chase. It's actually Crawley at square leg. He actually runs a bit like Jimmy Anderson, but he's a couple of inches taller and looks completely different. They're about 15 years difference in age, and one's got dark hair and one's got blonde hair. But
now that's the kind of stat I'm after.
Apart from that, it was quite an accurate call. Just on that procedure for John Campbell we were talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah.
The question, you know, can he go away from the ground, have an X-ray and come back? He's actually having his foot was toe iced at the moment. Here's Wood bowling, and Chase has plenty of time to defend that up towards mid-on. Time to get on the back foot and play it. 38 for 3 after 16 overs.
Because he's going to break the bubble, isn't he?
Well, this is it. The procedure, if required, is as follows. Team doctor books the treatment stroke X-ray with a low-risk private hospital that has been agreed for this purpose. So there must be a hospital in the area where they've agreed all this. Team doctor does that. They travel to the private hospital and wait in the car park until they are authorised to go in.
Wow.
The room used will have been deep cleaned and sanitised. After the consultation stroke X-ray, they immediately leave and return to the venue. They will re-enter the biosecure venue through the relevant entry point and will not be quarantined. If required, they can continue to play in the match. So those are the protocols around leaving the ground and coming back again. And it could well happen. I mean, it hasn't necessarily happened with John Campbell. It might not, but it could well happen with a arm, or someone being hit on the head, as we've seen a lot of in Test cricket.
Not a lot you can do with a broken toe, to be fair, though. I've had a couple of busted toes and they just go, it's broken, off you go.
Yeah, and we were told he will bat if required, if necessary. I think it might well be necessary, although his best bowling to Blackwood, and Blackwood plays that into the onside towards mid-wicket and there's no run. I mean, if you had a scenario, say, where West Indies were, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but if they were 50 for 8 or something, whether he would still come out, perhaps, How is Blackwood going to play this here against Dominic Bess? There are 3 men back. Forward he goes. Plays quietly towards mid-wicket and there's no run. There's a long on in, there's a cow corner in, and there's a deep cover in.
I like this field. In outfield, putting the pressure on with the short leg and the slip and then that inner ring, not giving away easy singles, but then if he wants to go for the big shot, there are a couple there in the deep.
Bess bowls to Blackwood. He stretches forward, head right over it, playing defensively towards short leg. And the reason I'm saying that is because Blackwood likes to attack, and we saw him in the first innings play an extravagant shot that led to his downfall, caught by Anderson at mid-off. I see he's loosening up. We might see him fairly soon. Here is Bess into bowl to Blackwood, and Blackwood turns his wrists on that, goes past short leg. Archer comes in from short fine leg to pick up, and there is no run.
Funny how field's changed, isn't it, to spin bowlers? I mean, I would never have dreamt of not having a man on the sweep. That was almost the first.
You mean back on the sweep?
Yeah, just behind square on the sweep,
Bess hasn't got that. He bowls to Blackwood, balloons in the air towards short leg over his head, and he dives and can't get onto it, and it rolls out towards mid-wicket. There was a lot of interest there from the close catchers.
Yeah, spun and bounced. Good delivery just outside the off stump. Bit of flight, and it's... I think it's got a good piece of that. Blackwood inside edge onto the pad, and Ollie Pope just got a finger on it. Very difficult with the visor and helmet on. Good effort.
Bess bowls, tosses that right up. Blackwood drives nicely straight to Crawley. That extra cover, and there is no run. Well, that one did turn from Bess, spun in and hit the pad.
Pretty sure it got an inside edge as well. So there is a bit of spin there when you go wide for the off spinner. You've got to be brave, especially when you haven't got too many runs to play with you. It's just not all about containment. You've got to look to take a wicket for your captain. Bowling nicely. I'll be very impressed with Dom Bess. Bowled nicely in that first innings and did a dual role of getting a couple out and also holding up an end.
He does look to really improved as
his
a
line.
bowler.
It's his line. He's worked on his line, Simon. I was a bit disappointed at Cape Town with him when England. He just bowled straight and just sort of thought, right, I'm just going to not go for any runs. Which is commendable, but you've got to enjoy yourself a bit as well. You've got to go looking for it a little bit, and that's your craft.
Here's Wood bowling to Chase. Chase angles it away. There's no one in the gully region. They can have a man back on the deep backward point boundary. That's Denley. And so a single to Roston Chase. Goes to 15, and it's 39 for 3.
Yeah, I think he's improved, sort of mentally more than anything. He's always a decent bowler, but I think he's sort of thinking for himself now a little bit.
He had that time in India where he was doing a lot of bowling and
with a RAF,
learning about different release points.
That's right. But then also just sort of like, as a spin bowler, and it does take a bit of time. You go, right, no, this is what I'm going to do, Skip. I'm going to look to bowl a little bit wider. And
Wood to Blackwood. Blackwood forces into the offside for runs, and it's another chase round for Denley, this time to his right. They've got two. Denley's onto it now. It's a big boundary out there, but Denley gets in the return to Buttler, and it persuades him not to come back for the third run. 41 for 3. So when were you at your best, your peak as a spin bowler?
Crikey.
So you played from the ages of what to what in first-class cricket? 20 to...
18, 19 to 37.
Right.
So I would say, late 20s, early 30s.
And then you...
Even though I did very well at the start, you know.
Wood bowls to Blackwood. Oh, that seems to go underground, that one.
Yeah, it did.
Just past the off stump. He was quite fortunate there, Blackwood, as he leaned forward and missed it, but not easy on this pitch.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of your career, you get good delivery, just a bit of seam movement as well. At the start of your career, I was still probably bowling sort of the same, but then, as you say, mentally you'd matured and you'd sort of like understood a bit more about your game and field placings and when to go after situations and when to just to hold back a little bit. So, you know, it's experience, isn't it? Simple as that. The longer you play, the more experience you get, and that does count for a lot with a spinner.
Wood goes in, bowls to Blackwood. He gets a straight ball, which he turns into the leg side for another single. So these two doing it nicely since lunch, knocking it around.
That's why I didn't particularly understand nets, you know, because, you know, I can get it down the end pretty well, you know. I got it down on a good length.
So you mean you didn't really want to bowl in the nets?
Well, yeah, so what am I practicing for a little bit? You know, because you know what you're doing anyway. You know, I suppose you're just continually just getting that feel, and you know. But sometimes you just think, you know, it's not like I was working on a leg spinner or anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or had some cunning plan up my sleeve. You know, it was just more of the same, really. But I suppose then it's a groove, isn't it? And you get into that rhythm.
Here's Wood outside the off stump, big drive from Chase, and he misses it past the outside edge. He was looking for the extra cover boundary. An extravagant shot, nothing on it, and through to Buttler. 42 for 3. Chase 15. West Indies need 200 to win.
Yeah, it'll be the old countdown, won't it? Let's was it 158. If they can just get another 58 without losing a wicket, all of a sudden everyone's ears prick up a little bit. Oh, it's only double figures, blocks of 10. So England will be desperate to get at least another couple of wickets before that happens.
Chase waits, bat raised, Wood goes into Bolton, wide of off stump. Chase ignores that one. So it looked quite tempting, that one, to really slap it away on the offside, but after the previous delivery where he played and missed, perhaps he decided discretion best option.
It is quite an interesting position though, especially to Mark Wood with that trajectory he sort of bowls, that sort of flattish, skiddy trajectory. The fine leg, the third man is sort of almost a little bit squarer for that kind of slice drive which can go aerial.
Yeah, so if he'd gone after it, and he hit it well, it still might have been a troublesome shot for him, because he might have found the man.
Yeah, it's not a genuine third man. It's more sort of on the cut boundary.
So you said you were at your peak in your late 20s and early 30s. Did you then notice a decline?
No.
So you stayed on that. You got to your peak and kept going till you'd had enough.
Well, yeah.
I mean, the body didn't start aching every day. I know you were.
Well,
here's Bess bowling. Blackwood playing into the onside. Picked up at straight mid wicket by Burns away to his left.
It's got a bit soul destroying. You know, Australia keep in 650 for 4. You know.
Yeah.
But you get to that peak very early. You know, I mean, Dom's Bess. You'll watch Dom Bess bowl.
As we are now, bowling to Blackwood, and Blackwood is stuck on the pad, leaning forward. It goes to Stokes at slip. He dives forward to try to take the catch, just in case there was an inside edge there. Again, there's some turn for Bess, something to work with on this final day.
Yeah, he'll be. If you come and watch him in another 10 years' time bowl, he'll be bowling. He wouldn't have changed, you know what I mean? He wouldn't necessarily got better. He might have got a little bit more consistent and you know, and what have you. But it's the mental attitude that then you progress in, I suppose. And that took a piece out.
It did. Bess bowls to Blackwood, tossed up. Blackwood drives, goes to Crawley, extra cover, and there's no run. That was the flighted one, the tempter.
I like that. He does get good drop. He gets good drop, Dom Bess. When he's got a good body action. He's got a lot of energy in that delivery and gets that sort of right shoulder right through there.
Bess bowls to Blackwood, Blackwood back, quicker, turning it towards mid wicket, but it's intercepted by Pope at short leg under the helmet, and there's no run. when you talk about drop, you mean get up and down.
That's right.
Until the batsman thinks it's coming to them nicely, and then it drops before them.
Correct. Yeah. Garlic, we used to call it.
Here's Bess bowling. Forward goes Blackwood, plays it back up the offside of the pitch. Bess picks up and there's no run. Garlic.
Dip.
Garlic, oh right, okay. What, nice bit of garlic, nice bit of garlic, that was it? In the dressing room or on the field? People, batsmen looking around, what the hell are they talking about?
Exactly.
Best ball, that's a bad ball. Oh, nearly a catch. It's a strange one. Best bowled a short ball outside the off stump. Blackwood went for the cut shot and he edged it, and Stokes, I think, was anticipating running after it and suddenly found the ball coming towards him and he tipped it over the bar and had to run down to the fine third man boundary.
Yeah, that, and you're talking about release points, Simon. That was the lower release points, which is a bit more skiddy and hits the batsman a little bit quicker, rushes the batsman, got him on the back foot, and then all of a sudden the delivery was there. And as you say, got an outside edge. Ben Stokes would be a good goalkeeper because he sent him the wrong way and then just stuck out a hand. Oh, if that would have been the catch of the season.
Yeah, he was going to his right, wasn't he, to try to anticipate it, and then it went to his left.
Yeah.
Stokes has put down a difficult catch. It was a strange incident because it looked like a very tempting ball for a cut shot, and it nearly produced a wicket.
But that's that low delivery point you were talking about. As you say, when it's up and over, it then sort of like bounces off the pitch. When it's a lower delivery point, it just sort of skids through the pitch.
You think of Ben Stokes as being a brilliant catcher, and we've seen him take some brilliant catches.
Cool, have we?
But he's dropped more catches in Test cricket than any other fielder since the start of 2019.
I was going to say, I thought you were going to say forever.
Here's Wood bowling, and that's in the air, but short of mid-wicket from Blackwood.
And that's what happens. You see, there's a little bit of a partnership growing there. Before lunch, we would have had a short leg in there, but then as the partnership develops and the runs tick away, you have to then make a few sacrifices to your wicket-taking fieldsman. Has he?
Yeah, he's dropped 11 catches in that time.
He's always mainly because he's always going for them, isn't he,
And England's played more matches than other countries. I can see if I can find out the percentages.
This is Wood bowling to Blackwood. Blackwood plays defensively into the offside and there's no run. But whoever...
Is that...
It was a stat I saw.
Are you classing that as a chance?
Well...
Simon?
OK, here we go. Of those 11 chances, of the 10 he dropped before that, only 3 of them were evaluated as a hard chance. So if you want to put that down as a hard chance, that's 11 now, and so 3 of 11.
Who's doing the evaluating?
Well, that's it, I suppose, isn't it?
I know what you mean. Yeah, if that's 1 in 100 to take.
Wood goes wide of the crease, bowls that slingy action, full delivery, and Blackwood digs it out, goes scuttling back up the pitch, and it's picked up by Anderson coming round from mid-on. And there's no run.
If Stokes catches that as a bowler, you're buying him a pint afterwards. I mean, that would have been sensational.
I mean, the one, we talked about this earlier in the game, the one you remember, the one I really remember, is the one he dropped off Watling in Mount Maunganui, which was a slip catches go, straightforward catch, a slip.
Off who, sorry?
That was off the spinner, wasn't it? It was off, I think it was off Root, it was.
Oh.
Here goes Wood bowling. That's driven beautifully by Blackwood for 4. Wide of mid-off, no chance for Archer. Lovely stroke. And it hits the boundary now. And Archer's about 40 metres behind it. 49 for 3 West Indies.
Did you say Watling?
Yeah, BJ Watling. When he had 30.
Oh, sorry, yes.
BJ Watling had 31 at the time and he made 200.
Yes, that's right.
So, yeah.
So the spinner would have been...
Root.
Oh, Root, yeah.
Root was bowling.
Just sliding on with the... it was straight in, I remember. Oh, yeah, but I mean, he's pulled off some absolute corkers, hasn't he? They say when he's broken his finger helps because it's like a little claw. You can't straighten. It's like a wicket-keeper sort of webbing that index finger, so it just sort of can't bend back.
Yeah.
Quite a good stopper, as well as like almost forms a cup.
Yeah.
Naturally.
Wood bowls to Blackwood. Blackwood hits one on the hip there. He tries to flick it away, strikes him on the body, goes down fine, and they're through for a leg by. And West Indies 50 is up. They are a quarter of the way there.
It's getting tense. Actually, I can always feel it now as well.
They're a quarter of the way there. England are nearly a third of the way there.
Right, and Andy's going to come in with some percentages.
just telling you the partnership now 23 in 8.1 overs.
There you go. If you're doing a bit of homeschooling, tune in. Do a bit of maths with TMS.
Yeah. England are 3/10 of the way there. Here's Wood, who bowls himself off his feet again.
How many times does he do that?
It's outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Chase. It's through to the wicketkeeper Buttler, and at the end of Wood's over, that was 90.3 miles an hour from Mark Wood. It's 50 for 3, so 150 more for West Indies. 7 wickets for England. Both sides have 3 reviews left. John Campbell has retired hurt.
I know where I'd be bowling when John Campbell comes back. Got to hurt. I got one of them off of Wakar Eunice at the Oval. Oh, wow!
Right on the end of the toe.
Oh, and I limped for about next week and a half, and I had to bowl second innings.
Is it broken or just bruised?
Oh, it's just. Oh, it didn't matter. It was just an awful mess. Yeah. Nails off and purple and green up. It was almost up the ankle. So it's sort of gone from my toe all up my calf. Don't know for her.
It's going to be Bess to bowl to Blackwood.
I don't know why you don't bat. I don't know why you don't bat in steel toe caps.
Yeah. Why don't you?
Yeah, why don't you? It's a good idea, isn't it?
You have pads on and helmets, don't you? Bess tosses it up. Blackwood drives straight to Crawley at extra cover, and there's no run.
I like that. Nicely flighted outside the off stump.
It might mitigate against fancy footwork a bit if your boots are a bit heavy.
Well, I'm not paying to send a pair of divers boots. I'm sure that but was it Kevlar or something, or was it?
Yeah.
Carbon fibre.
Bess to Blackwood, who back cuts that, or back dabs, and they
push
go
for 2.
1. They're going to look for 2 towards deep backward point. They're going to get it as well. England have that man back, and Blackwood gets 2 more.
Everything just seems to be a little bit easier now for the West Indies, doesn't it? So that initial spell before lunch, wickets and stumps flying out the ground, and everyone would have been in that dressing room going, "Oh no!" But it just seems to have settled down a bit now for the West Indies.
52 for 3. Bess to Blackwood. Blackwood drives, gets it to the left of Crawley in the covers, and that sweeper comes in again to field on the deep cover boundary. Who is number 19? Is that a sub-fielder? I think that's Chris Wokes out there, isn't it?
Someone's off. Who's off?
Yeah, it's Wokes.
Yeah. Chris Wokes is on the field.
Yeah.
Welcome action for him, actually. It might be a bit boring being in the bubble and not playing.
3.5 weeks the boys have been here. I was talking.
Yeah, and the West Indies even longer. It's hard, isn't it?
For one game. Yeah. Very hard.
Bess pushes that one through, and Chase picks him off comfortably there into the offside, and Wokes is in action again from deep cover, and Chase walks to the non-striker's end.
Looks like Chris Wokes has forgotten his razor as well, because he's sporting a very, very sort of bushy beard.
Yeah, he started growing it in New Zealand.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's developed. Old fisherman.
West Indies ticking along nicely here. Bess bowls, turned away by Blackwood on the ground to short leg, or it's stopped by Pope. He's using his wrist to stun any spin, or playing with the spin.
Yeah, England just need to. They've just leaked a few easy singles, haven't they? Rotated the strike.
Bess to Blackwood, tossed up, almost a full toss. But he did dip on him actually, hit the toe of his bat on the drive, and it goes out to Crawley, who's fielding at extra cover. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 54 for 3. Chase 16, Blackwood 15. West Indies were 7 for 2. And they looked in all sorts of trouble then, because Campbell had gone off injured as well.
Wicket was doing a bit, wasn't it? Just seems to have settled down a little bit.
Is there a temptation? Will there be a temptation soon to bring back Archer?
Without doubt. And don't forget Ben Stokes, 4 for in the first innings. Kinds of gets forgotten about sometimes because he's the captain and bats and everything. Ben Stokes is a great partnership breaker. Has been always bowling line. What number would you have on your back, Simon? If you were out there, what would your squad number be? What would you choose?
I don't know. I think I might go for 13 actually. Why'd you laugh?
Well, I don't know.
Is that being perverse? Is
Well,
it?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
The Shamarh Brooks number, because I just don't believe in luck.
So you'd actually then sort of rub luck in the face with you.
Sort of. Yeah. I used to wear 13 playing rugby. Didn't used to bother me.
No.
Even though I was inside centre rather than an outside centre, I always used to wear the 13 rather than the 12.
Strange boy. Here comes that man, strange boy.
Well, people have said worse things about me than that over the years.
You'll be all right then.
The Shamarh Brooks is number 13.
Yeah, I know. Well, I've had a lot of good things happen to me on the 13th. Honestly.
On Friday the 13th.
Well, not I say Friday. Well, we had a couple.
There's a new over from Anderson, who is into the attack now, replacing Wood. Change of ends for him. Bowled at the hotel end to start with, and bowled a very tidy spell as well, challenging the off stump. Now he's gone to the far end,
Just
pavilion end.
Fancy a bit of Archer. Fancy a bit of Archer soon. Just seemed right, didn't it, on this pitch? He was really sort of like coming from tall, and that wristy snap of the arm which could scuttle low or the odd one bounce. Don't want to overbowl him perhaps yet.
Anderson moves in and bowls outside the off stump. Nothing from Roston Chase. Allowing to go through to Buttler. Well, we could be in for a fantastic afternoon.
It's going to be tight.
Slow burner. It's been a slow burning game. It's building up. And the fear for the West Indies is, suddenly, we mentioned this earlier in the game, suddenly wickets can go in clusters, can't they? You have a partnership, and it happened yesterday. We had 5 for 30.
Yep. Difficult to get. You've never felt in on this pitch, and also difficult to start on this pitch. Once as Crawley showed, once you get yourself in, you can knock it about.
Anderson to Chase. Chase angles it away. There's no one in the gully, so an easy single down towards third man.
Yeah,
Denley's there. One more.
They all build up, don't they, these easy singles? And the next thing you know, you think you're doing well, you think you're 1 or 2 wickets away, and you look up, well, hold on a minute, they only need another 120. How have they got those runs? Yeah, you've got to try and dry the singles up and make them go for the big shot, make them feel under pressure that they're going nowhere. They did that beautifully before lunch. As I say, the West Indies just felt that they weren't scoring a run. Now they're just ticking it over. Buildy.
55 for 3. Blackwood on strike on 15. Anderson bowls to him, and Blackwood gets one that bounces. He rides it quite well and knocks it into the offside and gets a single. Crawley comes in, so another run. Blackwood so far has played well within himself. We haven't seen any extravagance at all. He's played carefully.
I've been talking to some of the West Indies fillers during the game, and they said he is a talent, and he's trying to make himself play a longer innings. But he's got a real talent to take a game away from you. So he's going about his business nicely here. 16, Chase 17.
Anderson, sun's disappeared behind clouds for a moment. He goes in now and bowls to Chase on the pads of Chase, and he's a single there of Anderson, frustrated with himself.
Yeah.
Nudged away by Chase down towards fine leg. Wokes picks up. So one more. So who is Wokes on the field for? We worked that out?
No.
Is it one of the bowlers? I see Stokes loosening up in the full slip region. Archer's on the field. Anderson's obviously on the field. There's Wood.
Might have gone
Wood gone off?
Might have done, yeah. He did do his usual throw himself off his feet the over before.
Wonder if we're going to see Stokes at this hotel end.
I think
take
so.
Bess off.
I think so.
Could be. Anderson with a slip and a gully in, bowls to Blackwood, and it's full Yorker length. Blackwood turns it into onside, sets off for a single. It's not there. He's sent back by Chase in plenty of time as Pope gets round and picks up. And there's no run. End of Anderson's over. Anderson's bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 14.
Just bowled both sides of the wicket a touch, haven't they, after lunch? So good before lunch, just right in that channel, top of off stump, didn't leave there. Just after lunch, the odd one's been hit both sides.
So on Ben Stokes' fielding since the start of 2019, he has dropped 10, which is the most drops by anyone. He's also caught 23, played in 14 matches, which is more than pretty much anyone else in World Cricket. England have played more tests than anyone else. Joe Root, by comparison, 29 catches, 5 drops. So Stokes has the second most catches by a non-wicket keeper in that time, but has dropped 30% of the chances he's had.
So caught a lot but dropped a lot, Archer's gone off the field.
1 in 3 doesn't sound very good, that, does it?
Some of them have been quite straightforward by his standards.
Yeah, but he's been right up.
Here's Bess bowling, Chase driving to mid-on, there's no run.
I mean, sometimes what I can remember in that Cape Town game when it wasn't carrying, I mean, it was fielded second slip, it was virtually 3 yards away.
Yeah, so helmet territory.
It was, yeah. So he's putting himself in the firing line to drop a few, which you don't mind.
Bess bowls, and Chase guides that away. I thought he got through there for a moment, and so did Bess and Stokes, but he managed to get the bat down on it and he played with a really open face there. And they played it skillfully, and it's picked up on the deep backward point boundary by Wokes, and at 2 more runs, 59 for 3.
Got to say strong here to his line, Don Bess, because he is just getting picked off. See, I'd be tempted to have that man up on the 1, but they don't like it nowadays, But he is just getting milked a little bit on the offside, but I don't mind that, because 1 might turn.
Bess bowls, and he goes over the top.
Shot.
Roston Chase, he's hit that for 4. 1, 2 bounces, 3 into the rope. That long on.
Here we go. Bit of a counter punch here by West Indies.
Chase to 24, and West Indies to 63 for 3. Now the man up, and he took it on. Did you see any of that from Chase in the first innings?
Got to stay strong, Don Bess. Keep believing in your plans, and just believe one's going to turn, one's going to do something. A misjudgment or a mistimed shot from one of the batsmen.
So long on, not quite long on, halfway between mid-on and long on is in now Sibley. Bess bowls, forward goes Chase, flicking, trying to hit Sibley in that position, take a single, but Bess is across and stops it. And there's no run. He was nearly through just before lunch when he had that LBW shout against Roston Chase. It was umpire's call for height on middle stump. 63 for 3. 200 to win. Bess bowls to Chase, push through, Chase goes back, brushes it into the leg side, they're off a quick single to mid-wicket. Burns sends in the return, but the England 27 can't beat West Indies 27. Blackwood making his ground at the far end, and West Indies
chipping away.
Yep, they are, they're doing this well. They were 27 for 3, they're now 64 for 3, building the partnership, and they were desperate for. Bess bowls to Blackwood, who's standing up in defence there, dropping it to a short leg, and there's no run. This is the end of the over, so that's a good half an hour for West Indies after lunch. They have come through unscathed, not quite putting the pressure totally back on England, but the game's moving back towards a balance. Jonathan Agnew's coming in.
Yeah, they were reeling before lunch, but they've come out. I think England haven't been quite on the money, especially the seamers. They've just been knocked away both sides of the pitch. Don Bess has just, I want him to bowl that outside off stump line. But are you ready, John?
Yeah.
Well done.
That was a lightning change. Well, just as the Grand Prix is about to start, that was the quickest pitch change we've had.
It was excellent.
Yeah, I'm happy with that one.
Yeah.
All fitted.
Silky.
Yeah, all slotted in. Spared Andy Zoltzman.
Just looking at Roston Chase's 4th innings statistics, he has 2 of his 5 test centuries in the 4th innings.
Well, that's a good period of play for the West Indies, and Anderson continues from the far end. Chase mistimes that forcing stroke. He's on 25 not out.
One of those was in a game West Indies lost convincingly, the 3rd test, the sort of dead rubber match against England early last year, but he made a fine 101 not out against Pakistan that almost secured a draw for West Indies in Rosso in May 2017 before Shannon Gabriel had his "why did he do that" moment, and the game was lost with
one
an
of the
over
classics, isn't it? It was one of the great moments. Incredible.
Chasing that innings, 101 not outs in 6 hours, 239 balls. Almost got West Indies to a draw.
64 for 3, and England's still got some work to do here because Campbell is expected to bat again. Chase on the strike. Anderson moves in, bowls to get his covers up and plays from the crease right over that. Runs away into the leg side. Losing a bit of touch with who's been going on and off, but we've got Chris Wokes, the bearded Wokes, down here at fine leg. And somewhere I saw Sam Curran was on. He's at mid-off, I think.
Jofra Archer is definitely gone.
He's gone, and Wood is gone. Yeah.
Talked about a quick change for you and Simon. Me and Tuff has just had about 3 minutes trying to get
tangled up.
Sorted out. Very slow pit stop.
Anderson again bowls, chase forward and finds a gap there. The ball runs to third man. It's interesting, you don't often see a third man, but actually they've been setting it quite regularly in this innings. 65 for 3, and Anderson operating from the end that is tended to do a bit more. That's where Gabriel and Holder had their success from up there. Side screen behind him. A few of the West Indian camp are sitting out. The England area is pretty deserted at the moment, at least outside anyway, with Anderson. In the sunshine again, bowls short, cut hard and very well fielded there in the gully. That was firmly struck, but Stokes able to field that. He'll have a few things going through his mind, I would imagine. Interesting if they do have a bit of a go at Bess now. Again, to score some runs at Beta. Stop him simply holding one end, which he did really well in the Cape Town Test match. He does. He's actually pretty economical. Anderson bowls, a little bit of movement away. There's a stuttery run, but they're going to get there. Throw coming in from Crawley. Doesn't hit the stumps. But, he was safely in his ground anyway, Blackwood. 66 for 3. The target's 200.
It's a couple too many easy singles for my liking. It's a good ball. It's a James Anderson right on the money, full stump, and Blackwood, who's played very sensibly indeed. We've kind of been waiting for something rash to happen. But that was just a drop in the offside, and with the field they got with that point slightly deeper.
Anderson bowls, and Chase allows that to go by the off stump, not too far away, but a well-judged leave to end that over. 66 for 3.
With that, they had the gully, they had that kind of extra cover quite tight, and then probably a guy 10 yards in front of square on the offside, and the kind of very wide third man. Anything there, he just drops the bat on it, and England can't stop the single. And I know boundaries are costly, but looks defending both. Jason Gillespie once said, when I was talking, he said, I don't like men protecting both sides of the men out on both sides, because what are you trying to do? Are you trying to bowl in the channel? If you bowl in the channel, that tight off stump line, you don't need the deep point out, because it's only going to be a bad ball. But if you want to bowl outside the off stump, you don't need then deep square leg out, because so it just feels like if James Anderson bowls straight, he gets the inside edge, it's an easy single. If he bowls a really good ball, it's an easy single on the offside at the moment with this field. So I would like one of them to come up.
Well, Bess has been taken off, so Stokes sort of nipping in the bud any thought of them having a go at the spinner, and he's coming on himself. So they've been swapping caps around. In fact, Bess is now wearing Stokes is on top of his own at mid-on. So the captain feels it's time to come on and have a go himself. There's a slip in a gully, and a man on the drive of short cover, and is bowling to Blackwood, who likes to play his shots, but he's reined in so far and is defending this first ball from Stokes, which is a hit off the back foot out to short cover. And presumably Stokes' footwear is now okay, because a real problem with the boots he was wearing in the first innings. Hair swept back, walking in a business-like way back to his mark. It was my body language this morning, don't we? Stokes looks like he means business. He sort of marches back.
Very thick hair.
Yes.
A bit thicker than I remember it anyway.
Right. In goes Stokes over the wicket, bowls short, and Blackwood almost gives his wicket away there. It did climb a bit, but as a real get-out shot, really. It'll flick outside the off-stump.
He makes stuff happen, doesn't he, Ben Stokes?
Yes.
Every single time he's in the game, something is happening.
It did climb, this one. So it wasn't a great shot from Blackwood, who's trying to rein in his natural attacking instinct. 17 from 38 balls. Waiting now for Stokes again, kicking up his heels. He's there and he bowls. Blackwood's on the back foot. A bit of a push. Stokes able to field. Now the man's going back very obviously to deep square leg. The message to the batsman that he might get a short pitch delivery or two now. And another one's coming across into the leg side. So also that square third man. His field is set really for the short ball. Let's see if it's a bluff or not. In goes Stokes and he bowls. It was a bluff. It was full and turned away down to Archer, who's back on the field, running around the boundary at long leg. And 2 runs they take, 67 for 3.
Been really controlled partnership between these two.
Yeah,
they've been really good batting. And at lunch, 35 for 3. You're thinking that not England have won the game, but they've taken a big stride towards it. But these two have really fought back. Actually, the wickets looked very placid at the moment. We know how quickly it has changed out of nowhere this week.
Stokes bowls a bouncer. Blackwood's underneath it. He's not a tall man, so he just bobs his head there. 132 needed by West Indies.
You still have England as favourites, wouldn't you? Sorry, Andy.
I was going to talk about Roston Chase's the difference in the way he's played Dom Bess in the second innings. In the first innings, we said earlier, 8 from 46 balls, 5 singles and a 3. In this innings, 12 from 18, had a 4 and 3 twos. So he's been much more proactive and successful so far.
Stokes over the wicket, bowls, and Blackwood forward. So he's comfortably back to the bowler to end Stokes' first over of this innings from this end. Yes, I would, to answer your question, I would, but once it starts to get down below 100, you start to, and then perhaps there's a bad over or something, or...
Still a lot of runs, 132.
Rowan Hunter emails, as a very active social member of my local cricket club, I was obviously very excited about the return of recreational cricket yesterday. Unfortunately, I rather massively overdid it. How do you rather massively do something? But anyway, you rather massively overdid it. I'm now listening to TMS in bed with the curtains drawn, such as the strength of today's hangover. Dear me. The good news for England fans is that the last 2 times I found myself in this state was the World Cup final and the last day of Headingley last year. Anderson on his way, bowls outside the off stump, one that keeps rather low. So he might be on for an exciting finish. Well, take care of yourself, Rowan. I suspect there are a few who have overdone it yesterday.
I haven't really heard many injuries, have we? Of pulled hamstrings? Any examples of it or not?
It was nice to know if there are any new members of the primary club after yesterday. If anyone was out first ball, let us know. And the details you'll find online for the primary club. It's all friendly wave from Jack Leach down there. Isn't that nice?
And Dan Lawrence.
Dan Lawrence. Look at that.
It's his birthday.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow. In comes Anderson. And that's mistimed by Chase as he tries to force that back up the pitch.
I think I should check. Is he 22? 22 today, Dan Lawrence?
I think he is. I've got my notes are closed. I think he is, yeah.
23 today.
23 today.
And a young man with good prospects.
Yes, he's a very, very good player. Could have easily played in this game, couldn't it? They decided to bat him at 6 and say Ollie Pope at 4, but obviously went for Crawley and did well with 76.
Slip in a gully, crouching there. Anderson again runs in, looking for this wicket. There's some bounce. It was very well played by Chase. He took his bottom hand off the handle. Your old coach will call that the lawnmower shot, wouldn't he? Jerking that bottom hand off the handle like someone rip-starting the lawnmower.
How many times have we seen Nasser Hussain bat like that? That's what I was reminded him of. Actually played it well. Played it far better than Nasser would have done.
Yeah, he played it very well. But just evidence again of that occasional ball that does something. Keeps the batsmen on their toes. 68 for 3. Target 200. Anderson cruises in and bowls. Oh, almost gave a catch there to Gully. Whether he was just hanging back a bit because of the previous ball, that his weight wasn't going forward to a fuller ball, and that was not far away at all from Stokes, lurking there in the gully. They pick up one down to third man. It's interesting they've got third man at both ends, isn't it? I mean, you see it so rarely.
And it's not, you wouldn't say it's a one-day third man, it's very wide, isn't it? It's probably 20, 30 yards squarer than a traditional third man. They've obviously spoken at lunch about, even if they're not getting we're not getting any wickets. We don't want to concede boundaries. I want to make West Indies bat as many balls as they can to get these 200 runs. Something will happen at some stage. At some stage this afternoon, there will be a cluster of wickets. Well, that's what's happened all game, isn't it? So, England just trying to hang in there, be very patient.
Deep square leg now. Anderson bowls. Blackwood plays looking for a single there, but Anderson denies him as he pushes into the leg side. 69 for 3. So 131 more for the West Indies to win. So we're expecting Campbell to be able to bat. He got one right on the top of the toe. It was Archer's first ball, actually. There was nothing loosening about it. Apparently there was a birthday cake at reception earlier with a note for Dan Lawrence, and we've been told we can't have cakes, which is very much part of what we do, of course. But anyway, got your curries in. Anderson bowls, turned away to the leg side, going for a quick single. Chasers slow setting off. The throw's hurled up at the stumps at the far end by Bess, but not accurate enough. And that's good running.
He's very quick, isn't he? Very quick.
70 for 3. And the target 200. Pavendeep sends us an email. But feel free to let us know how you're getting on. I would love to hear about anyone who got a first ball yesterday, because I'm signing you up for the primary club. Pavendeep says, can you mention my best mate Jacob? He's making his first appearance for a club cricket side in 7 years this afternoon as he turns out for his local team in North London. I told him I expect to hear that he's scored a century and taken a fifer when he messages me after the game. He replied with more like a duck and 5 wides. Well, 7 years is quite a long absence, isn't it?
It is. It is a long absence.
It's a bit stiff. Now, what's happened there? Chase, I think, has had a drink or has been towelled or something. Walking slowly back to his position. Lots and lots of cricket left. There's 62 overs to go today. And Stokes kicks up his heels, bowls to Blackwood. On the back foot he goes. He plays that firmly into the offside. The usual sight there, Jofra Archer was loosening up one of those big, well, they look like medicine balls, but down there at fine leg, big green one. So he's just feeling a bit stiff and stretching himself and getting ready to bowl perhaps from that end after Anderson.
I think he's coming on now, I reckon.
70 for 3. And goes Stokes. Bowls down the leg side. Oh no, I heard a noise there, and the ball bounced out of Buttler's glove. A, did he hit it, and B, did it? No, it's a leg bye being given, but there's definitely a noise, and Stokes' hands were raised.
We all got quite excited there, didn't we?
Oh, we did, and look at Butler's body language.
I didn't think it carried. He kind of... Blackwood went to go and pull it. Oh no, it might. Did it? Just definitely clipped his thigh pad.
I'd like to see another angle of that, because Buttler and Stokes both thought that...
Clipped his gloves on the way through.
Yeah. Another replay.
Oh.
Not sure. To get
definitely carried. Actually, I didn't think it carried at all. But there's loads of Jos Buttler's left. He's still hanging his head.
He is.
But I don't think he's seen the leg bye given by umpire Kettleborough this end, isn't it?
Well, yeah, we need to have a look at the snicko on that. 71 for 3. Looking for Mark Wood too. Is he back on the field yet? He's been off for quite a long time now. There's a short one from Stokes. Played away through gully. No, because Wokes is still here. One more down to that third man. It's funny when you have a third man and suddenly all these runs are being saved.
You like a third man, don't you?
Well, you get a lot of runs down there, don't we? Just looking at this Stokes replay now.
I can't tell from that.
No, I don't think he did glove it. I think it's just only come off. Look at the ultra.
Oh, he did.
Oh, he did glove it. Yes, he did. He did glove it. So that is a chance. And Buttler knew it. It's funny the umpire didn't see it. But
now we've got Jermaine. Blackwood's gone.
What's happened to him now? He's on his knees and looks to be in real trouble. He's got some cramp. No, there's something in his eye.
He's lying on the ground.
Yeah, there's something in his eye. The physio suddenly appeared, And there's some anxious people examining him there, but no, Buttler knew, and he's shaking his head. Mark Drinkle, my club, Torres Home in North Lancashire, organised an intra-club game at short notice yesterday, with another delay for younger players on a decent but far from glorious day. Around 100 turned up to watch throughout the day, finding space around the ground to maintain social distancing. It was a marvellous day, illustrating this massive appetite for the game on both playing and on social levels. Great credit to all the grounds and volunteers, administrators, coaches and players who've kept things going through lockdown and got stuck in last week to make things happen at all the local clubs, and here to that. It was a great day yesterday, and those who are playing today, they've got the weather for it. But
did your club play?
I haven't found out, actually. I must find out, but it certainly looked very good nick when I drove past it the other day. Oh, Stokes definitely knew he gloved that. Again, holding his head in his hands. So that was Chase on 27, was it, Andy?
Oh, Blackwood, I thought, wasn't it? Blackwood.
Blackwood on 20.
Let's make a note.
Well, subject of gaps between cricket, the gap between the last international match between Australia and New Zealand in March of this year to this match, 117 days, is the longest gap between men's international cricket matches since 1971 to 72, so including all formats. That's basically the longest gap since one-day international cricket became widely played. The longest ever gap between an individual's test appearances was John Tracos, who played for South Africa in 1970, and then Zimbabwe when they became a test team in 1992. He had a gap of exactly 22 years, 222 days, much to the delight of all Richie Benno fans.
Yeah. Good off-spinner, John Tricos. Remember playing against him in Zimbabwe. Mark Wood's back on. So, and Blackwood's been attended to, so he's restored. And Stokes can continue this over. In he goes and bowls to Blackwood. Down the leg side again, Buttler gathers that one cleanly. But no bat or glove involved. That chance is gone.
You didn't need to be told, did you, that Mark Wood's on the field, on the stump mics in our ears? You can just hear him chirping away. There he is.
He is. Mid-on. He's got his sunglasses on. Yes, he is. He's quite loud, isn't he? That's typical, isn't it?
Yeah, you can hear his accent as well, can't you?
72 for 3. Stokes bowls, and that's Blackwood taking that bottom hand off the bat handle and sending the ball down to Archer, coming in off the boundary at long leg. So one more to West Indies. They need 127 more. England need these 7 wickets. A useful partnership developing here between these two. They came together at 27 for 3. Chase checks his guard. Just one slip and the gully. Still that fairly square third man out on the offside boundary. 2 on the leg side boundary. Long leg and deep square leg. In goes Stokes. Bowls to Chase, who lets that go outside the off stump. And it's collected by Buttler, but there was a chance in that over. It went down. So it was down the leg side. Never straightforward to take, but a chance it was. 73 for 3. Targets 200. More from Sir Alistair Cook, and then Alison Mitchell's coming in here.
Yeah, it's been quite a quiet passage of play since lunch, actually. West Indies on minding it at all. I just feel as if it's building towards the climax of this game. Something is going to happen. Something's going to give. England are hoping it's going to be West Indies, but it has been very quiet. Just a few singles. Jermaine Blackwood's played. Was responsible. I can remember him playing since I saw him coming on the scene in 2015. Something is going to give in the next half an hour or so, I feel.
Hi, Alistair.
Hi. I think I've been on air a couple of times then. No wickets, no nothing.
Letting the sides out.
Well, it's been quite quiet. I went off air and then England got those 3 wickets quickly. Come on air, just milking singles. The TV highlights, nothing happened, and then
and you're back here.
Back here.
Look, it's a good partnership, isn't it? I mean, at some stage, England will start to get a little bit twitchy again. But I think at the moment they still know that 1 wicket could become 2, and it will change again very quickly. That's the beauty of it, isn't it? It's the tension throughout the day. Archer is back with the pavilion behind him, running in now, full, clipped away behind square. This should be 4. Yes, it will be 4. More valuable runs coming off the bat of Blackwood. He moves on to 25, 77 for 3, and a 50-run partnership between these two now. Well established.
really nice shot from Blackwood. Archer's first ball on the leg stump. He just clipped it behind square. His outfield's quick. It's a big ground. It's a very quick outfield. He's just lovely timing. Just rolled his wrists over it. Didn't try and hit it too hard.
The 50 partnership in 15.3 overs. That was just the third boundary in it.
And lots of ones and twos, isn't there? Slip and a gap to Gully as Archer's in. He's up on his toes this time. It's defended into mid-wicket, and there's no run. Sunshine over the Aegeus Bowl for this tantalising 5th day. So there's a cracker of a TV programme on this evening, after the TV highlights, which also will be a cracker. But immediately following on BBC Two, there's a programme celebrating what was happening exactly a year ago today, which was, of course, the World Cup final. As Archer is in now. Again, his toes turning it around the corner. A footnote after the credits have rolled. Archer in now, chase on 28, struck on the body. He can defend it into the onside. The ball drops behind square and Buttler comes forward to pick up. So it's on at 8:30. It's immediately on after the TV highlights, which are on at 7:30 to 8:30 tonight. So it's called Sports Super Sunday. It was a Super Sunday, isn't it? One day, Sports Super Sunday is the programme's title. And then on Tuesday, 5 Live Sports Extra on the actual anniversary day of the World Cup final. We're replaying the final in full. As I said, it was the anniversary. So 1 year anniversary, sort of roundabout now. As Archer is in outside the off stump, a drive, punching into the ground, and then fielded in the covers. And there's no run by Zach Crawley, who's there.
Yeah, you can remember where you were, weren't you, that day? And so Essex were playing Warwickshire. I think it was day 2, it might have been day 3. And yeah, we were batting, and as soon as we finished, obviously straight onto the TV. You could kind of, I was batting at the time, you can kind of see the TVs of in the pavilion, what's going on at Chelmsford. Yeah. You can hear the oohs and ahs, and this Stokes and Buttler were building that partnership.
Archer over the wicket, and it's fended away awkwardly, looking to play to the leg side. There's a leading edge, drops into the ground though, and Stokes fields moving to his right at Gully, but an awkward height. Blackwood did manage to keep it down. 78 for 3 at the end of the over, chasing 200 to win on this final day.
Yeah, so we walked off at 6:30, and we were still, all of us were in there. I didn't take my pads off until the end of the Super over.
Sweaty.
Just sat there watching, and we had the tennis on, which is obviously it's a Federer-Djokovic final. So that was on the iPad. You had the cricket on there, and and Warwickshire didn't leave either. They were in their change room. No one left that change room until, what would that have been, 8:30, 9:15, I reckon.
Yeah, it was late, wasn't
Amazing.
it? So I think the tennis finished just as the main match finished, just before the Super Over started. So there was a sense then of all attention shifting, because at that moment it was a lot of split screens going on at people's houses.
Federer was serving 40-15, 2 match points. Yeah. Amazing Djokovic comeback from there.
Stokes running away from us, in now bowling back of a length, and Blackwood's trying to pull him, and he manages to turn it around the corner, but not in controlled fashion. Bottom edgy, takes a single, and Buttler fields the throw, comes back in from the deep. You're quite a tennis fan as well, aren't you?
Well, I enjoy sports. I enjoy all sports. So,
and when you get an invitation to the Royal Box at Wimbledon, you have to say thank you, yes, and go, don't you?
It is one of the nice invites which come through occasionally.
Well, I feel very fortunate that I was able to be at Lord's for the World Cup final, and then I was also live watching the other Super Saturday, which was the Olympics in 2012. As Stokes is in now to chase, he turns it off his legs. A controlled shot, brings fine leg into play. It's fielded cleanly, and another single, 80 for 3.
Yeah, I know you. Just going back, I've got 1 minute to get this story in, but that World Cup final, my father-in-law and my brother-in-law went to the World Cup final, 2 tickets, they were there sitting in the stand, and a couple just in front of them left when England needed 40 to win, saying, I cannot bear to watch England lose this, and they didn't see the final thing. I'd love to know who they were, but there was 2 empty seats.
Stokes in punched away up towards mid-off, no run. They would not have been the only people, though, because there was a lot of people getting so disheartened by the state of the match and just feeling that this is gone.
But I think you handed your tickets in. It's a bit like the Wimbledon. So someone who was outside in the queue managed to come in and got those 2 seats, and they didn't actually get to the seats, but they got pretty close. Like in the corridor, they must have been around, but yeah, they got to watch the Super over.
Oh, I'd love it if either of that pair of people are listening at the moment. Who are the people who left the seats, and who are the people who got the golden tickets to come in? Stokes, and again now back of length, it's tap out towards points. Chasing from the boundary, shouts to run him out. They're coming back for a second, and the throw comes in. Stokes gathers at the non-striker's end, but tosses the ball in the vague direction of the stumps, but they're home. And it's 82 for 3, Blackwood 29, Chase 29.
I mean, I think if you'd have left there, you'd have maybe got some Johns Wood station or wherever they're going, and they go, actually, let's just quickly, we made a mistake, let's get back.
I assume those people have never left their house or spoken to any other humans since. That's the shame of it.
Well, they probably wouldn't tell anyone, would you? Well, you said, yeah, it was amazing to be there, wasn't it? Brilliant.
There's a lot of examples of near sporting misses. Stokes in bowling fuller, half driven, not timed up to mid-on, where people have taken the call to leave and then absolutely regretted it.
I don't understand the football, leaving your team the last 5 minutes.
5 minutes to go.
1-0 down or something. And
well, something about, beating the traffic.
Well, just don't go to the game. Don't go to the game. Like, if you're worried about beating the traffic, watch it on TV. Like, if you're going to, say, Twickenham to watch rugby, you know the traffic's going to be bad. You have a drink afterwards and don't plan to go out in the evening.
Embrace the traffic.
Well, just stay the whole day. Just don't go if you're going to leave there.
Stokes running in, England striving to break this partnership bouncer. Ducking underneath it is Blackwood into the gloves of Buttler, and it ends the over 82 for 3, chasing 200. Chasing Blackwell on 29 apiece.
I bet, talking about example, maybe Liverpool, and when they won that Champions League and they're 3-0 down, I wonder if any Liverpool fans left that stadium then.
The great comebacks of sport. Yeah, I'd say the Olympic Super Saturday was immense, seeing Greg Rutherford, Jess Ennis and Mo Farah, 3 golds, and that even working on the Olympics, there are a certain number of seats set aside on the finishing straight in the Olympic Stadium who are for working broadcasters, or I suppose broadcasters who are not necessarily working on the athletics. And I was lucky enough to be able to have one of those seats for just watching. An Olympic Games is one thing, of being on the finishing straight.
But you didn't move there all.
I stayed. I certainly didn't leave 5 minutes before the end of the day's activities.
Mo Farah, 9,000. Was it that?
It's got one lap to go.
Yeah, was it the 10,000 or the 5,000?
I can't remember which it was on that actual day. It was just a gold. It was a 10, I think it was. Oh, it beats the bats. Archer, new over to Chase. Just dangled the bat outside the off stump. And Buttler took it. Archer now back to us, walking back to his mark. Dug it in. Good bounce.
West Indies have accumulated extremely well during this partnership. In the last 12 overs, they've scored 44, so going at just over 3.5 an over. But they've scored at least 2 runs in every single one of those 12 overs, so they've just kept the scoreboard ticking. Only 3 boundaries in that time, but a constant flow of runs.
It's very effective scoring at the moment. Archer outside the off stump, a little hop from Chase. Ball goes past the outside, past that off stump. Email from Bob Westerway says, please reassure Cookie that at least one person, i.e. me, was at Chelmsford watching him on the way to victory over Warwickshire and missed all the excitement elsewhere. Says, I think he had quite a good game. I then tried to work out what had happened in the World Cup final by overhearing conversations on Paddington Station on my way home. What a way to piece together a super over. Archer bouncer, didn't trouble Chase, just had to duck underneath it. And through to Buttler. Carlos Brathwaite's joined. Cookie's actually gone now, so he can't even elaborate on his performance in that match. But where did you watch the World Cup final?
I was actually at a business meeting and I was following. I tuned in time to see Bolt step back on the boundary and kind of cuss him in my head for not doing the same against me.
Yes.
But yeah, I missed the real enthralling final super over.
Archer. Again, that cuts back a touch into Chase. He covers up, plays very sensibly and defensively back up the pitch to Archer. Yeah, if Bolt had only stepped on the rope, who knows? He'd already got a century by that stage.
Yeah, we needed 5 to win, I think.
Drama.
But our final was something. And then Jofra had the ball in hand, and I couldn't watch it because it was out. But following it on Cricket Info, ball by ball, not refreshing Twitter.
Archer runs in. Ball's now to the tall figure of Chase. It's full, and he's defending out towards extra cover. No run. Here's another one. Sam Reddish says, my old man went to the 2003 Rugby World Cup final in Australia. One of his pals had too many drinks and slept in his seat throughout the whole second half, and he's never lived it down. I should think not, as Johnny Wilkinson was kicking for World Cup glory. Wow. I can't imagine what those conversations would have been like at Paddington Station. I mean, I don't think that those who were watching were even quite able to compute how that super over had unfolded. Defence again, a quick drop and run out towards the covers. Oh, send back. Could be a terrible run out, but it's not, because there's a fumble. And the ball's fumbled by Zach Crawley. It needed a clean pick up and throw, because Chase, he hesitated, he then carried on. There was a moment they looked both stranded. In the end, they've crossed. But the pickup wasn't clean from Crawley, and the opportunity wasted.
Whew. All is well that ends well, Ollie.
Now they're set off.
I mean, he
kept going, didn't he?
Yeah, you must congratulate the intent. Still trying to get quick singles. Andy alluded to having 2 runs for every over for the past 12 overs, and this is how they've been doing it. And they're very, very good friends, albeit one Jamaican, one Barbadian. They have a very good rapport on and off the field, so if it was too many expected to get it right, it would be 2 of these.
Oh, poor old Zach Crawley there. If he'd picked it up cleanly, I think he could have thrown to either end possibly at that stage, and it would have been a clear run out. Chase is on 30, facing up to Stokes now, and he's turning one around the corner. He had to get up on his toes, sort of fending it around the corner as he went, but angled it down into the ground, and Archer's there at fine leg to pick up. And the score moves on to 84 for 3. Oh, they're all flooding in now, everyone who has no faith and leaves early. Philip, in 2005, my uncle, after flying to Istanbul for the Champions League final, Cookie mentioned this one, gave up all hope of a comeback at half-time with Liverpool 3-0 down. He left the stadium and gave his ticket away. Only after hearing the first comeback goal did he plead with the security team to get back in. Was he successful, though? In the air, and it's gone through the hands. Gully. And it's running away down to the boundary for 4. Burns. And Blackwood on 33. Blackwood given an enormous let-off. Well, that's a couple of chances that have been created. One with indecision from the West Indies batsman and a run-out chance, the fumble in the field. And this one, Burns just seemed to be falling to the right, but it was at catchable heights. Carlos, and his hand's right there.
He didn't even get a hand to it. That's very, very strange. And it would have been a no ball as well. It's all happening, Ali.
You're right. So in that sense, you can say, okay, if he'd held it, it wouldn't have counted. Well, that might ease a little bit of England's pain, perhaps, but Stokes in, flashing away. Backward point. There's a man on the boundary. He's picked up cleanly that time. And a single to take West Indies on to 89 for 3. Blackwood 34. Things have started to happen since you sat in that seat, Carlos. How are your nerves at this moment? Because you're a little bit edgy. I'm going to tell you were really quite edgy at lunchtime.
Very nerve-wracking. It's probably harder to watch them play. I'm quite in control and playing and nerves and stuff, but no, it's...
Chase facing up, gets a short one from Stokes, and he's down on his backside, tumbling over, rolling onto his back. Now, is Stokes starting to get a little bit angry? We're going to see angry Stokes bowling here, a few bumpers perhaps.
Yeah, I figured this passage of play would come where nothing is happening for England, and they need an angry Stokes. But for me, does that take away from his captaincy? Does that help it? I'd like to see Jimmy Anderson or Buttler just take over for a few overs and allow him to be his raw, emotional, passionate self and try to get a breakthrough.
Maybe it's a fiery Stokes rather than an angry one per se. He's in now, and it's back of a length that's played well. Dropped into the offside, quick single taken that time. There was the response, there was a clear communication. They've gone through for 1, West Indies 90 for 3. Now here's Thomas Logan back on the World Cup final, the cricket. He says, I was outside the ground desperately trying to get in all day, waiting with thousands. With 5 overs to go, there were people that had been employed to do the tidying up and were all getting let in at the end of the ground. I just queued up and they asked my name, as all employees were on a database. I just said, John Smith, and hoped. I'll leave you in suspense as Stokes is in, dropping out to the offside, fielded at cover, no run. They seemed to tick a name and gave me a pullover high-vis jacket and let me in. So I got to watch the end. I didn't pick up litter and I left celebrating with a beer. Oh, the least you could have done was picked up something. When there is a will, there was a way, says Thomas Logan. Oh, that is a great bit of blagging, I have to say. An outstanding piece of blagging. Have you ever done a good blag, Carlos? Got yourself in somewhere you shouldn't have been? That's the end of the over, by the way, 90 for 3.
Yeah, a few parties. Get the wristband from one of the guys on the way out and put it over my wrist and enter.
I actually got in to see Prince perform live at a hotel in Hollywood, and what's more, I was there with my good friend Jackie Oakley. As we were queuing to try and get in, we realised that Brian O'Driscoll was also standing trying to get in.
The rugby player?
Yeah, but the security, I'll just describe this ball from Archer into Chase now as he's coming forward defending. Security didn't recognise Brian O'Driscoll at all. It was left to Jackie and I to say, this guy's a really good rugby player, let him in. And they did. Carlos, a few more words from you. Isha's coming in.
Yeah, outside nightclubs, everyone wants to be on the VIP list. Especially 51, Isha. We've made a reference to 51 in Trinidad. Were you on the VIP list then?
Yeah, I know the place well. Chase is on strike to Archer, pushing forwards. That stayed incredibly low. He's crouching down, trying to defend it, and then almost falls onto his knees as he plays it back to mid-on. So a few opportunities in the last few overs, Carlos, for England. Josh Buttler dropping a ball, diving to his left when the score was on 70 for 3, 82 for 3. And just a few overs ago, there was a run-out opportunity. Then Blackwood dropped on 29, and the score on 84 for 3 is Chase whips it around the corner out to deep. Backwards square, and then comes through for a single. Moves to 33, 91 for 3.
Yeah, as the guys get more into the innings and they be a bit more expansive, you do expect the odd chance. They take a few more risks. I really didn't mind the drop and try to run a single. The drop chance, I felt Blackwood could have been shown a bit more positive intent.
Archer bowls to Blackwood, carving up and over slip. It will go for 4. A short ball outside the off stump. He's just leant back and uppercut it. Blackwood to 38, then 95 for 3. At what point do you start getting nervous as a captain, Carlos? How will Ben Stokes be feeling right now?
Ben Stokes the bowler or Ben Stokes the captain?
The captain.
Ben Stokes the captain will be a bit nervous. Ben Stokes the bowler and cricketer, as he's shown over the past few summers, will be relishing this opportunity to break the partnership. But again, Blackwood, that is the intent I was talking about. If you're going to go hard.
Still at the crease, on his toes, pushing to the offside. Another back of a length delivery from Jofra Archer as he runs to collect it. Now has the ball in his hand and gives it a bit of a shine on the back of his leg. Blackwood on 38 then, and Chase on 33. What a recovery it's been after losing 3 early wickets. John Campbell as well off the field. I'm still waiting to hear about his toe, but he has spoken about the fact that if he is required, he will come out to bat. It's coming down right to the wire here at the Ageas Bowl as Archer turns at the top of his mark. That short run up into his stride. Bowl short to Blackwood, who ducks underneath it. And a nod of approval from him as he steps back and walks to the other end, because that is the end of the over, 95 for 3. Requiring 105 then, the West Indies. There's plenty of time left in this day as the players walk towards the far side of the ground. It will be drinks. Bright sunshine here in Southampton as the drone hovers up above the Shane Warne stand on the far side. And a break in play, it might just offer England a chance to just reset themselves. 32 overs bowled in this innings, Andy.
Partnership now 60 from 20 overs when they came together. The Cricket's WinViz predictor had West Indies down to about 20% chance of victory. They're now above 50% for the first time in this chase. Jermaine Blackwood, after a steady start, 21 from his first 48 balls, 17 off his last 14, so starting to accelerate ominously for England.
Carlos got a smile on his face. You've been up and down this test, haven't you? It's ebbed and flowed nicely.
Yeah, it's been a very good advert for Test cricket. I really enjoyed it. No one has ever been so far ahead that you thought it was a bore or you were losing interest in the game, and here we are with all three results possible, as they say.
For those who are just tuning in now, England were 170 ahead at the start of the day. Many felt that getting over 200 would pose an interesting proposition to the West Indies. Mark Wood and Jofra Archer out in the middle this morning. They managed to get to 199, so 200 exactly required by the West Indies. And it was an early few wickets. Jofra Archer bowled beautifully in his first spell, fired up, picked up 2 wickets. One of Kraigg Brathwaite, and then Shamarh Brooks, LBW, for naught, before Hope was dismissed for 9 by Wood. So the pace bowlers doing the damage initially, and John Campbell retiring hurt after a blow to the toe from Jofra Archer, a searing Yorker right up there, right on the edge of his toe. And since then, a recovery from these two, Blackwood and Chase, 2 very capable players out in the middle. Roston Chase has scored 5 centuries in Test cricket, 2 of which came in the final innings, and Blackwood coming off some good form domestically. Someone who is an entertaining cricketer, but in this situation has just absorbed the pressure and played really smart cricket. Not that the opportunities haven't been there, though. I just mentioned 3 chances for England in the last 5 overs or so, as Bess will return to the attack from the northern end. Didn't see loads of turn from him earlier. We talked about this surface effectively being a day 4 pitch because of all that rain and bad light on day 1. But can he do something here? He's got a slip and a short leg. He needs to inspire this team. Deep point in play as we will resume here. 95 for 3 then, the West Indies, as Chase drives out to deep cover. They push the single. They've shown a lot of intent as Mark Wood has come in to field the ball and tosses it to mid-off as Chase goes to 34, 96 for 3.
This is another battle within a battle. Obviously, the first innings would have played heavily on his mind when he first faced up to Bess, but let's see how Blackwood approaches it. He's now in. Does he take him on or does he stay calculated?
Lovely, powerful drive, but straight to extra cover. The thing about this is they've got so much time, though, Carlos, so they don't need to take any risks whatsoever. They've got a man out at long on, deep mid-wicket, so they can just milk it. England need to somehow find a way of extracting wickets as Bess bowls up and over, and that was a good delivery, pushing forwards to the ball. Blackwood meets it with his bat. It was close to being pad first.
The longer Blackwood bats as well, the more worried England would be, just because of the pace he can potentially score at.
That was a lovely delivery, lovely flighted delivery from Bess as he's through again now. Slightly shorter this time. Blackwood on the back foot, turning to short fine. Jofra Archer sprints in to collect as Chase tells him to stay at his end. A lot of pressure on a spinner in the 4th innings as Bess spins himself a catch. He's now into his stride. Through his action, Blackwood pushes to mid-wicket, diving to his left. Rory Burns manages to stop the ball from going out to long on, so a dot ball. Spider Can hovering in the distance as Blackwood sets up once more, short in stature compared to his counterpart at the other end, as Bess bowls to Blackwood driving. It's a miscue to cover. Crawley there, no run at the end of the over. It's 96 for 3, requiring 104 then the West Indies. Chase on 34, Blackwood on 38. No crowd here, of course, biosecure environment. Have you been good with sterilising your hands, Carlos, throughout this test match?
Yeah, I've been okay. A lot of different mics and pushing and pulling and getting out stuff. I've worked my way well with the machinery thus far. Long may it continue.
I've got to say, it has been difficult trying to remember to wipe everything down in between and wipe hands. There's a lot of gel around as Jofra Archer comes in now to chase, who ably leaves outside the off stump. A good length delivery.
The funniest thing is when I first came in the bubble, I was a little more cautious of it and cognizant of, trying to use almost all the hand sanitizers, and there are a few sensor-controlled hand sanitizer stations, and the first 3 I think that I tried, none of them worked, and I just thought, nah, that'll be good, man. That'll be good. Number 5 and number 6 have worked well enough, though.
As Archer bowls to chase, defending back down the pitch. Yeah, a lot has gone into staging this test match, so credit to Steve Elworthy and the rest of the ECB team to make this happen, to the West Indies as well for making the trip over there. They've shown a lot of intention with the way they've played in this test match. A real opportunity for them.
Yeah, agreed.
As Archer pushes away, ambles in and bowls a short ball to Chase, who ducks underneath it.
They definitely weren't a walkover, and it's easy for them to come over and get rolled over, and everyone said, cricket is back. England chose the easiest targets, but they've come out and they've fought and they've proved that they're not only here to get cricket back underway, but they're here to put up a fight and eventually win the series.
Chase, bat hovering above the stumps, whips it away through the leg side. There's a man out at deep square who gets to the ball now. They'll push the 1, they'll come back for the 2. They've run really well, these 2, as they keep chipping away at this run chase. 98 for 3 now for the West Indies. 102 required. Chase on 36 and Blackwood on 38. Slightly fuller delivery. He's been mixing it up. Has Jofra Archer in this spell. 2 men back in the deep on the leg side. There's a man out at deep point as well. Ben Stokes. Lots to think about for him as Archer bowls and Chase is on the front foot defending. But he's in a position where he has to think about saving boundaries, but also trying to create enough pressure to take a wicket. Those 3 moments have gone now.
West Indies did it well yesterday. Holding strain, as we say in the West Indies, controlling the session and not letting the game get too far away.
Archer past the stumps, outside the off stump and left by Chase, who was pushing forwards, raising his bat, and a confident looking leave. 98 for 3. These 2 are into their rhythm. What's the run rate been in this session so far, Andy?
Well, the partnership as a whole is 3.2 per over. Since lunch, basically exactly that. Just over 3 and over. It's worth looking back to that game 2 years ago on this ground against India. Then the 4th wicket stand was a problem for England. Crawley and Rahane chasing 245 took the score up to 123 for 3. Before then, Crawley was out to Moeen Ali, and the wickets fell rather rapidly at the end. So England not out of the game by any means.
As Bess bowls to Blackwood, forward pressing and smothering the ball to the offside. The thing about this test match, and I remember that one, was it was turning a lot more. Moeen Ali getting a lot of revs on the ball. Don Bess comes in again now. Bowls it short of a length. Blackwood on the back foot, punching out to deep cover for 1. Goes to 99 for 3. And there's a lot of pressure on this man. Dom Bess have shown that he can control a game. In South Africa, he can pick up wickets as well in Port Elizabeth, as he bowls now to Chase, driving to mid-off, no run. But this is an entirely different situation where it is so tight. breeze blows across as Bess bowls flatter to Chase on the back foot, defending back down the pitch.
Probably a bit too early for Isha, but you think the journalists would have 2 stories written up. If they win, what a decision to leave Broad out and bat first. And if they lose, what were they thinking?
Yeah, that decision at the toss from Ben Stokes. He spoke about the pitch being dry and that it might turn more going forwards. Hasn't turned as much as I think they would have hoped, as Chase pushes to the offside, just leans on it out to deep points as they come through for 1. And that is the end of the over, and that's 100 up for the West Indies, 100 for 3, which means 100 for them to win this game. Chase 37, Blackwood 39. It's going to be an interesting finish. I still maintain that. At the moment, the West Indies look incredibly comfortable.
Yeah.
But you just never know. 1 wicket, a couple of wickets. The problem for England is there's experience to come. And 2 guys who we know can play, Jason Holder, Shane Dowrich. So it's looking tough for England at the moment, but there have been chances.
Ishan, you're never in on this pitch. I mean, I don't know if one of these 2 will go on to get 80, 90 or even a match-winning 100, but thus far, everyone that I've tried has failed. So you never know. As soon as England gets a breakthrough, it's all about building that Nets partnership and trying to absorb some momentum, which these 2 have done very, very well, and they now start to transfer that momentum on to England.
Just having a break in play at the moment because Blackwood, I think he's got some issues with his eye. Yeah, just some eye drops at the moment being put in. It's never nice.
There hasn't been a 100 partnership in this match yet. The highest was the 98 that Stokes and Crawley put on in quick time yesterday. This now at 73 is the 3rd highest stand of the match.
Yeah, they played well. Played incredibly well. So James Anderson's just having a chat to the buggy cam. We have it in Australia, actually. We have the spider cam and the buggy cam. It's used beautifully on television over there for Fox. And with the spider cam, we have a chance to speak to the players through it. It's got a big mic on the end of it. The buggy cam is great in that it kind of just follows the play and the action as the bowlers are running into to the wicket. So you can see a mic on that buggy cam. So that's what was used for the toss, actually.
Technology has brought the players so much closer to the players. I was watching Rory Burns in Sky's player centre thing, and I always wondered why he had this freakish thing, and it used to hurt my neck watching him bat. And he mentioned he was left eye dominant, and that was his way of getting his dominant eye down the pitch, and it was real interesting. Those are some of the things that you probably would never know without some of the technology available.
Absolutely. Great to have an insight into the players as Chase stands tall and play resumed. Archer bowls to him on the leg stump, a good length, but he just flicks to mid-wicket, and Rory Burns there, no run. Gorgeous day here in Southampton. Hope you're all enjoying it wherever you are this Sunday afternoon. We've been reflecting back on the World Cup final last year as well, because this week is the anniversary of that incredible day at Lord's. I remember being pitch side for all the action when Jofra Archer was running in during that super over. Here he comes again now. He bowls back of a length to Chase, who is on his toes, pushing to the leg side in front of Rory Burns once more at mid-wicket. And a completely different situation for Archer here. Incredible mental strain as well for all the players. First test match anywhere around the world after lockdown, and you're being thrown into a situation like this
behind closed doors.
Behind closed doors. Makes for an incredible test match, though. Just how close it's been. 100 required then for the West Indies. Archer pushes away. He bowls now full, and Chase dabs his bat down. It ends up falling in front of Dom Sibley at slip, first slip. As the ball gets passed around the field, Zach Crawley has it now before tossing it to Mark Wood with his bright blue sunglasses. He walks over to Jofra Archer. I wonder when he'll get another spell. As Archer, braided hair, turns at the top of his mark. Runs towards us now. At the crease. Ball short, is up in the air. Will it be taken? It is. That's the wicket. Jofra Archer with the breakthrough. And the simplest of catches for Jos Buttler. It's Roston Chase who has to go for 37. He's hanging his head as he walks past his partner, Blackwood. What a partnership for those two, causing all sorts of concern for England. And then just looking at the replay, it was a bouncer. He was riding it. I think it catches the edge of the bat as it hits him on the shoulder and pops up. So the score now for the West Indies, 100 for 4. Still require 100 to win this game. And Archer has 3.
You just had a feeling something was going to happen, Isha. As soon as one team was poked the head ahead of the game and taken some semblance of a lead, this test match has brought everyone back down to earth, brought everything into the balance, and just as you were hoping that this partnership would go on and take the game away from England, Jofra Archer has striked the lead and the target. Still 3 figures, still 100 needed.
Roston Chase 37 from 88 balls, just 1 for the partnership, 73 off 24 deliveries. Archer now has 3 for 26 in 9 overs and 4 balls. As Simon Mann battles with the machinery, not for the first time this series. It is a battle he will never win.
Wrong headphones. That's my problem. Let's change them. Right, well, it's game on again. It's amazing how this game can fluctuate. I mean, yesterday that partnership that Stokes and Crawley were involved in, to be taking the game away from West Indies, and then the wicket fall, it changes the game. England lost, the last 7 for 64. It's 100 for 4. England have had their chances as well since lunch. I mean, these two play really well. Chase and Blackwell, but Chase has gone. Right, it's Dowrich in at number 6/7, depends how you look at it. Turns that away down towards backward square leg, and he's off the mark straight away. John Campbell retired hurt earlier after a blow on the toe from Archer. He will bat. So West Indies have lost 4 wickets. Dowrich, the number 7, is out there. So Dowrich and Blackwood at the moment. Blackwood 39, Dowrich on 1. Chances since lunch for England. Stokes at slip, trying to anticipate a catch, went to his right, went to his left. Buttler down the leg side, Burns in the gully, although that would have been a no ball. And the run out chance for Crawley. Roston Chase finally out for 37. So we're in for a very tense last couple of hours of this test match. It's been a belting game, really, for the first up in the summer. It really has delivered. Here goes Archer into bowl outside the off stump, forced away nicely. Good half stop by Rory Burns at backward point, diving away to his left, palms it towards Sibley, who runs around at slip, and they go through for a single. 102 for 4. Archer, that one was 90 miles an hour. So 98 to win. Dowrich has 1, Blackwood has 40, and Archer has 3. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 28. How are you as a watcher in tense situations, Carlos?
Apparently not good.
You're finding that out, are you?
Yeah. When you know you have to bat or you're on the field, you know you have to bowl, I think I'm a lot more in charge. Even when I'm captain, I think I'm a lot more in charge of my emotions, and you feel a lot more in control. But now Is a lot of schizophrenia happening?
Yeah, it's a fantastic climax this game. Best bowls. Forward goes Blackwood, pushing it back up the offside of the pitch, and there's no run. Well, you can take a breather now. He's making way for Michael Vaughan. Well, it's a lovely summer's afternoon in Southampton. Both sides in with a victory chance. Bess bowls. Blackwood comes forward and eases that into the offside. Crawley to his right, picks up cleanly. If he'd done that earlier, there might well have been a run out. Might have had time to throw it to the wicketkeeper, actually, to take the bails off. Wouldn't even needed a direct hit, I think.
Afternoon, Simon.
Good afternoon, Michael.
This everyone.
This is Bess bowling, and a little back dab from Blackwood. That's nicely played. Chase for Stokes, probably 2, possibly 3. Stokes is onto it, and it's only 2. Hurls the ball in.
I'll tell you what, the outfield's been nice and sharp, hasn't it? You think every night, because we're obviously staying at the ground, we do notice that the sprinklers come on around at 10:30. Not saying we've had too many late nights, Simon, but I do notice around 10:30 they do start to waterlog the outfield. That's why it's so green.
Well, it's been very dry down here. The golf course is quite dry away to our left-hand side. It hasn't had so much water on it, so I suppose they need to keep the water on this ground. Here is Bess bowling. That's a bit short, brushed away off the back foot towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So you weren't involved last night. There were fewer up late last night. I could hear it from my room.
No, I was in bed. I was watching Match of the Day. Right. There was a programme about Alan Hansen on. It was very entertaining.
Bess to Blackwood. Full. Blackwood drives and finds the gap. Lovely shot between short extra cover and mid-off. Beautifully played. And Blackwood is playing a fine hand here. He goes to 46, and West Indies to 108 for 4.
Well, he's played beautifully. He's just played like a high-class batsman. He's played with control, maturity, chosen the right ball so far. We're so used to Blackwood having a dash and taking huge risks. So far, he hasn't done that. Just played with great control. That was a wonderful placement. It's not a big gap between extra cover and mid-off.
Threaded through expertly. Best bowls outside the off stump. That one turns and bounces a bit, and Blackwood chops down on it, goes into the offside. Picked up by Crawley, and there is no run. So Bess has bowled 9 overs for 27. 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 27. It's Archer at the moment who's doing all the damage, 3 wickets, and he's also forced John Campbell to retire hurt.
Yeah, I'm interested in John Campbell and when the West Indies will be thinking about using him. If they may have to. I mean, they might not have to. This partnership might see them home. You'd think that Jason Holder will come in next, and then you would have thought that Campbell will probably come in after Jason Holder, even if he can just hold an end.
Yeah, well, it remains to be seen whether he can run in any way, in any meaningful way. It might be a situation where he sort of stands and delivers.
Yeah, it's better than not batting, isn't it?
Totally, yeah. 9-10 Jack. We've got Joseph, Roach and Gabriel.
There's a bit of chin music here. Got that leg slip. Ben Stokes looks like he's going to go and position himself. That's a second slip, first and second slip. Gully's coming in tighter.
This is Dowrich on strike. Archer bowls to him. It's short of a length, nudged into the onside. They go for a quick swing or Shai at the stumps, the non-striker's end. The throw misses. And it's backed up at mid-off. It was Pope with the throw.
He's quick, isn't he? Jermaine Blackwood, he was down there very fast, and I think that's fine. If you know as a batsman that he's that kind of runner between the wickets and you can be alert yourself to get ready. It's when you get a batsman that comes out and he's not quite on it mentally and he's probably not quite as quick, when it can become a problem. This is a position down here at third man which is interesting. Catching position for that kind of ramp shot from the short ball.
Here goes Archer. Bowls to Blackwood, and Blackwood gives himself a bit of room there. One that bounces a fraction. He plays it away into the offside towards point, and there's no run. Archer has come all the way down and he's having a chat with Jermaine Blackwood.
Bit of chirp.
Yeah. 109 for 4. There's a bit of chirp on Twitter, wasn't there, as well, between Archer and
I haven't personally seen it, but I've heard about it. Yeah, Tino's giving him a little bit of stick.
Archer turns at the far end. Goes in now, bowls to Blackwood, and there's that, well, potential uppercut from Blackwood. Denley potentially in action at third man. He missed it though. He was definitely looking to play it. Short outside the off stump, and Blackwood went for it.
Well, he's just been taken outside of his zone here, Blackwood, because Dowrich, I think, has realised that whether it's the chirp, that's a bad shot because Denley is positioned for that stroke. A deep backward square on the onside for the pull shot. Make sure that you control it if you're going to play that shot, and then absolutely the same for the offside ramp. You've just got to put it away, or go square and try and get it over point.
Archer's in his 11th over. How many in this spell, Andy?
It's his 6th in this spell.
Moves in now to bowl to Blackwood. There's a short ball, and Blackwood tries to help it into the leg side, gets tucked up, can only play it in the direction of mid-on, and Archer's across quickly. And there's definitely something going on between Archer and Blackwood out there.
Yeah, and you can see Archer's, I'm not saying it's to that level of spell that we saw him produce against Steve Smith at Lords, but that steep bounce from nowhere is certainly close.
Archer held up the ball there as if he'd taken a 5-foot, or showing it to the batsman. I don't know what he was saying. I mean, and another man goes back now, deep backward point for that potential uppercut. Archer into bowl to Blackwood, and Blackwood gets a short ball. He ends up on his backside. He's just trying to avoid it, and Archer's followed all the way through again, and he's standing there offering a word or two of advice.
He's got a smile on his face as Jermaine Blackwood. He's gone under it. He had that split moment where he thought, I mentioned the Steve Smith incident and spell at Lords. Well, that was very similar. It almost was a similar kind of blow. It just missed his helmet.
Well, Archer's doing everything he can here to help England win this game. 3 for 29. He's roaring in up against Jermaine Blackwood. Archer bowls another short ball, and Blackwood plays that well, bending at the knees. It's a bit higher actually. And Archer again has followed all the way through, having a chat with Jermaine Blackwood. And that is the end of the over. And so that's 6 Archers bowled. Can they give him another one?
Yeah, I think they have to.
I mean, he's capable of bowling long spells, and he has got that sort of relatively short economical run-up, but they might want him to come back later as well.
Well, I just think now you strike, you get rid of Blackwood. Looks like he's got him in a little bit of a kind of a mentally difficult place for Blackwood, because he's not too sure how to play it. Now they've got these two fielders back on the offside. He's not too sure whether to play, to duck, to sway out the way. Certainly give him one more.
Dowrich on strike for now, and Dowrich, who's a good player of off spin, is facing Dom Bess. Stokes is just holding things up at the moment. He's making a change in the field. What's he doing here? He wants the cow corner man a bit squarer.
I think Dowrich will be busy here. He'll try and take him on, which could open up an opportunity for Dom Bess on this kind of surface now.
There's a long on in as well. Bess tosses that up, and Dowrich is struck on the pad. Shout for LBW. And not out, says umpire Kettlebury. It did turn. I wonder if it turned too much, really. England have 3 reviews left. Clock is ticking down. Yeah, they're going for it. With 4 seconds left. Don't know, what do you think, Michael? It seemed to turn quite a long way, that.
Well, Dom Bess is absolutely certain that it's out. But as you said, it was a sharp spinning delivery. All sorts of questions to be asked. Is it going down? Is it height? Remember, the umpire's decision is not out, so there's going to be a lot going for it to get the overturn of the umpire's call.
Right, here we go. Let's see it front on for the first time. Is it hit him outside the line as well?
Okay. Can we just confirm with ultra edge, please, Mark?
It's hit him on the back pad. Unless there's an inside
all the way through, please. Nice and spot. Yeah, keep going through the pad. All the way through.
I think there's an inside edge.
Okay, no bat involved. Just ball tracking when available, please.
It might be outside the line.
Here we go. This is the ball tracking. Yeah, umpire's call for line.
Impact is umpire's call.
And hitting.
Impact, so still the original decision of not out. You're on screen now, Richard.
So England keep their review. That was a really tight one that went West Indies' way.
That's the second time Dominic Bess has had an umpire's call.
Yeah. That was umpire's call for line, not for hitting. It was hitting firmly leg stump, but it was on whether it was outside the line or not. It was umpire's call for that.
Yeah, and the previous one to Roston Chase was an umpire's call for where it would have been hitting on the stumps.
Yeah. Good bowling. Great revolutions on the ball. Best bowl. Tosses that one up as well. That's driven and sort of dug out into the offside. Backward a square. Sort of miscue really, but he's going to pick up at least 2 runs. He's coming back for the third now. As it goes out to deep backward point. And Dowrich moves to 5 and West Indies to 112 for 4. Well, that could easily have been given out. It was just a fraction of the ball hitting outside the line.
Yeah, you can see why Richard Kettlebury gave it not out, because it just kind of a tiny part of the ball is just touching the in line, and so he'd have just felt it was outside the line of off stump. Good decision.
112 for 4. Bess bowls. Blackwood blocks. Back up the onside of the pitch, and Pope comes from short leg to pick up.
Who was it that was keeping you up?
Oh,
do you know?
That would be telling tales, isn't it? But I did hear the ukulele being played.
Who has a ukulele? Who has one of those?
Have you not heard it?
Well, I just basically, as soon as you say who's got one, you're exposing to those who stay up late.
I know.
He needs to get to bed, that Agnew.
I know. Bess round the wicket now, bowls. Blackwood's on the back foot, clipping it towards mid-wicket, and there's no one. He attempted to sing as well, which I thought was a huge mistake. OK, play the ukulele, but don't sing with it as well.
Midlife crisis. Same as you with your karate.
Got to get back for that. But 9 o'clock tonight. Here is Bess bowling, tossed up, and that's back to Bess on the bounce.
Well, that's the so you do karate from America, is that right?
Yeah. So
yes.
for where they are, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
What do you do, Zoom or?
Yeah, Zoom. Yeah.
Please film yourself tonight, will you? In your outfit, having a karate lesson.
Do you think I'm going to do that?
Please do.
No way. 112 for 4. Bess round the wicket, ball short, and it's guided away. Yeah, just a bit too short there from Bess, and Blackwood guided it towards deep cover for a single. 113 for 4 at the end of Bess's over and over. He's so close to having a wicket, but not quite. That's been the tail of it so far for Dominic Bess. And actually, it's been the tail of it for England this afternoon. There have been chances, but they've only picked up the 1 wicket.
West Indies have managed to keep the score ticking. That's now 22 consecutive overs without a maiden. Been a lot of maidens in this match in West Indies' first innings. 26 of 102 overs that they faced from England were maidens, and 7 of the first 17 in this innings, but none since, and we've now had 39 overs.
Yeah, and I reckon that a lot to do with that, Andy, is the tactic England used after lunch, where they kind of spread the game a bit. Cover point went on the boundary, square leg on the boundary. And I think it might have been too soon. There were so many runs for the West Indies to get that it created a bit of momentum, because they just kept on knocking and running. You know, I think that kind of tactic is more for when you need 50 or 60 to win.
Yeah.
And you want as many balls as possible to get the wickets. I didn't think it was required just after lunch. If there are any of the Mann family listening to this show, please film Simon this evening privately and send it in.
It won't be a thing of beauty, I can promise you.
I can imagine not.
Well, Archer's going to continue. That's answered that question. This is his 7th over of the spell. They brought the deep backward point up. There's still a third man, and then what they've done is they put the man to deep square leg instead. There's a short leg in as well, and it is Jermaine Blackwood on strike, and it was a tough battle for Blackwood in the previous over. Can he see out this spell from Archer? See off this threat for now. Archer goes in, bowls to Blackwood, and Blackwood's up on his toes, slightly heading towards square leg, not totally getting in line there, playing it away from his body, pushing away on the offside, no run.
That gives you an indication of the side of the wicket he prefers scoring on. So he's just kind of jumping leg side because he wants to free his arms up to try and get the ball over cover point. There's that third man available for the catch, Joe Denley, but if it's just slightly outside off stump, he can possibly cut it over the top of point, and that's what he's going to try and look to do.
Archer bowls to Blackwood, and that's off the thigh pad of Blackwood, and it goes down 5. Buttler goes after it, and they're through for a single. So
that's the best way to play it, get down the other end.
That's right.
A lot easier. That's what you do, Simon, just get down the other end.
Totally.
Yeah. Would you be backing up?
What, to try and get a single for my partner?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. You've got to play a team game, Michael, haven't you?
Well, this is what you want to practice on your desert island, isn't it? The bouncer.
Yeah. There's no one there to watch your embarrassment on the desert island. 114 for 4. Dowrich on 5. Yeah. Oh, that's a nasty one. And is he caught a slip? I think he is. Dowrich has immediately reviewed it, though. Archer thinks he's got his wicket. Dowrich has reviewed it. It went quickly to slip from a short ball. And is this 5 down, or is Dowrich going to survive straight away, which often suggests that the batsman's going to be okay?
I'm not so sure about this one, Simon. He looks...
That's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Decent catch by Dom Sibley.
What's this hit?
What's it come off? Has it come off the back elbow?
Could you just rock and roll that, please, Emma?
He's only got one hand on the bat.
That just rolled through. Okay, so it's hit the elbow. But can we just confirm that with ultra edge, please? Yeah, all the way through. It's a flat line as it passes the back. All the way through the elbow. Okay, no bat involved. I'm ready to go back to Richard on field. Richard, please reverse your decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now.
Wow, that was a remarkable... I mean, there would be... I hope someone's got that in a photograph, because Dowrich there was playing that, leaping in the air, both feet off the ground, and it hit him on the elbow. It made a dramatic photograph. It made a dramatic freeze frame as they were sort of running through the ultra slow-mo, and it was a remarkable short ball, and he leapt in the air, and it hit his back elbow and went to Sibley at slip. It went quickly, which induced the raised finger from umpire Illingworth. Here goes Archer bowling. He's leaping in the air again there, Dowrich, but playing it past short leg.
It was also, Simon, an exhibition of how not to play the short ball. He completely took his eyes off the ball straight away. It went short, and maybe he just didn't pick it up, and he just panicked and kind of turned his head towards the wicket-keeper. But it was so early that he turned his head away, and that's the one thing you just cannot do against quick bowling. Even if you get in any trouble, you've just got to keep staring at the ball, and it just gives you that glimmer of hope that you might just be able to avoid it. As soon as you turn your head away, you're going to get in some real big problems.
This is thrilling cricket. Archer moves in, bowls to Blackwood, and Blackwood plays that uppercut, but on the bounce, 2 bounces down to Denley at third man, and he's through for a single. Blackwood up to 48. Dowrich for that single off the previous ball is on 6. He's 116 for 4. Archer's taken 3 for 31.
Yeah, one ball remaining in this over. If I'm Dowrich, I'm just staring at this ball and just trying to see this over out, because you're looking at Jofra Archer. What's this? His 7th over?
7th over, yeah.
Can he bowl one more? Maybe.
There's a leg slip in, a short leg, 2 slips. Archer goes in and bowls to Dowrich, and he bowls him a full toss, which he hits for 4. The chase around the boundary for Bess. He will not get there. I think that was the bluff ball, wasn't it? He was looking perhaps for the slow Yorker delivery, and in the end it was a friendly full toss on the pads, and he clipped it away for 4. It's 120 for 4, and Jonathan Agnew is coming in, and with 25 minutes to go until tea, and what is an absolutely fascinating test match.
Well, yeah, we're in for a tremendous last hour and a half's play. 2 hours, 80 runs for the West Indies, 6 wickets for England. We'll have a change of bowling at this end by the looks of it. Jimmy Anderson's going to replace Dominic Bess. Blackwood's playing with so much control. Apart from that one delivery from Jofra Archer, he got into a few problems with the short one. He's on 48. And Jimmy produced a bit of magic. Can he get a bit of reverse swing? A little bit of movement. Where's your money, Aggers?
Well, it's interesting, is it? Because they've got 2 fast bowlers in the side now, of course, so it's not as though you want necessarily to just hold one back for the tail. But what a spell. I mean, it just shows what some of that pace can do on a pitch that's really doing nothing. Suddenly get the explosive pace. West Indies need 80, and then goes Anderson. Oh, this is edge. He'll go for 4.
Oh no,
just past first slip. Not sure it would have carried to second, actually.
I think it would, Aggers.
76 more to win, and Blackwood's half century comes up. He's played a very controlled, restrained innings by his standards so far.
89 balls for Blackwood. That was his 6th 4. It's his 12th score of 50 or more in Test cricket. He has 1 century. He has a very good record against England. A century and 3 other half centuries. Averages 56 against England, 24 against all other teams combined.
Dropped on 20 and should have been 1 out. So he's ridden a bit of luck. And now he's on strike again as Anderson on his way, bowls on the off stump with a lot of time there. Blackwood just leans forward and plays back to the bowler. So those runs ticking away. It's a terrific finish, it really is. At the moment, well, obviously, as is the case all day, either team could win this. I suppose some of it depends on Campbell and when he bats. I thought he might have come in before Dowrich, actually. If he was fully fit and raring to go, he's got obviously a nasty blow on the toe. So he might have come in ahead of Dowrich, but in goes Anderson, bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off by Blackwood, and there's no run. We're in cooking.
I reckon they should have a second slip then.
Yeah.
It's easy captain up here, isn't
I
it?
know, and a fine third man. They've got a squarish third man, but I don't think an orthodox third man would have got that either.
Blackwood likes playing against England, doesn't he? What's he averaging? 56 against England, compared to what, 30 otherwise?
30 overall, 24 against all other teams apart from England.
Now he waits. Anderson's there on the leg stump, though. That's 4 more. Off the middle of the bat this time, and Anderson turns around looking most dejected and starts to walk back to his mark, and that was a gift. Half volley, leg stump, and Blackwood is certainly in now. He's not going to miss out on an opportunity like that.
Yeah, you don't get many of those from James Anderson. And this is a really good innings by Jermaine Blackwood. I didn't know he could play like this. I know he got 100 against us before. I do remember that 100. It was a good 100, but there was an element of luck in terms of, I'm pretty sure there's a bit of aggressive batting or slogging, which has kind of looped over, but he's played remarkable control in a really high-pressure situation.
Anderson bowls to him. Oh, keeps a bit low maybe. But he's certainly squatting as he plays that. And he's not a tall man. Fielded in the gully, but he has given... Well, there have been 2 opportunities to get him out, shall we say. I mean, Chase would have run him out if Crawley had picked the ball up. And then he was dropped down the leg side by Buttler.
Well, Carlos asked me what would I say to Blackwood at lunch, and I would have said, just got to play your really positive way and be the hero. But I would not expect him to be able to battle 56 or 90 odd balls. And
Anderson bowls to him again. That climbs this time, and he takes the bottom hand away from the bat handle. So there's one that's kept a bit low, one that's bounced a bit, but 8 runs came from that over. And when you're only talking about, we're into the 70s now to win, an over of 8 makes a big impact. 72 to win.
Yeah, you always thought with Blackwood you could play on his ego, and if you gave him that, bring it on up for one, he'll definitely take it on that ball. It's like, well, I'd go through the offside against the spin, but there's been none of that. Whatever field England have had to him, he's just played really controlledly, waited for the bad ball like that last leg stump half volley and put it away. I mean,
he's the man who had a massive swipe with about 2 wanted, wasn't it, heading?
Well, actually he did. I think they needed 4 to win, and he took his helmet off. He'd been wearing his helmet, he'd done it all game. He took his helmet off and then just ran down to obviously put Mo in wherever he could, and obviously he wanted to have the picture so everyone could see his face, I assume, on the back pages of all the papers. And then he got stumped.
It's a crazy end to really, amazing day. So Mark Wood is back. Archer's having a rest. That was potentially a match-changing spell. And now let's see what Mark Wood can do with a short leg there, and the first ball was pushed away into the offside, catching Archer there just a little bit deep, taking a bit of a breather, and they scurry a single. 71 to win.
It's come down quite quick, hasn't it?
We just need another over like that one of Anderson's, and down into the 60s, and it does start to get twitchy, doesn't it, with 6 wickets left.
Got 15 off the previous 2 overs.
Oh.
Imagine Joe Root at home now watching, thinking, I'm coming back into the bubble. Either in the next 2 hours, either 1-0 up and everyone's chip up, might be slightly sore heads, or 1-0 down and got to pick the whole troops up. It's a big change of dynamic, it'll be, won't it?
It's a big bouncer from Wood there. It's flying over Dowrich's Blackwood's head, rather, and into Buttler's gloves. Yes, indeed. It's never good going 1 down in the first Test or 3 match series, is it? It's not always easy to get back from that. Well, there's still a long way to go. 71 to win. all the time in the world. There's still, in fact, I don't think we're even halfway through the day yet in terms of overs. Here's Wood on the extended run-up. Bowles hurling himself into that one. Pushed away off the back foot, 88 miles an hour. So he's already loosened up and running in. He was off the field for a little while earlier on. But, seems to be okay. Now they've got the third man here.
Have we had any emails you asking about the primary club?
I don't think that anybody who was listening at the time, well, to say was out first ball might be slightly inaccurate, is prepared to admit they're out first ball. Somebody must have been out first ball yesterday, surely. Here's Wood, wide of the crease. Bowles. Oh, it's almost steering a catch to gully. Down to third man it comes. And Denley will throw it in. They've scurried two, though. Are you thinking that the third man has been in for the short ball predominantly? Because there is a lot of short stuff around at the moment, and it's for that, well, for that, really, and the uppercut shot and so on, rather than the more orthodox reason for a third man.
Well, it is now, because he's a lot finer, but straight after lunch he was very square, as if that was just to protect the boundary, not like the third man boundary, the cover boundary. But this is now, they obviously decided to go hard. They've got the short leg in, got the man out on the leg side and the third man.
131 for 4, 69 now needed to win. In comes Wood and Bowles. That's slashed away past Stokes. It hasn't gone off the middle of the bat, I don't think, and Denley should get there, running round to his right from third man once more. He does so, just a yard inside the boundary, and they come back for another two, and runs are definitely coming at an increased rate now.
He's taking it on, and every time he's trying to look for that cut shot. It's high risk from England, isn't it? I mean, they're scoring runs from it.
Yeah.
Partnership 33 from the 37 deliveries.
It is high risk because throughout both teams have been pitching the ball up. Still a short leg there. In comes Wood. Bowles, fuller length this time, turned into the onside. Another single.
And that's the problem, isn't it? When you've got the attacking short ball field with men to protect that if you do bowl a kind of, say, more regulation ball on top of off stump, you can just get an easy single because the short leg's in.
Email from Mike, who's painting the back of his house. He's up some scaffolding listening to TMS. It's a good place to listen. Mike, take it easy. Shout out for Rich Poole in the friendly match. Broadston versus Bournemouth yesterday. So down in our neck of the woods, Rich. He was out bowled from the first ball of the innings. He batted again at 5 and was out bowled first ball by the same bowler, and was allowed to bat again by Bournemouth and was caught behind for 2 off the same bowler. Not the only naught of the Broadston innings, but certainly most memorable ones. You see, the only person that's been out most this season. So after one day, poor old Rich has been out 3 times.
An average of
0.66. Cricket likes the round.
It's not a great start. It's not a great start to the season. I hope he knows that you're emailing us, Mike. Well, he's a fully paid up, or should be, member of the primary club after that. I mean, twice. 2 first ballers and great stuff. 134 for 4. In goes Anderson. Bowles. Oh, he's creeping forward there. Blackwood playing across that pad a little, but Anderson fields.
Yeah, talking about strange things. We played a warm-up game against Hampshire, a 50-over game. This is when Ronnie Irani was captain, so it could have been 2004 maybe. Yeah. And it was one of those that they bat their 50 overs, and however many wickets they lose. Chris Benham got a pair in it in a one-day game. Batted at 3, got a 0, came back and batted at 13 and also got a 0.
Dear. Yeah. Anderson bowls on the off stump. Blackwood defends, playing out to cover, and there's no run. Oh, Jeff Cooling. Bedfordshire Farmers captain Tom was bowled first ball of the innings by Elstow's Kane Hamilton Boyle. That's a good one to get in the scorebook. Well, Brian Davison was caught Kinkhead Weeks, bowled Wingfield Digby once, and Oxford University got both double barrels in. Oh well, you've got to pay up as well, I'm afraid. Off goes Anderson. Oh, he's thumped him over mid-off, and the ball bounces just once into the boundary edge. Another boundary off James Anderson. 1:38 for 4. It was pitched up. It was rather an inviting length, and well, that's more like the Blackwood we know and love. He just absolutely hit that beautifully.
It's the first sign of an unusual shot, if that makes sense, like a shot we would expect from Blackwood, but it just came out of nowhere, just bumped him over the head, over the top and mid-off, as if that's what you meant to do to the person who's got 580 odd test wickets.
It was in the slot again, though, wasn't it? It was just that length. Anderson again runs in, bowls. Blackwood looking dangerous, hit on the pad. They all appeal behind, nothing from Anderson himself. 1:38 for 4.
Blackwood's now faced over 100 balls, only a second time in his last 18 tests. That's 31 innings that he's passed the 100 ball mark. That's going back to October 2015.
No, he's playing very well. England obviously have to get him out.
I think we need to also look where we bowl at him, because every other country gets him out for averaging 20 and he's averaging 55 against us.
62 to win. Anderson bowls. Blackwood defends this time and holds the pose. It's fielded at cover by Burns. 138 for 4. Anderson's in one of those moods you can sort of see from here. He's just bristling a bit, not happy.
I think if he gets one wicket, though, I don't think you're going to get the ball out of his hand to the end of the game. I think he'll suddenly perk up, but it's this wicket. It's these two, isn't it? I know Campbell's in, but these two and Holder.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a tail.
Anderson bowls down the leg side, taken by Buttler. He's not quite on the money at the moment, Anderson. So that come to any bowler, Stokes is running past him, but Anderson is wandering off in his own little world there, really. 138 for 4, 62 needed. Blackwood 65. Dowrich has 11, which is a terrific spell of proper pace bowling from Jofra Archer. He's taken 3 wickets, took 2 in that spell. Having taken the first one, Brathwaite, and also responsible, of course, for Campbell retiring hurt when he got a nasty blow on the toe.
There was 1 in the second spell, 2 in the first spell.
Sorry, indeed, correction, thank you. It's a brute of a ball. Flew at chase. There's some quite spectacular photographs. I hope there are enough snappers in the ground to have got them, because we've had batsmen ducking and weaving all over the place. There's a conference now between the two batsmen, and what field are they going to have here to try and stop this little push and run? They've got a leg slip, so again it looks as if they're going to go short. Nope, leg slip's coming out. He's going out into the covers.
The third man's gone.
This looks like a full and straight field, doesn't it? Let's have a look. Wood on his way, moves in, bowls around about middle and off, steered into the leg side. But there are 3 fielders, including one with the helmet on. There's a mid on, and then square legs quite close. The offside tight as well. They're aware of these singles being stolen.
There's been a lot of singles in this session, hasn't there, with that kind of widest third man and deep square pretty much throughout the whole session. So they stopped that now, not only 2 boundary. Just as I said that, I like that field. Now the deep points come back in, so there is that easy single on the offside.
Here's Wood, and he bowls, and that's worked away into the leg side. They picked one up there at mid-wicket. He knew where the gap was there. Dowrich, and just push the ball into it. Very good cricket, 61 to win. With 6 wickets left. And Stokes, well, you know more about the captaincy roller coaster than anybody, but at 7 for 2, 27 for 3, with 1 retired hurt as well. You're up there thinking, great, I'm going to win my first test match. And now suddenly, look up there, 61 to win, and 6 wickets left.
It'd be great to ask, wouldn't it, Ben Stokes, how the difference this week has been for him being the captain. In the evenings.
Well, I'll ask him later.
No, I think you should. In terms of for a guy who's done no captaincy.
Yes.
Nothing. Not even doing the Durham game. And how has he experienced it?
I'd assume he's pretty exhausted, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Yeah.
I mean, I was. I think that every emotion you have as a player is kind of doubled as a captain.
Yeah.
You really like every little player miss. You feel that slightly more because you feel responsible for the team. Added responsibility, of course you do, but every little decision you make, you're thinking about, and then the effect of it. And if is that one which gone to second slip, probably every other guy would think, it's just gone through there. But you'll be like kicking yourself, saying, why did I not have that in there? That'll be on your mind, and then when you go to bed, what am I going to do tomorrow? What am I going to say to the guys in the huddle? What am I going to say to whoever?
Well, there's another sort of fundamental change here, really, in that the short leg has been taken out, and Stokes has gone from second slip to gully, and third man has come to the orthodox third man position. There's a man out for the hook. Blackwood on 65, and Wood from that far end rushes in, bowls to him very fully, thumps that away, doesn't time it. Anderson can feel come up from mid on. He's going for the big elaborate straight drive there. 139 for 4. The trees behind the scoreboard just rocking gently in the breeze.
Another game that might be in some of the England players' minds is the first test of that India series in 2018. Alistair, that Edgbaston that you played in India, chasing 194 for 4, had reached 112 for 5.
Wood, big springy jump, bowls, thumps into the pads, and there's no run.
And then 141 for 6 with Virat Kohli still at the crease, and then the last 4 wickets went for 20. What goes through a team's mind during a phase like that?
Well, I was just looking at the scoreboard, and you think in the England dressing, you're thinking, cool, this is kind of like slipping away from us. But then if you're in the West Indies thing, you'll be looking, cool, there's still a lot to run, 61. If we suddenly lose one more wicket, then Josie's getting his pads on, and you probably don't have too much confidence in him. And amazing what different perspective it is.
Here's Wood, bowls short. Oh, he tries to flick it away down to third man. Not sure that's a great option anyway, with Denley lurking down here, but it very nearly just ran a catch there to Buttler. Rather backpedaling as he played that. 61 to win.
Yeah, with Holder hasn't got a run or tour, has he? They'll be hoping that these two, Dowrich looked very good in the first innings.
Well, when do you put Campbell in, assuming that he can run?
Well, I'm surprised. I was surprised he wasn't in now before Dowrich, but then Dowrich has scored a lot of West Indies runs recently, being in form, so I suppose it's understandable, but I don't know how bad his toe is. And
here's Wood, bowls, pushed into the onside. Oh, with the tease Anderson there, who's angrily hurled the ball at the stump, saying, "Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me." Sort of picking him out and wanting the single. Blackwood's got a little bit of a strut about him now. 139 for 4, 61 needed. He and Dowrich have a conversation.
Because if Campbell has got a sore toe, one of what Blackwood has done, in this innings is those singles. He's looked for those singles, and if suddenly you've got a guy who's not as willing or able to take those singles, that momentum stops.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Well, he was having a lot of ice put on it when we saw him.
In that Edgbaston game in 2018, Anderson got a key wicket of Dinesh Karthik, and then Ben Stokes picked up three of the last 4 in a fine spell, including the crucial wicket of Kohli LBW.
Wasn't that last game in the winter in South Africa, when it was getting quite close towards the end of the game, Ben Stokes got those 3 wickets.
He does it, doesn't he?
I know. Is the script written for a Ben Stokes spell?
It could be. He's being very busy. I'll tell you what, as a captain, he's up and down, he's talking to his bowlers. And there's another plan that's been hatched here. They've now got 2 men catching in the leg side. That's sort of basically short mid-wicket. And Stokes has placed them there very precisely. And he's moving to second slip now. So we've got Dowrich on strike. He's got 12. 61 more runs are needed.
I like this field. There's no easy singles.
In goes Anderson, bowls to Dowrich, plays that away into the leg side, and it's gobbled up there by one of those 2 close fieldsmen. Pope is the straighter of the 2. Crawley standing there. Top of the world yesterday. He was got a really good 70. He had a big smile on his face when he walked past here. And now that run out will be going through his mind. It's a great leveller, this game.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable.
You can run him out by the length of the pitch.
And he's a really good fielder.
Yeah.
I think in here we were calling it as if it was almost a guaranteed run out.
Anderson bowls. Oh, he played and missed there. A little bit of a swish outside the off stump. Dowrich goes away and talks to himself as, come on, should have left that. He probably should. Typical Anderson channel. It just moved away a bit.
He went with the one-handed where he had all the time in the world, didn't he? He had all the time in the world for two hands. He just went for the one-handed pickup and fumbled it.
Yeah, and that was it. The chance went. 139 for 4. 61 more needed by the West Indies. The sun shining on a beautiful afternoon, and Anderson bowls, forces onto the back foot this time. Denley picks up at backward point. Shame there's not a full house. I mean, we keep saying it. It's obviously the case, but
do you reckon that's helping West Indies now?
I suppose so.
Without the home support.
You haven't got the Barmies.
Yeah.
Billy Cooper blowing his trumpet. It's nothing. 139 for 4. Anderson over the wicket, bowls. Back goes Dowrich. Goes down to Bess. He's filling at mid-off. 61 more to win. Reminder, of course, the next Test match starts on Thursday at Old Trafford, so the bubble moves north. And into the hotel at Old Trafford. Anderson over the wicket, bowls. That's a thick edge. There's no third man for Anderson, and it's being chased by Denley down towards the boundary. Will it go all the way? No, it doesn't. And they've come back. They've got 3 there, haven't they? It's a good running. Very good running. 58 to win. 142 for 4. Blackwood there was going to the danger end, as it were. He's very, very quick. He has eye on 3 all the way. And for him, the field changes, so Denley stays down there. And Crawley is going back to more orthodox square leg, just in front of square, but still Pope is at short mid-wicket. 58 to win. 142 for 4. Anderson bowls down that leg side, brushed away, certainly for 1 down to Archer. It'll be a leg by, I suspect. And another one goes to the West Indies score at 142 for 4, and that looks as if it's tea. It is tea at 5 to 4. So off they all go. 57 more to win for West Indies. Well, we've seen Jimmy Anderson bowl some amazing spells. I'm not sure necessarily I'd put those 3 overs in there. I wouldn't put those 3 overs in that sort of category, I'm afraid.
Yeah, 3 overs for 16.
Yeah, just didn't quite come back with it, but anything can happen in this game. It's certainly not over yet. Just another wicket, and suddenly the pressure's back on the West Indies again.
Yeah, and almost as those runs come lower and lower, the pressure then goes on the West Indies, because they should win it from here. You know, how many commentators say, well, they should win it from here, and then 2 mistakes, and then pressure then has their chance gone. But a great session for West Indies. It was over 100 runs scored at 3.6 runs per over, and I think England, I'm going to be too critical of Ben Stokes, whether putting the men out as soon as he did, you know, having sweepers both sides, gave West Indies a chance to get those singles and build a little momentum. It's very hard, as I know as a captain, then to bring it back in, because the guys get set and then suddenly pierce a couple of boundaries.
In a way, that's quite a well-timed tea break, isn't it, for England, do you think?
Really good, because you could see everyone in the last, after that wicket of chase, they went out for a bit, and then Rory just came in and played quite nicely and scored quite quickly alongside Blackwood. So, good time for Chris Silverwood.
Yeah.
To regroup.
Well, just get off and let's kill that momentum for a while and just start again.
Yeah. Chris Silverwood to regroup them, let them have 10 minutes of their own, and then it's the final push, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Right, we're going to move on because it is tea break here. 57 needed by the West Indies. England needs 6 wickets, so we're in for a thrilling climax. We'll look ahead to the final session with Carlos Brathwaite and Michael Vaughan in just a moment. But talking about exciting finishes, this week marks the year anniversary of England's World Cup final win. On BBC Two tonight from 8:30, there's a special programme remembering that day, which also saw an incredible Wimbledon men's final. It's called One Day Sports Super Sunday. And on Tuesday on 5 Live Sports Extra, we're replaying in full that World Cup final on the exact anniversary.
England are in a huddle. It's all come down to this. 4 years of hard work. And they break up. And the crowd's ready. 16 they need, or 15 for another tie. And young Jofra Archer, well, for all those leagues that he's played in his T20 leagues, he's never bowled an over like this in his life. He's getting a slap on the back there from Joe Root. I hope his mother's stopped pushing the baby around. She's got to be watching this. She couldn't take the pressure earlier.
Yeah, I'm just seeing who's going to take first ball. It's going to be Neesham by the looks of it.
Do you like the idea of a tiebreaker? Just as I'm just throwing, I know you've got 15 and you're in a difficult situation.
So.
Do you? I think I'd rather share.
So Neesham, who's left-handed, takes guard from umpire Darmasina. The sun is fully out now, but the lights are on and the shadows creeping onto Lords. A sunlit evening. What a perfect stage for this dramatic finish. Here's the first ball. Archer from round the wicket bowls very wide outside the off stump. It's called a wide. Oh. And Archer there, he looked devastated at that call. It was a good length, as it was very full. But there's one, there's a gimme for New Zealand. In goes Archer. He bowls to Neesham, very full, beautifully bowled. They're going to run this second one quickly because I think Guptill might have stolen that one a bit. The throw goes to the far end, and they've made their second. I might be keeping an eye on Guptill here because he was out of those blocks very quickly.
Oh, what a Yorker that was.
It was.
That was in the block hole. Had to dig that out. He did well there, Neesham.
Archer runs in easily and bowls. He's heaved up for 6.
Oh, what a shot.
6 into the mound stand. And Archer missed his length. 7 from 4.
It's a good hit.
It's a wonderful hit.
To come in and suddenly he's had 2 balls to have a look, but it's not many against Archer.
It's a superb blow. 7 from 4. It's 9 for no wicket in this super over. Here's the third ball. Archer round the wicket, moves in, bowls to silence. That's clubbed away into the leg side. They shouldn't get 2, but they're going to try it. Throw to, it was a fumble out there.
Oh no.
And they do get their 2.
5 off 3.
Jason Roy was it out there, I think. 11 for no wicket.
Yeah, he is running into the sun, I know, but He just snatched at it. You know, a little bobble before him, hard hands, the pressure. He could see that the batsmen were going for the second.
11 for no wicket in this super over.
Neesham was in the crowd at the MCG 4 years ago supporting New Zealand.
Well, he's on strike now to win them the World Cup. In goes Archer round the wicket, bowls to him, and it's heaved into the leg side. That's heading towards the boundary, intercepted by Roy. They shouldn't get 2 now. The throw comes in to Archer, and he's made his ground again.
Wrong end.
Yeah, it was.
Guptill again has made it up to this end. 2 balls, 3 for New Zealand to win. Archer from round the wicket, bowls to Neesham. It's short, he clubs it away. They get a single. Don't throw it. He didn't throw it. Sorry. Archer there had the ball in aim for a moment at the non-striker's end, but there was nobody there to take it. 2 from 1.
If he gets bat on this, they'll take the run.
Yeah.
So we are going to end up with boundaries.
So it's boundaries.
Do we really want to decide the World Cup on that?
Well, New Zealand will know that they have to get 2.
Yeah, of course.
One's not enough. New Zealand need the 2 to win.
Yeah, I do.
If they only get 1, England are the world champions.
Guptill hasn't faced a ball
yet.
How
can you separate this?
Well, what are England going to do with
2 from 1 ball. Where's he going to bowl it? Or where's he going to aim to bowl it? 4 in the circle, 3 in the offside.
it's going to
I'll
be
go
short.
through that scenario once more. 2 runs off this ball, New Zealand win. 1 ball, 1 run, and England win. It's come to this. Here's the last ball of the World Cup final. Archer bowls it. It's clipped away into the leg side. They're going to come back for the second. The throw is picked up. They throw to the wicket-keeper's end. He's run out, is he? I think he's run out. England think he's run out. England are convinced he's been run out. They're celebrating. It was thrown to the right end, to Buttler's end, who had to work hard to take those bails off. England are sure they've got him. Through a tie in the tiebreaker. But it's England's game on more boundaries in the match. New Zealand look devastated. Guptill's on his haunches. I think he knows, as England do. Here's the replay. Wait for the cheer. We're watching Buttler gather the ball. He's got a bit of work to do to take it to the stumps. Wait now, listen. That tells you that England have won the World Cup.
Ooh, all goosey.
they had it in the bag, didn't they?
I thought New Zealand had it in the bag.
Well, they did with 3 off 2.
Yeah, at the start they had. Well, it was incredible to think back to that. And just remember that last moment of waiting for the replay, the confirmation that he was run out. Because, of course, where we were sitting, diving 100 yards away. It was incredible. What a great memory. Were you watching that, Carlos?
No, I didn't. I was out at a business meeting and following on Crick Info. Trying not to refresh Twitter and spoil a surprise.
Must have been a very important business meeting, Carlos, to miss that.
Yeah, it was.
Wow, no, it's fantastic. So anyway, tonight on BBC 2, One Day Sports Super Sunday. It's at 8:30, and we're playing the full replay of the World Cup final on Sports Extra on Tuesday, just in case you hadn't heard it before, but I suspect by now most people probably have. 57 more needed here. Let's focus on what's happening here at the Ageas Bowl. And it's been a bit of a roller coaster for you, Carlos, I think, hasn't it? I mean, up and down, a terrific afternoon session, that. And yet we also saw a brilliant spell of fast bowling from Jofra Archer.
It's been the tune of the game, really. No one has ever been able to go far enough ahead to take the opposition out of it. Just as you were thinking, West Indies are out of it. Blackwood and Chase, big partnership. Just as you're thinking, England are out of it. Jofra Archer with a big fast bowling spell, pace, power, fire. Get rid of Roston and almost had Dowrich as well.
Yes. I mean, it's had everything. This Test match had everything, really. And it's going to have a tense finish.
Yeah, it's just what we needed this week. We needed a close contest, and the players deserve all the credit, because without any preparation, really, they've delivered some high-class Test match cricket. There's been mistakes, you're going to get that every week, but for the standard of cricket and the drama that we've had, for it to be going into the last session of the day, on day 5, with all to play for, all 4 results still possible. The West Indies are favourites, and that's when it gets a little bit tricky, because you're getting closer and you start looking at the scoreboard, maybe taking on a couple too many big shots. England are out of it because they get 2 or 3 overs, and this game can easily change the way of the England side. But very impressed with Blackwood, I have to say. I mean, we know him as a dasher, and we know him as someone that comes out and just plays shots and takes on high-risk shots pretty much from ball 1. He's played very smartly. He has. Very cleverly.
Can he keep it going? That's the question.
Ronnie, which results are possible?
All 4.
There will never be a draw.
I think it's unlikely.
And no result if I
You never know in England, Carlos. The weather might come in.
Good point.
You never ever know.
I don't think it is today.
One thing's for sure, Aggers, is that the break has come at the right time for England.
Yes.
You just felt that last 20 minutes, Jimmy Anderson's spell there. It's very rarely that we say that Jimmy didn't get it right. But he didn't get it right in that 3 or 4 over burst then. The England team in that dressing room, we saw them on day 3 when they came out after lunch, a different team, different tactics, and I'm sure Chris Silverwood and the coaching staff will be with the inexperienced captain Ben Stokes probably just sitting him down going, right, this is the plan for the first half an hour. Not too sure what it'll be yet. I would go certainly maybe the captain himself, he hasn't bowled enough, whether that toe's so bad, but he is the cricketer that generally in the last 2 years has delivered magic. And if his toe is fine, I would be turning to myself as the captain and say, let me do it. I'll have a go, because we saw him in the first innings. We've seen him throughout many one-day games, test match games. So can they get another spell out of Jofra Archer early? Rather than leaving it till 20 required, now's the time. Jofra's going to have to give another burst.
It's interesting, they seemed a bit confused with their plans in that last 20 minutes or so as well. I mean, they were going to go short for a bit, and then they thought, oh no, they were going to go full for a bit, and then they went back to field for short again, and they seemed to be a little bit muddled.
I think if you go back to the start of the afternoon session, I didn't think they got it right with their tactics straight away. I thought they spread the field too soon, and when the opposition still need 150, it's too soon to be spreading the field. You spread the field, in my opinion, when the game gets to about 50 required, and you just want as many balls as possible to get the 10 wickets. By spreading the field, it created momentum, it created gaps, and it created the opportunity for that partnership of Chase and Blackwood to really start to get some momentum. So that's gone, that's in the bed, you can't do anything about it. It's all about the next 2 hours of cricket, if it gets to that stage.
Yeah. Would you rather be, Carlos, batting in this situation, I don't mean you personally, but as a team, batting in this situation, or do you want to be the team in the field in this situation?
I think you want to be batting. Again, the size of the ground is hard to really stop runs from flowing. You can stop boundaries, but then with the situation needing for 57 more, you could easily drop and run as Blackwood has been doing with Roston and now Dowrich. So you definitely want to be batting, and you want to be smart going about your batting innings. The bowling team needs something, a similar Jofra Archer spell. Don't know if it come from him, but you need another fiery spell that can pick up 1 or 2 wickets quickly.
It's that fine balance, isn't it, Carlos, that if you protect the boundaries, that means there's going to be gaps for the single. If you kind of protect the singles, there's opportunity for the boundaries. It's as a captain, as a team, it's knowing when to gamble on offering the boundary, and it might create an opportunity, and it's when to kind of just spread the field and just decide that you want as many balls as possible to try and get the wickets, and just you're generally relying on a mistake. And that's what you're relying on in that situation.
I think as much as batsman is also bowler, you can afford to be a little more attacking with a Jimmy Anderson. You know where you put the ball. For a Jofra Archer, for a Wood, you want to give them a closer attacking field, but you want to give them some protection as well. So as we're saying, Caribbean, an in and out type of field where you have your catchers and your boundary riders. But for Jimmy, it's very easy for you to bowl with an umbrella field and just tell him just hit the stump, swinging in, swinging away, and cause problems.
Do you know what they do with Anderson off that spell? I mean, there's so few runs in the bank.
Well,
do you think?
There wasn't a great deal for him because there wasn't as the swing, the seam. His pace is 78, 80 miles an hour. It's just Ben Stokes. I just think he's going to have to bowl himself. He's got magic in him. Yes. He's the England captain. He generally delivers, and he's a bit like Ian Botham. He might bowl a long up and he'll get a wicket. He's got that ability.
Who would you start with, Michael?
I'm going Jofra Archer and Ben Stokes.
I agree. Just try to get something early.
Yes.
The longer it meanders, the more West Indies, it comes into West Indies' favour. You still got Campbell to come back, Jason Holder.
Well, if Campbell comes out, they're left-hander. That's when Don Beth really comes into his game.
Yes, exactly. That'll be an interesting one. If Blackwood's still in, are you bringing Bess on?
Yeah, I am, because you can play the field. You can have an in-out field. You can take mid-on back. You've got your cow corner. You can bring mid-off up and just say, OK, if you want to try and take on the big drive like you did in the first innings, trying to take against the spin over the top of mid-off, good luck. Well, it's cat and mouse. It's knowing when to gamble. It's knowing when to dangle that carrot. That's the greatness of cricket. That you all have a different opinion to the tactics of I would have Carlos with them. That's somehow Ben Stokes has got to see it, that in the next hour and a half you can be a captain for 4 days and 2 sessions, and now it's got to the stage where that actually accounts for nothing. All the decisions that he made, batting first, playing Wood and Archer, that counts for nothing. It all now relies on him to get this next hour and a half absolutely spot on.
It's a gorgeous afternoon. Just settle down if you're sitting in your gardens or something, because it's going to be
I bet there's a few aggers
very tight. Bound to be
nice,
and lots of people
or something
playing some cricket as well, which is really nice. Did you see that email about the chap who got 2 first ballers yesterday and a 5? I think it was a 5, wasn't it?
Well, he had 3 innings.
3 innings. They're playing a friendly game. He was out for the first ball of the match. Came back another go and out first ball again. The same bowler.
Is he playing today?
I think he might have retired. It's a great story. The tactics and going into this, and the fact that England did seem to select their team for the 5th day, almost with a dry pitch and up and down, to the quicker bowlers to get the variable bounce and so on. It's flawed when you don't actually get there, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
When the conditions were like that on the first day of a Test match, and you've got 2 of the best bowlers in the world, I know that the selector's role is to have a bit of an eye on the future, and then that is part of it. But the first Test match of a series, when you're trying to get things off to a good start, it just seems to me that they got that all wrong. If they got Stuart Broad on their side, won the toss, bowled first. Well, who knows? But it just seems to be an error.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I think Stuart Broad's interview today. I'm delighted to see him give that interview, because I think when you get to a stage in your career where it's coming to the latter stages, I'm sometimes concerned that senior players, they get dropped and it doesn't hurt. Well, you can clearly see he's hurt, which is a good sign for English cricket that he wants to carry on. Have England got it wrong this week? They probably have. If they want to win this week and only this week, this game, of course they probably have, because Stuart Broad, in my eyes, still is in English conditions in the best 11. But we can't, as an English media group, always take England to Australia. They've lost 4-0, 5-0 the last 2 times, and criticise them for not being prepared. We can't do that. No. And then criticise them for having a vision in this game, in going with 2 players in Mark Wood and Jofra Archer that could have an impact in Australia in 18 months' time. So we've got to just tread the waters just a little bit carefully. But would England have been better suited bowling first and having Stuart Broad in the side this week? Yes, of course they would.
And the fact that Old Trafford's next, which is a harder pitch, actually that would have been better suited to have Wood and Archer together, and then you might leave one of Broad or Anderson out there.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you had Ed Smith and Chris Silver and Ben Stokes in a room, said, come on, honestly, would you admit that you probably would have been better off playing Stuart Broad? You probably would have been better off bowling first. I think they quietly admit it. I think many of the ex-captains would have batted here as well. I certainly looked at the surface and thought, it's dry underneath, all right, you're going to have to bat well. And what we've also got to be careful, Aggers, is that we're using the Stuart Broad non-selection as an excuse for why England only got 204. Yeah, sure. England should have got more than 204. They should have got over 300, and I think if they'd have got over 300, we potentially might not have been having this conversation. So the batsmen have to do the job that they didn't do in the first innings tomorrow. If they do that, there's a chance England can get out of this Test match. If the batsmen don't do the job tomorrow, well, I'm afraid it's obviously a talking point that Stuart Broad's not been selected, but the reason why England will lose this Test match is because they've batted poorly.
Or West Indies are going to win this match and go 1-0 up. We've got Alistair Cook alongside me. We've got Carlos Brathwaite on the other side as well, way over there in the distance. Big day, Carlos. You excited about this?
Yeah, morning, Aggers. Big day. Bowlers will know what they have to do. Come out and give a first session similar to the one they put in a couple of days ago, and really look to get some early wickets and put England on the back foot. I still think the game is kind of level with the sun coming out and the pitch getting better. It brings the fourth innings back into play without a massive lead, so it's important that West Indies continue to trudge along and get ahead with early wickets.
Yeah. Do you see England getting out of this, Alistair?
I can. I think it's going to take either the 98 overs definitely today to bat. It's a great challenge for these guys. the sun is out, the pitch is slow. I don't think scoring is going to be particularly quick today. If West Indies bowl like they did in the first innings, bowl tidily, bowl around off stump, I think England have had to really work hard for their runs. But it is an earn the right day. And what I mean by that first 2 hours, they're going to have to put miles in those West Indies legs. And I'd love to see Shannon Gabriel coming with a second new ball with England only 4 down.
Yes.
Then we'll see what happens there, and that's where England will cash in. But I love the West Indies view. They're saying, it's an even game. England are behind this game. The way of getting back into the game is and they could be by tea, but it's going to take 2 great batting sessions by this top order. They've been laying the platform in the past. They've got to lay the platform today.
98 overs, 3 and over, maybe, probably a bit less actually, I think, when you think it's quite a slow outfield and so on. So, I mean, by the end of the day, they've got to go beyond, haven't they, if you think, to really deny the West Indies.
Yeah, but we all know Test match cricket, it speeds up towards the end, days 4 and day 5, with the deterioration of the pitch. I think this is still a day 3 wicket. There's not a huge amount of rough there. It's a rock-hard wicket. It's dry, but it's rock-hard, feels solid. I think it's just going to go slow. The odd one will keep a bit lower. I thought we might get a little bit more uneven bounce going up after the first day or so, but that seemed to have gone out of the pitch. So be slow. West Indies ball straight. I think we're going to imagine quite straight fields, and it's a good test of Rory Burns, Zach Crawley, Joe Denley, Dom Sibley. You're naming them playing under pressure like we always do. But if they come through this today and lay a platform, it'll be really good for this England side.
Right, we've got blue sky above, just a few puffy white clouds. Let's say hello to Susan Powell for the first time this summer. Hello, Susan.
A very good morning to you. It's very nice to
be able to join you. What a beautiful day for you to come on Test Match Special for the first time.
Amazing day. And it's not been so great for you, of course, has it, at the start? We had all that cloud around. It was drizzly.
That was Simon King's fault.
A little bit sullen and miserable. Not saying that about Simon King, of course. But, today, what a cracking day. We've got lighter winds as well. And basically, those little puffs of cloud are probably all that you're going to see today. I think there'll be some sunshine throughout. It's set dry, and with a little bit of a northwesterly breeze, I think our temperature get up to around 20 degrees Celsius. We're a few degrees below where we should be for the time of year. Tomorrow, I think, very similar looking day to today. Slight difference, the wind will just swing round and become more of a southerly or southwesterly. So for Sunday, another cracking day to finish off the job, and we should get up to 22 degrees. What more can you ask for?
Absolutely nothing, Susan. Thank you very much indeed. That's great, isn't it? And for people at home, we will, and you too, Susan. People at home too, a weekend maybe in the garden or something. That sounds like a really, really promising weekend's forecast. Now let's have a catch up on the England camp, shall we? Dom Bess has been speaking to Alison Mitchell.
Well, Dom, we'll come to your role with the ball in a moment, but first of all, the match situation. A lot of work to be done today.
Yeah, I think obviously we've got 6 sessions left. We've got a bat today, I think the whole of today, to put ourselves in, I guess, a good position. First, I think the big thing is obviously to get past that, their lead, or in terms of, so they have to come out and bat. I think that's the real important thing.
And for you then, a couple of wickets yesterday. Are you relishing the fact that all eyes will be on you, 4th innings, to try and win a match?
Yeah, I guess I'm used to that at Somerset. Myself and Leachy have sort of always had that pressure, I guess, and I sort of like to flip it around and see it as an opportunity. The pitch is sort of in my favour. So, again, if it comes to that point and we're in a good position, be interesting to see how that pitch is and actually, the opportunity I could potentially have.
Your attacking line was noted yesterday. What sort of mindset do you need as an off-spinner to take that approach?
I think quite a brave one at the start as well, because I think it was quite a good wicket, and especially they've got some real good batters, so I've got to be mindful as well what my role is in that side, and at the moment, that time, it was probably 2.5 and over, that sort of time, just trying to build that pressure. I think I did quite well after lunch with Jimmy, and then that's the thing, you almost want to try and make them play the wrong shots when it's probably not spinning. I think that line's actually quite an aggressive line, obviously for it to end up at slip, or it might spin a little bit and end up to short leg. So I think you've got to be quite brave with it.
And what about your role with the bat as well in the first innings, because they were very, very handy runs? Do you always enjoy and back yourself to be able to do a role with the bat?
Yeah, I think it's something for me. It's always been sort of my real role. I think personally to be sort of down at 7, 8, 9. and pick up big runs, I think. I do see myself as a batter as well. I like to think that I can hold it anyway, and I just want to make it awkward for them. I know what it feels like to be in the field. So like when Jason Holder came in last evening and that sort of time, you know your legs are heavy and it's almost, you're a bit like, oh, you need him to get going. So for me, I guess that's my sort of role in terms of the opposite way. So yeah, and like you said, any runs, I think my real focus was to get the side to 200 and make sure the partnerships with Woody, Broady, Joff, just little partnerships to get there.
What sort of total do you think you will need? What sort of target do you think you will need to set the West Indies as a minimum to give yourselves a chance in this match?
I'm not sure in sort of terms of score. I think it's more time now. So say we've got about all day today to put ourselves in a fairly good position. We also know how quickly the game can speed up. You look at the likes of South Africa in Cape Town, how quickly we took wickets with a bit of, I guess, pressure. Obviously we wouldn't have the crowd around, but obviously there's many people watching at home, and I think we know it can happen quickly. And if it's spinning as well, that could obviously come into favour. Anything really, so we've got to get past theirs, and then 250 depending on what time to what time, because you don't really want to be sort of
knock out 400 by the sound of it,
giving them any real sort of opportunity. I don't think
it's a constant equation, isn't it?
It is.
What are you all doing? Anything different to try and G yourselves up in the absence of a crowd? You know, when there's those times when it might be or feel a little bit flat out there.
Good question, I guess. For me, again, Stokes said to us as a team in general, like, you're playing for your country, and I don't. It's quite cliche, but I think that's all you need, really. Obviously, it's amazing to have the sport we do, but certainly times like this when we can't, to play for your country, you've sort of always grown up wanting to do that. So I know personally for myself, that's enough motivation. Obviously, social media these days, it's always floating around as well, and people are watching, so you know we've got the support behind us. I guess it could be a little bit different for Jimmy in terms of he's been around for a long time, being around the crowds, so it's probably a little bit different for him. But it's sort of not long ago since I was sort of playing in the second team and there was no one really around. So for me, it doesn't really faze me.
Just a final thought on that. I mean, it is if you like, talk about time. It wasn't that long ago that you were in the second team. Do you sometimes pinch yourself that you're back up at this level?
A little bit, and also I guess there's times where I've had to go through it a lot. So I guess it's more for me managing my emotions in that roller coaster. And I guess when I was younger a little bit, 2 years ago. It's a real roller coaster. It's trying to sort of flatten that out, and that's the life, I guess, of a spinner and a cricketer as well at times. So yeah, you do pinch yourself because you're playing for your country, and I'm still looking around seeing Jimmy, Broady, Stokes, obviously, Joss, all these blokes that World Cup winners, I guess, and you look at it in that sort of terms, but as well with the hard work I feel like I've put in, I feel like I'm getting there, yeah.
Yeah, you own your place, don't you?
Yeah.
Best of luck today, Dom. Great to
Cheers.
chat.
Nice honest chat there from Dom Bess speaking to Alison Mitchell, and we're good to go here. 5 minutes until the first ball we bowl. The West Indies, I can see they're ready to go. They're down there on the boundary edge, and England's opening batsman too, who survived last night. They're at the top of the stairway just outside their dressing rooms. They're coming down those now as Jerusalem begins. Who are you opening with, Carlos? Who are you opening with?
More the same, really. Shannon and Roach. I think for me, my eyes are on Alzarri Joseph. We know what the three big quicks can do. We saw it in the first innings. He was a bit off the boil. I messaged him and I told him that you don't normally start series well, but it's important that you come to a party in the second innings. With the long day, potentially, we don't need the workload being increased on the big three quicks because of his inconsistency. So it's a big day for him today. I don't think his place is under threat, but for the success of this first test, he's going to be an important factor.
Yeah, it could be a long day, couldn't it? I mean, if things do go England's way today, without much cricket, There could be some tired limbs around about tea time or so.
And we know Shannon's unfortunate injury history. Jason had a bit of a niggle. It didn't seem so with the 6 foot.
Yeah.
But he had a bit of a niggle, and over time, these things seem to pop up. And you can have 1 or 2 scenarios with them either bowling within themselves because of a niggle, or worst case scenario, probably having to not bowl at all and potentially missing 1 or the remaining 2 test matches. So it's important that Alzarri comes to the party, shares the load. Obviously, Roston will come into it a bit more, but my concern is the fitness of Shannon and ultimately Jace and the workload.
Yeah. We'll see Kemar Roach, I see, running to, I think, take up this end. How do you feel, Cookie, as an opening batsman in this situation? You're walking out, you're back to the wall, you know everyone's watching and saying, not expecting them to lose, but I mean, the West Indies are in the best position. How do you feel when you're coming out at the start of a day like this?
Well, it's exciting. Yeah, you are. I mean, you look it up and you think it feels like a good day for batting, doesn't it? It does. You're not out overnight. You did the really, the horrible work last night. That 40 minutes, which you dread as an opener, but it's part of your job, and you get through it, and you get all the slaps on the back last night, and you kind of joke about, "Cool, got through that one." But today's where the real work starts, and what an opportunity for these two.
Yeah.
That's what you got to look at. Do
you think about the match situation?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't go out and just batting?
Well, you know the match situation, but these are... just say England bat really well today, and we are 300 for 5 at the end of the day, and then we put West Indies under pressure tomorrow, and then everyone will then start talking it's a flat wicket. But we've got to remember, say day 4, England are under pressure, and if anyone delivers here... Well, if the England side deliver here, then we've got to speak how well they batted, and that must be the exciting thing for these two guys, knowing that, or the top order, knowing that they've got the opportunity to really, turn a game round, which there's no better feeling than that.
Yeah, and interesting for Denley and Crawley, batting well for certainly their immediate futures. Again, it'll be interesting to see how they step up.
Absolutely,
yeah.
That's part and parcel of this international kind of merry-go-round you're on, and the circus of it is there are certain things which aren't relevant out there, which can distract you from it, and that is one of them, and they've got to go out and put that to bed.
Here's the first ball of the 4th day. It's Kemar Roach running away from us, and Sibley, as he did a lot last night, allows that to go by, not too far away from his off stump, and he's now rechecking his guard. Carlos, will catch you later. Nice to see you. Very smart white shoes on there, training shoes. Crikey.
The suit and trainer.
Yeah, I know. It's the suit and trainers. That is. Yeah, it's got big smiles. do they show the shoes on the telly?
Yeah, they will do. I'm going to see whether he's brave enough to keep them on for the telly.
They are very bright.
It's not a look I could pull off, but Carlos suits him. It's
very, very bright. 4 slips. Roach runs away, bowls, and again Sibius allows that to go through outside the off stump. Yeah, because the Denley Crawley situation, I mean, it is proper personal pressure, isn't it? How do you how will they respond to that? Will they rise to it, or do they sort of get smothered by it? That's the question. An airplane overhead somewhere. Can't see it. I don't think that's. I can see the drone, but I don't think it's the drone making that noise. Somebody's chugging off somewhere.
There it is. Just over the practice ground.
Well, that's quite a big one, actually. Here's Roach again, outside the off stump once more. Not too far away. He'll be wanting to make Sibley play, but he left. Well, he left one last night, went straight over his stumps. So he's looking just to absolutely get himself in there and like a rock, be unmovable. That's his plan. So he's to 37 balls for his 5 not out, which doesn't really matter in the scheme of things, but that's just the way that he's been playing. 4 slips. Holder at second, big sun hat on today. Roach goes in, bowls. Oh, that was close from here. Anyway, he let it go by again. He hasn't played anything yet in this over, but that one, Roach is just bringing them back a little bit. And he's got to be careful because, of course, he was out in the first innings playing no shot. That's pretty close, isn't it?
It's a good channel by Roach. All 4 balls.
Yep.
Right in that corridor. It's a good leave. I think he might have just flinched just a little bit, Don Sibley, but just past the off stump. Can you get your plane out now?
Yes, we're allowed to. I think we take passengers now too if you want to come. In goes Roach, bowls, that's a bit wider, and that's a safe leave from Sibley.
Can you?
Yeah, I think so.
Have you got it booked in, or after these test matches?
Yeah, I think Tuesday.
Really?
Yeah, look out below. Go to Skeggy again, probably.
That's all right, you're going north, right? You're not going over our house?
No, I haven't found it yet. All I need is your postcode. Houses always look different from the other. I often do it for charity and take people up to look at their house. And goes Roach over the wicket and it's punched away by Sibley, who's stolen a run there to Gabriel. Well, they're on his heels up here at mid-on, so he's stolen a run off the last ball, and it takes the deficit down to 98. Sibley's away for the day, 6 not out. I often take them up and they say, well, you got the postcode of this, there's your house, and they say, no, it's not. So I'm telling you, that is your house. No, that is not our house. Well, there's a school there, and is that a bit of a lake there and a park? Oh, yeah, that's that park, and that's the school. Yeah. Well, that is your house. No, it's not our house. Because all you can see is the roof.
Do you then buzz the house?
No, I don't.
It's 2 wickets. England back to favourites.
Very much. 2 balls. It could all change again.
Yeah.
You sense this is a match that could yet have another twist.
Yeah, England will be ruining them chances.
Cirrus clouds above the Rose Bowl, 2 slips and Wood in, a bouncer ridden well by Dowrich. Defending into the offside to end the over. 149 for 4 then, and 51 more needed to win. And Dowrich played a very handy innings in the first innings, didn't he?
Yeah.
61. Stokes got his wicket. And Stokes 4 for 49 in the first innings. It's got to be his toe. There's got to be something that we're not seeing him.
Yeah,
have a go.
I would have thought so, because usually he's the kind of fellow who sticks his hand up and says, I'll get it done. So there must be something, perhaps. 4 overs is nothing.
He's not moving gingerly in the field in terms of walking pace, but it's that bowling, isn't it, when that right foot is that front foot is slammed down.
Yeah.
But it could be a big factor in this match.
I think Archer's just got to change tactic here a little bit. Try and draw them forward a bit. Blackwood has played that short ball so well. He's got to try and get him driving.
Archer then continuing here, and that does draw him forward, but sort of in a little bit of 2 minds, wasn't he? Almost expecting the short ball, you're right, but he's defended it into the offside. And the full ball always becomes the surprise ball for Archer, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think there might be a little slight change of tactic. Just because of the way Blackwood's played it. He's just got himself in great positions, hasn't taken on the hook or pull. Might just have to try something else here.
149 for 4. West Indies are 51 away from victory. England needs 6 more wickets. Archer's in, defence again on the off stump. He draws him forward and he plays it pretty solidly. Here's a little piece of trivia for you, Tuffers.
Yeah.
What does Jermaine Blackwood have in common with Marnus Labuschagne?
Is it something to do with Japan?
It's not.
Oh, okay.
They've both.
Why Japan?
I didn't even want to question that, Andy.
You went in so quickly.
Archer in again, a little bit of width, and he's played that for 4, out through the offside. Just an extension of the arm. Valuable runs. The West Indies need less than 50 now. 47 to win. A punch of the gloves between Blackwood and Dowrich takes West Indies past 150 as well. There's a 50 partnership. All the landmarks coming at once.
Yeah.
So no, it's not Japan.
Oh, right, because isn't it Marcus Labuschagne's brother captains Japan Rugby Club?
Oh, that's another good bit of trivia.
Yeah.
Well, that was not the answer I was looking for.
So I had one out of the 2 earmarked for Japan.
They've both been concussion subs. The Labuschagne, you remember, was Steve Smith's concussion sub and the very first in international cricket. Blackwood on 71, bouncer from Archer, and he simply crouches, gets down low and lets it go through. And he was a concussion sub for Darren Bravo against India in Jamaica last September. They've both been concussion subs. There you go. And that test actually was his first in nearly 2 years.
Yeah. Well, he's getting close to becoming man of the match for me.
Well, he's got 100 in his sights as well, hasn't he? And if he plays the winning innings, then it's the match-winning hand, isn't it?
Exactly.
Getting them home.
Exactly.
A slip and a short leg. Archer going full, and it's an inside edge. He wasn't sure where it's gone. It squirted away square behind him. He set off for a single, left for Pope to do the chasing.
Wow.
Yeah, didn't know where that had gone.
Yeah, and this mixing up his length from Archer instead of just keep bowling short of him, just seems to have put him in 2 minds. That one just nipped back and just managed to jam a bat down its thick inside edge. Hands on head for Archer.
46 needed.
But he probably got another 2 or 3 overs of Archer. West Indies, that's what they'll be thinking. See him off.
He's in now. Riding the bounce down the leg side, pulled the arms away at the last moment, did Dowrich, to end the over. So Archer operating, getting the high 85 plus to 90 zone. He's taken 3 for 42. It's 154 for 4. Blackwood 72 not out. Dowrich on 19. I'm not sure that Blackwood, I was asking Carlos, he's sort of, he scored hundreds, obviously, 100 against England as well, but a sort of match-defining innings like this against England is going to mean an awful, awful lot to him. Considering his, also that reputation of being the dasher and being the flamboyant.
He's tried to put that to bed, though. I was talking to Carlos, I think, at day 2 or 3, and he said, well, you know, he's made a conscious effort that he wants to play the long game. And so he's changed his batting style and mentality, and it's been proven here. We can really see that here.
Yeah, it's really paying off, isn't it?
He had a big double century in the West Indian domestic tournament early this year.
Yeah, that's right. And so he's obviously set out to come over here and not just be known as this bloke and get you a flashy 30 or 40, but change the game.
Wood, new over, covering up is Blackwood, solid, and Wood picks up in his follow-through, hurls the ball back in the direction of the stumps, and Blackwood gets back behind the line, saying that no danger for me there, thank you. West Indies support staff and players out on the sort of balconies. It's a little concourse just at the top tier of steps of the pavilion, where all the exercise bikes are.
Yes, that's right.
Static exercise bikes. You see them pedalling away, watching the action. There's some cyclists early today cycling the golf buggy cart, the golf buggy path around the golf course as well. Plenty of space around this ground. It's not a bad ground to be locked down at, actually.
Beautiful.
When you consider the views, the green all around.
Yeah,
Tall
lovely.
pine trees around the back of the golf course.
Very airy.
Wood, the end of his mark. In he goes now. Blackwood in his sights. Over the wicket he goes. Just the low full toss, and it's flayed over extra cover. Racing to the boundary. There'll be no stopping that for Jimmy Anderson. That has flown, and Blackwood on to 76. West Indies getting closer again, 158 for 4.
Yeah, gone for the reverse swing, in swinger there, Mark Wood, but pounced upon by Blackwood and got a really good middle of the bat on it. Just a bit of too full by Wood. Everything going West Indies' way. This is now very, very dangerous times. If England don't get another wicket within the next 20 minutes, I think the game might be up.
Well, England operating a bowler down. If Stokes isn't going to have a bowl the rest of this innings, the rest of the match, which doesn't feel like he is. The West Indies are a batsman down potentially, but they might not even need him, as Wood bowls a bounce. Now that is a nasty one, and that just has Blackwood fending. It really cut up at him. Wandering away now towards square leg. And just the odd one like that can start to play with a batsman and might make him a little bit edgy. He's away, leaning on his bat handle now, several yards away from the stumps. That'll be his way of calming himself. Possibly a little bit of self-talk going on as well. Reset.
So the West Indies still got 6 more wickets to go, so England, in effect, have got to get 6 for 42.
Yeah.
Tough.
Well, lower order wickets can fall quickly, but they've still got Holder yet to come. Wood again bowling full, looking for that Yorker as well bowled. He got his bat down onto it, but an inside edge again, which goes past the stumps. So he did execute the Yorker that time, 81 miles per hour. Now he's bowled a cutter, pulling the fingers over the side of the ball. Was well bowled, but also well read by the batsman. Well, they jammed the bat down on it, smothered the ball, then it bounced and bounced over the stumps. Blackwood 76. And the West Indies 158 for 4. Wood, and again, what will he do this time? Will he go full? Will he go short? It's a deep square leg out. It's going forward. It's more flayed over extra cover. Over the hands of Jimmy Anderson. It's mid-off, and it's 4 more. Mark Wood cannot believe it. He is on his back on the edge of the pitch. He has just been flayed by Blackwood. What a fantastic stroke that is to take him on to 80. And the West Indies 162 for 4. Carlos, what a shot.
As I was coming in, I heard dun, 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 dun. But yeah, stay humble, boys. Finish the job.
Isn't a T20?
Now, Blackwood has earned the right to be as expansive and as expressive as he is now. He's laid the foundation and he's just reaping the rewards. A little bit more miles in the legs of the pacers. He's seeing it as big as a breadfruit at the moment, and he's capitalising on a fantastic start. Highest score in the game, isn't it, Andy?
Yep.
Yeah, it's overtaken Crawley's 76.
And the target, this is running away from England quickly now. He's tried to hammer that back along the ground past the bowl, and Woods managed to stop it in his follow-through. But the West Indies now need only 38 more to win. 38 runs, plays 6 wickets, with Blackwood 80 not out and Dowrich on 19. Carlos, he's a smiling man sitting down next to me at the moment, although he did just, give me a look which said, there might yet be a twist. But
yeah,
Simon Mann's coming in. I'll leave you to it.
This game has always thrown up a twist. No team has ever got this far in front. 38 to win with 6 wickets in hand. Could be 5 if John Campbell can't add much with his 1 foot. But it's time to knuckle down. Dowrich will be important to ensuring that Blackwood keeps his head on, stays grounded and get us past the line. At Edgbaston, he got up with 2 runs to go. We wouldn't want to repeat that.
Well, West Indies 27 for 3, they're now 162 for 4. Archer moves in and bowls to Dowrich, who runs it away down towards third man and takes a single. And West Indies are closing in 163 for 4. They need a further 37 more runs to win this test match. Actually, I mean, it would be an upset of sorts in that England, in home conditions, would have started this game as favourites. In fact, they did start this game as favourites, but this would be if West Indies go on to win their 4th win in 6 test matches against England. Let's not forget that. They've beaten them 3 times in the previous 5 games. 163 for 4. Blackwood on 80. Archer moves in and botts a short ball, and Blackwood is bending down, getting right underneath that again. We've seen a bit of that in this innings from Blackwood. He marches off towards square leg to compose himself. There was a really testing over the Archer bowl to Blackwood in the afternoon session. It felt as something was about to give, but Blackwood managed to survive, and he's thrived since.
He has a big heart, Blackwood. Very short man, just a little taller than the stump, so it's very difficult for him to play the rising ball. But he wouldn't be shying away from the challenge, I'm sure. I saw Russell post a story. I know he's been doing a lot of work with Andre Russell, and Russell must be very proud of this knock.
Well, he's played superbly. He's 80 not out. Match-winning innings, potentially. Man of the match innings as well, on a pitch which, largely speaking, helped the bowlers. 4th innings, 80 not out. Some effort. Here goes Archer. Bowls to him, and he plays a sort of flick uppercut there to a short ball outside the off stump. It goes along the ground down to Denley. It was an unusual stroke. Gets him his 81st run and takes West Indies to 164 for 4. When I did what's going to be the winning margin at the start of the day on Twitter, not many people said 6 wickets. There were quite a few, 3 wickets, 4 wickets, 20 runs, 15 runs, that sort of thing. But not many said 6 wickets. So mind you, there's still a bit to go yet.
Yeah, this game.
Here's Dowrich on 20. Archer goes in and bowls, and there's a flinching stroke, and for a moment I thought they were going to go up for the catch down the leg side, but he got inside the line. He didn't play it convincingly, Dowrich, but nothing off the bat or the glove down the leg side, taken by Buttler. England have had their opportunities today. They'll look back on big moments in this game. There was an incident when Blackwood was on 5 and he cut at a ball from Bess, and Stokes was going one way and it went the other. He tried to anticipate it, a slip, and that one went away. That would have been a very sharp catch if he'd taken it. Archer bowls, that's a nasty one, and he takes his eye off it there, and it hits him and goes down fine towards backward square leg, and might well have taken him on the helmet. Difficult to tell from here. He played it horribly. What did this come off? Took his eye off it. It was off the glove, was it?
Off the bat, it looks like.
It's a strange one, because he wasn't even looking at it, and if it did come off the bat, he did incredibly well to somehow control it. It was a remarkable incident. He ended up on his backside after leaping in the air, 2 foot off the ground. It's almost like a star jump.
This is something he's been working on, trying to front up the fast bowling a little better. He needs all that practice now.
Archer bowls to him. Down the leg side, appeal for a catch. Archer's convinced. Umpire less so. If England are that convinced, surely they're going to review it, and they do. They have 2 reviews left. It was down the leg side. It was given not out, but England have reviewed it.
We have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. Can we start with the front foot first, please?
Stokes reviewed it straight away.
Dowrich looks confident.
That's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Right, what is this going to show us?
Okay, ultra edge when available, please, Mark.
It's going to be after ultra edge or nothing, really. What have we got? Ultra edge.
Yeah, keep going through, rolling all the way through. Flat line.
Nothing now.
Flat line, yeah, keep going all the way through. Yeah. The spike is from the ball hitting the hip of the batsman, so no bat involved. Ready to go back on field to Richard. Richard, stay with the on-field decision. You're on screen now.
Umpire Illingworth gave it not out, and it was not out. It flicked something on the way through the pocket or the shirt. So there was a noise. England desperately hoping something was going to go their way, and it did not. There was no bat there. Again, he played that short ball with both feet off the ground, leaping in the air.
He's not the most comfortable with the ball at his body at pace. I mean, no one likes fast bowling at the body when it could threaten your livelihood, but he needs to play a little better, at least for another 36 runs, and then he can sort it out for the second test.
England do lose this game. It'll be the second time in 3 summers that they've lost the opening test of the summer, which is something that had not happened between 1996 and 2017 inclusive. So they have tended to start home summers well, but this would be the second year out of 3 in which they've lost the opening test.
They've lost the opening test of a lot of series recently as well, not just the opening test of a summer. Here is Stokes moving in, bowls full outside the off stump, and it's driven away by Blackwood through the covers for at least 2 runs. Boundary rider running round, they'll come back for 3. Huge boundaries here. Almost can take 1 for the throw. Denley sends in the return, and Blackwood goes to 84.
Yeah, that was for specifically the first test of the summer, so a lot of those have been split summers with 2 series. England have lost the first test in 7 of their last 9 series, not including the one-off game with Ireland, which I think mathematically counts as a series of 1, but 7 of 9, other than that, they've lost the first test recently.
They lost the first test in South Africa, of course, came back to win. Lost the first test in New Zealand. They were hammered in Maunganui by an innings. Lost the first test to Australia at Edgbaston. 167 for 4. Here is Dowrich on strike. Stokes bowls. He tries to swing him away, Dowrich, and hits the toe end of the bat and runs into the offside. Down into the gully. Stokes stands in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his hips, wondering how on earth he managed that. He was looking for the deep mid-wicket boundary. We've seen in this game it's not easy playing the pull shot. It's hard to judge the bounce, get it absolutely right.
That shot is why, as a little medium pacer, I love to bowl when a nice fiery fast ball is at the other end. He obviously won't compare that to Jofra, so he's trying his best to get as much as he could from the other end.
Stokes, he hasn't bowled a lot today, goes in. That ball's very full outside the off stump, almost Yorker length, but wide of off stump. And Dowrich tried to guide it away and missed it. And it went through to Buttler. 100 for 4 when Roston Chase was out. The game was in the balance, but Dowrich has done an excellent job for his side as well. He's gritted it out. It's not been easy for him. Tough against Archer at times. Playing a valuable innings. They've added 67 from 27 for 3. It looked a long shot for West Indies. I think even Carlos lost a bit of belief there, especially with Campbell off the field injured as well. They fought really hard. Stokes bowls, that flashes by outside the edge of Dowrich's bat.
and don't want to give them the commentators curse, but if West Indies were to go on and win the test, obviously people would talk about Shannon's 9 and Jace's 6, Blackwood's how much ever he goes on to get in the end. But I think for me, the things that West Indies aren't accustomed to being highly acclaimed for, running between the wickets, sprinting between the overs, staying in a game when they seemingly lost control, they've done all of that and it's contributed to putting them in a good position in this test.
Here is Stokes bowling full outside the off-stump edge and caught by Sibley at first slip. Dowrich has gone. Stokes back into the attack and he's taken a wicket in his first over. It was full outside the off-stump edge. Now hold on a second, they're just checking the no ball. This really would rub it in for England if this is a no ball. They've had opportunities today, England, but they've frittered them away. Now, is this a no ball? Let's have a look. We're just seeing the front foot land now. They're checking it. The foot is coming down. Is there going to be any behind the line? I don't think there is. I don't think there's anything behind the line. I think this is going to be a no ball. Definite no. And it's signalled as a no ball. It's a definite no ball. Now, there we go.
You just thought the game would throw up a wicket. Stokes not keeping his foot behind. He'd be very disappointed.
Yeah, it was fractionally over. We saw some no balls earlier. It was Gabriel this morning. It was well over and it wasn't called.
Yeah.
And Blackwood was dropped by Burns in the gully off what would have been called back as a no ball by Stokes. Do you think, are they not telling the players from the dressing room where these are happening?
Well, Stokes overstepped on that one, and he overstepped on the one earlier. Burns didn't even put a hand on it in the gully. He looked relatively catchable, especially coming out the seats as well. No spectators to blur the vision. Here's Stokes bowling, and that's edge, and that one's caught as well by Buttler. Now, is this a no ball as well? We'll wait and see, but Stokes has got him. Dowrich is walking off, and umpire Kettleborough is not asking the batsman to wait this time. He seems pretty confident that's not a no ball. So Stokes has got his wicket. Dowrich has gone for 20. It's 168 for 5, and Stokes banging it in. It bounced a bit and he found the outside edge of Dowrich's bat, and Buttler away to his right took the catch. So West Indies 5 down and they need 32 to win. And Jason Holder, I can see him coming down the steps at the far end, and I suppose there would be something appropriate if Holder were to see it through to the end and knock off the winning runs. West Indies captain.
Q, Stokes versus Holder. Wrong 4. So far they've got each other out on 3 previous occasions in the game. If West Indies lose another wicket, no. Back down to the wire again. No one's in front. Balance of power. Neutral. Important 5 overs, I'd say, just to get the England momentum a bit flat. And within 5 overs, I think Blackwood will get close to 15 runs, eat away into the deficit and make it a stroll home as opposed to a panic.
Yeah. Well, England need to go bang bang, really. They need to follow one up with another one straight away to keep themselves in the game. You've got Holder out there. There's a reassuring presence, really, for West Indies coming in at number 8. And that double 100 in the last series.
Quality and stature. Very tall and imposing.
But Holder dismissed Stokes twice. Stokes has already dismissed Holder once. Can he complete the quartet of dismissals? Then Stokes here. 2 slips and a gully in. not easy starting on this pitch. Here goes Stokes now to bowl to Holder, his first ball. He's up the stumps now, he bowls and he goes past the outside edge of Holder's bat. First up. Holder survives. Stokes gets his wicket ultimately. One off a no ball and then following it up next ball, finding the edge again. So 168 for 5. 32 runs to win for West Indies. And Blackwood, well, he's got a chance here of 100 and winning the game. He's got 100 already in Test cricket against England in that last series in the Caribbean, and he's played ever so well. Okay, he has had a bit of good fortune today. I've mentioned the Stokes one at slip, but there's also one down the leg side, Buttler. You feel that one really should have been taken by Buttler away to his left. It's actually given us a leg by, wasn't it? But it came off his glove.
Would Jofra get an assist for the Dowrich wicket? Because he definitely softened him up, and Stokes reaped the rewards. You saw a pull shot out of nowhere, then a chance, and then ultimately the wicket.
Yeah, we're bowling in partnerships, I suppose. Archer is going to continue. He's into bowl to Blackwood, and Blackwood plays away from his body. They're pushing into the offside, goes straight to Burns at cover. Call of weight. There's no run. Archer into his 17th over. He's bowled the most overs of any England bowler today. We haven't seen Dom Bess for a while. England hoping that it might be a Bess pitch on the final day, but perhaps not enough runs to play with ultimately. There was a threat from Bess. He had 2 very good LBW shouts that the umpires called on both occasions. Archer moves in now. Bowls to Blackwood, and Blackwood gets a ball that keeps low, but he fidgets it into the leg side, turns around and gets the bat down in time. Stopped by Pope, away to his left. Good piece of fielding at short leg from Pope. He's looking the field for Archer. I mean, it's a strange one, really. They want to bowl at Holder. They don't want Blackwood to do much damage. There's a deepish mid off, a deepish mid on, deep back with square leg, fine leg and third man. So there are 5 out and 4 in. Slip, short leg, 271 on the offside. Archer goes in, bowls to Blackwood short, and he goes for the uppercut. It goes second bounce down to Denley at third man. And 1 more run to Blackwood. Moves him to 85. And West Indies to 169 for 5. 31 runs away from victory on this final day. After tea on the final day, coming up to 5 o'clock. No problem with the overs, still 34 and a half overs available to us. Holder comes down the pitch to do some gardening. Stokes is having a chat with Burns in the covers. And now he's strolling to his fielding position. The field is, well, it's come up a bit. There's still a deep back with square leg. Holder, of course, was caught on the boundary in the first innings by Archer. Very good catch. Or Stokes. 2 slips, short leg. 371 on the off, 1 on the on, 2 back. Archer bowls to Holder, straight delivery. Holder's equal to it, pushing it back down the pitch. Archer picks up and there's no run. Archer certainly played his part today. He's bowled a lot and he's bowled superbly. He's really threatened this West Indies batting lineup. Picked up 3 wickets.
Yeah, he's been picked to ball fast. He's running. He's been fiery, and even when there wasn't much assistance.
Here he goes. Bowls to Holder outside the off stump. Holder lets it go.
When it felt as though the game was going a bit flat, he went at Blackwood. He got chase out with a lifting delivery, softened up Dowrich. So he's practically had a hand in every dismissal. Probably bar Shai Hope so far.
Dowrich out for 21, Andy? Or 20?
20 from 37 balls. The partnership was 68 from 17.1 overs. Dowrich 81 runs in the match. We only had 24 in 6 innings in the last West Indies tour here.
Archer bowls to Holder outside the off stump. Holder holds the line really of his off stump, allows it to go sailing by through to Buttler. That's the end of Archer's over. Right, West Indies need 31 to win. They have 5 wickets left. Blackwood's 85. More from Carlos Brathwaite, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
5 very big overs here. Stokes looking to get his opposite number out for the second time. Andy, how much times would that have happened in cricket, really? Opposing captains got each other out in all the innings.
Never.
Is that right?
Only 3 times that they'd got each other out in the first innings of a Test match, and never in both innings.
Never in both innings. Well, it's on, isn't it?
It's on.
It is on.
Cusp of history.
How exciting. That is a quivering statistician. You might not have seen one before, Carlos, but that is a statistician on the brink of something remarkable. It's never happened before. We'll see. 31 more to win. Holder doesn't want it to happen. He's up at the non-strikers end. Blackwood's on 85. And off goes Stokes and bowls a bounce, so Blackwood's underneath it, and then back pedals as he gets out of the way. And how typical it is that Stokes has come back and taken that wicket.
Yeah, I always felt once he picked the ball up, something would happen. The egos would be awakened, him and Blackwood, and there'll be some words said, and Blackwood's blood would be pumping, and Stokes would be running in with all his passion, and something happened. Eventful first over by Stokes, and he's continued now, and Blackwood and Jason Holder need to get us at least 20-25 runs to make it a stroll.
Still 31 to win. Stokes moves in, bowls to Blackwood, who'll pick up an easy single there. They've left it deliberately open by the look of it, just to get Holder down on strike. His cover was back, so Blackwood has pushed that away. So Holder's not had much of a tour so far, batting-wise. He's had a couple of practice games and so on, but he's not in obviously top form, put it that way. He's towering over Blackwood. I mean, that's like the old days of Clive Lloyd and Harry Pilling. It really is. Famous photographs you used to get back in those 1970s Lancashire days. 170 for 5, 30 to win. The West Indies captain on strike, and he's facing England's captain Ben Stokes with 3 slips now. Third one quite wide, no third man, and Holder is over his bat. Stokes, long strides, goes galloping up. He's there and he bowls, and that's pushed away by Holder slightly across the line. You can hear the howl from Stokes there. He's still holding his head in his hands. Can't believe that Holder managed to get that away. He thought it was through him, I think. 170 for 5. Holder strolls around. Blackwood got so close to seeing West Indies over the line at Headingley 4 years ago. He might want to mess it up again this time. He's played so well and out of character. Maybe it's his new character, who knows? Maybe he's demonstrating something. Sun's with us again, and Stokes moves in, bowls, and Holder very neatly and determinedly forward sends the ball out to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think after the shot in the first innings, I would love to be in the dressing room. Spoke to James about it, and he said, well, it's Blackwood, you have to give him the freedom. And I think him knowing that he had the supported dressing room, is up to him then to do what he needs to do. And he played eloquently in regard to the match situation today, and he's deserved the right to be able to play the shots he's been playing since.
He's leaning on his bat at the moment because Stokes runs past him. He's there and he bowls to Holder. He's on the back foot, steering that down to a deep gully. And once again, no run. 30 to win. West Indies at the moment in no rush, but you know that Blackwood, if you get within hitting range of finishing it off quickly, well, he could certainly do it. And now the point fieldsman goes back. In fact, they're all going back. It's a tactic, this. They're saying to Holder, you can take a single. There's only 30 needed.
Only the number 1 all-round in the world, averaging 40 odd in the last couple of years, but they prefer him on strike.
It's a big call, isn't it? So those square legs gone back, deep point, and Stokes was just waving there to the others just to give themselves a room. And yeah, it's not as though he's a rabbit or something. Stokes on his way, bowls, and Holder pushed into the onside. Oh, they're going for a quick single, and the throw misses. It's a wild one down there. Maybe the fielder couldn't see the stumps because Blackwood was running through, but they took the chance of the single, and it was Mark Wood who threw. In the end, it was very wild, but I suspect it was because Blackwood was running between him and the stumps, and so he just couldn't throw it straight. But there was confusion there for a moment. I think Blackwood wanted the strike and was a bit surprised that Holder was stealing that single.
Yeah, I think they're trying to break Blackwood's rhythm, and they're giving him an easy single, face 1 ball, and then keep him off of strike, hoping he plays an injudicious shot when he gets back on, thinking he's in the same rhythm. But it's funny, Jason Holder has to steal the strike.
Yes, yes, he did. He had to persuade him to go. Blackwood didn't want to go. Now, looking at the throw again, it was definitely the case that he was blocking the line. Now this is a big bowling change up at the far end. Normally you'd say, right, Anderson's back, all's good with the world, but he bowled poor 3 overs before tea down at this end.
Yeah, it wasn't his best spell ever.
No. But you turn to the main man again. Archer's bowled out for now. Again, terrific spell. Pace. But you can't bowl all day. So Anderson's coming back.
12 wickets by captains in this match. It's the third most ever in a test in England. The only matches in which captains between them took more wickets were 2 games in the 1982 series between England and Pakistan, when the 2 captains were Bob Willis and Imran Khan, and they had 14 wickets between them at Leeds and 13 at Birmingham. So 12 between Stokes and Holder in this game is third on that list. That's matches in England.
Now, what are they going to do? They obviously want to keep Holder on strike. So deep square leg comes up. And Stokes very clearly in charge as captain. He's doing a lot of walking up and down and talking to his bowlers and so on. He's now strolling slowly into the slip area. Where's he going to go? Looks like he's going to sort of third slip. No, second and a half, maybe. Anderson then from the far end bowls, and Holder turns the first one for the leg side again. Blackwood slow setting off, then the throw. Well, I think it probably just missed the stumps and Buttler knocked him off as he ran past, but Blackwood was in. Blackwood's body language is saying, what's going... He's now look at it. That's a little pout he's having there. He's saying, what's going on, skipper? You trying to run me out or something?
He would have been gone as well.
Well, he was back on his heels, to be fair. I think the run was on. They completed it.
Bit of nerves creeping in.
Yeah.
Credit to Stokes though. Watching back the 2016 World Cup and the last over, one of the things that some friends would have shared with me and they eventually agreed with is he just bowled ball after ball after ball. Now you can see it's a concerted effort to really stretch each delivery and really allow the occasion to get the batsman as best as they could. He's walking up, he's walking down, he's going left, he's going right, and really forcing the batsman to think about it.
Field set deep for Blackwood. Anderson moves in, bowls to him, and he just pushes that away for a single. I'm not sure about this. 27 to win. They're giving Blackwood a run.
Yeah, I mean, what is the team plan? How will Anderson get a wicket? He probably fancies Jace, but then the field isn't that attacking either. It's kind of an umbrella field, a holding job type thing.
It's always strange running into bowl to a batsman when the field is set back, because you kind of know you're not going to get him out.
Yeah, unless he plays a real bad shot, which I don't see Blackwood playing at the moment.
Anderson with 2 slips now moves in, bowls to Holder, a little bounce there, Holder's in behind it. Blackwood shouted no there.
Early.
As that was pushed to mid-wicket. He said not having that one.
Not this time around, skipper.
No. But you just knock off the singles, and before you know it, you look up and crikey, it's only 18 needed or something. It's a dangerous. It might work, but it's a dangerous ploy.
The last thing you want as England would be to look up and realise they're a couple hits away, still with 4 or 5 wickets in hand. You want to keep them tied down as long as possible, and then look for opening.
In comes Anderson, and he bowls, and again Holder gets nicely behind this. The ball runs away down to backward point. There'll be some nervous bowlers in that West Indian dressing room.
If it gets down to Shannon gear.
Well, yeah. But they'll be thinking about it. That's 5 down, number 7 in, 8, 9 padded up, 10 thinking about it. It was my sort of mind thinking.
If you get it to Alzarri, Joseph, you never know what can happen. He can knock the runs off himself, or he can get out trying to. Roach will hang around for as best as he could. But if it gets down to Shannon, then it's
probably game over.
Yeah,
173 for 5. Anderson's on his way, bowls to Holder, that comes cutting back, strikes him up on the leg. No appeal from anybody. And now, how many balls to go? There's 1 to go, and Stokes again is putting the men out. So out goes Denley, and out goes Crawley on either side. Then again, if Holder wants a single, well, he can have it almost where he wants. There's still a cover fieldsman in the mid-wicket, but the instruction seems to be, well, you can pick it up if you want. Here's Anderson. Bowls, and Holder comes forward and plays it straight to mid-off. So there is no run there. Archer fields, and that means that Blackwood will be on strike for the start of Stokes' next over. 173 for 5. And there is no need to rush because the West Indians, they know that Archer's, well, he's bowled out for now. Mark Wood had a spell straight after tea. Stokes, we know, can bowl long spells, so he'll probably be able to keep going from here. But there's going to have to, I think, just play as they are.
The only thing is when the field is changing, as much as a cricketer you wouldn't want it to have an impact on your psyche, you then start thinking, with point back, can they just open with the face of the bat and dribble it away for a single as opposed to full face and be a dot, and then that provides the chance, a slight nick to the keeper and an end is open. So we have to see if it works. I don't agree with the offside field being back to black.
It's extraordinary, really, in that, again, there's a single wherever he wants it in the offside. Mid-wicket is still in, I suppose, in a sort of a catching position, you'd call him there. At mid-wicket. Oh, now cover's coming in again.
Makes sense. You want that if he plays forward or defends and it drops into cover, he's still on strike.
Yeah. Mid-off is deep. Stokes on his way, moves in, bowls to Blackwood, who turns that into the leg side. He's only going to get one. The fielder comes off that deep square leg boundary, but it is one all the same, and it means that West Indies need 26 more.
Good number, 26.
You like that, do you?
My shirt number.
Well,
hopefully it's lucky.
It might be. Those lucky trousers, they might have to come out quite regularly this summer, Carlos.
Get them in the wash first thing.
Yeah, I think you might have to. Or if you lose, you're going to have to burn them or something. It's a waste of a nice set of trousers, actually. 174 for 5. Holder on strike. Slips her in place. In goes Stokes and bowls short, swung away. How well has he hit that? Archer hasn't seen it, and the answer is well enough. And it's gone into the deep square leg boundary. And Stokes dropped short. Holder took it on. And 4 runs it is. 22. They went on your 26 for very long.
That's good. That's very good, Agus.
Well, but it's getting pretty serious for England now, obviously.
It is a shot, obviously. He got up with it in the first innings, but as I said then, I say no, if you go short at Jace and he picks up his length quickly, he normally latches onto it nicely as he did there. So if he goes short again, Jace, dispatch it again.
No one deep for that pull shot. Stokes runs in, bowls short of a length and steered into the offside. But, you heard wait, no there as the batsmen don't take the run. Denley's the fielder. 22 to win. And that after the West Indies are in, well, looked to be in disarray at the start of this innings, with Archer taking 2 wickets and Campbell retiring hurt with his injured toe.
I would really love Blackwood to get 100. Everyone thought he'd just come crash bang wallop, but he's been so mature throughout the innings.
Here's Stokes, bowls to Holder, neatly forward, head right over the ball, fielded in the covers. Well, he's been excellent so far, Blackwood. We know there's potentially a rush of blood around the corner, but so far he's reined it in, hasn't he?
If Bess gets the ball, something will happen.
143 balls and 11 boundaries in his 88 so far. Stokes bowls and Holder comes forward again, plays slightly across that pad, and Stokes has his arms raised there optimistically, but it was hit crisply enough, and Wood's the fielder.
Talking about Blackwood and Russell. Russell has a hotel for a house, towers over Kingston.
Oh, does it?
And his gym in his house is placed similar to how this was looking out onto the field. His gym is looking out onto Kingston.
Beautiful.
And during the lockdown, Blackwood was there. He had plenty of videos of him running up the hill and in the gym pumping weights with Russell. And
really?
It's times like this is where you do all that hard work for, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right. Stokes bowls outside the off stump. Holder watches it go through and is taken by Buttler. And, well, they're going to have a drink by the look of it, which is, again, an opportunity for England just to really focus on what they're going to have to do here, but it's looking pretty critical now. 22 needed, thanks to Carlos. And the players trooping off. I don't suppose, well, they won't think for a minute that their number is up as far as England are concerned, but, wow, the options are pretty limited because Archer's bowled out and put that good spell in after tea. Bess is not really an option now, but Blackwood might just get after him. So Stokes and Anderson, it would seem to be through to the moment of truth. Alistair Cook's here. Interesting tactic about giving Blackwood the single all the time, do you think?
You can understand it, can't you? You can understand the thought process. Holder hasn't had any form at all on this tour, even though he looked quite good in the first innings. He looked like he had a little bit of rhythm. I wonder whether you might try and challenge Blackwood now.
Yes.
He almost chipped one straight. Well, he went for 4. It was a great shot, but went just over Jimmy Anderson's head about 3 overs ago.
Well, I understand it's obvious and silly, but I think in this situation, England need to be trying to get both batsmen out, don't they?
Yeah, I think they've given that a couple of overs.
Yeah.
And maybe just change it again. But it's full credit to West Indies.
Yeah.
30 for 3. One of the other top, Campbell, retired hurt. The way Chase and Blackwood played, they played really well. I mean, England can still win this, but it's looking unlikely.
It is. It's strongly favouring the West Indies now. Obviously, a wicket would put some real pressure on up there again, and England has got to make them work so hard for every run. Ground staff are running off. That's quite a quick drinks break, actually. We're told that it might take longer than usual because all of the sanitisation rules and so on.
They haven't really done that, though. I thought they were talking about wiping down the stumps. Or have I just misread that?
Well, I think if someone touches them, they do.
They've been hit quite a lot in this game.
They have. Well, yeah, they've been picked up. I think something happens then. So, Jermaine Blackwood, are you going to finish it off this time? That's the question. 22 are needed. He's on strike. He's got James Anderson to bowl at him. And let's look at this field and see if they're now deciding that they're going to try and just make every run difficult to get.
Mid-on still quite deep.
Yeah, and mid-off.
That's
an
easy single for him.
And Stokes is gesturing in that direction. I think he's asking Jimmy Anderson what he wants here. Well, they're taking out, and Blackwood played a brilliant lofted off drive off Anderson in that spell before tea, so they're perhaps trying to take that out of the equation. Here he comes, Anderson, and bowls. It's short. Blackwood jumps up, defends it, plays it back up the pitch, and Anderson kicks the ball away to be picked up by Burns at cover. So mid-off and mid-on are just over halfway to the boundary, really. They're deeper than they'd normally be, but they're not absolutely on the boundary edge. There's a deep square leg and a long leg. There's one slip and a gully. Stokes will be learning all about captaincy at the moment.
He's had 5 days of it.
Yeah.
And there's been a lot of decisions, haven't there? From the day before to all this.
Anderson dips his head. A familiar run-up. Here he comes and bowls, and Blackwood's put out of the way. They should probably only get one here as the fielder comes up from that square third man. It's Denley. 21 to win.
If West Indies do win this match, Blackwood's innings will be one of the highest made in a successful fourth innings chase by someone batting at 6 or lower. It will be in the top 10 of that list. There have only been 600s at 6 or lower in a successful fourth innings chase, and only one in England. And for that, you have to go back to the 1902 Oval Test and a famous innings by Gilbert Jessop, who hit 104 in 77 minutes.
That's a terrific innings, that.
A 1-wicket win.
179 for 5. Here's Anderson moving in, bowling to Holder, who covers up, turns the ball to mid-wicket, and then immediately goes for a little stroll, rehearses the shot again, thinking himself through. Perhaps they might play that a bit straighter, looking at the way he's thinking there. He's looking at his bat, giving it a twiddle. Slips are waiting. Buttler there with the gloves on. He dropped Blackwood on 20. There's no escaping that. Crawley should have run him out. Anderson bowls to Holder, up on his toes and pushing out for a single to Denley's right. 20 to win. Now it goes deep square leg.
Yeah, mid-on, mid-off. You can see Ben Stokes is just moving closer. Hopefully he's reminding him, Blackwood, that that's happening, making him aware that the shot is on. Try and force a mistake.
Yeah,
he's played really maturely. He hasn't taken any of the carrots dangled by England.
Anderson with 2 slips moves in, bowls to Blackwood, who's beaten. He plays and misses. Oh, and Pope there at mid-wicket kicks at the turf. Sibley's got his head in his hands. Stokes on his knees at second slip. One of those, you're only talking about a couple of millimetres or something between that taking the edge or not.
I have been surprised how little the pitch has gone up and down. Like yesterday afternoon when Gabriel came with that second new ball, once he warmed up.
Anderson bowls a tighter field, that's played one-handed by Blackwood out to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Pope, and that's the end of the over. 180 for 5, 20 more required by West Indies. Holder has 7. Blackwood, though, the man who's leading the West Indies to, well, apparently towards victory here. At 89 not out.
Can't even remember any balls keeping low today.
No.
And actually, we spoke about that quite a lot yesterday, and maybe more on the channel, but quite a few balls there goes out the West Indies bowlers who hit the pitch a bit harder, but you wouldn't say that they would you? Like maybe Gabriel does, but Jofra hits it pretty hard when he bounces. Stokes, he's
heavy roller.
They did put the heavy roller.
Yeah, has that flattened it?
Possibly.
180 for 5. Holder on strike. Critical for England here. In goes Stokes. He bowls to him outside the off stump. And Holder lines the ball up and allows that to go past. Just feel that, well, 2 men for me. It's going to be either Archer or Stokes could do it, could do something. But time is ticking away, or at least the runs required coming down now. 20. 5 wickets in hand. And one of those is Campbell, the opening batsman, who's got clearly an injured toe. So presumably can't run. In goes Stokes. Bowls. Oh, and he beats the outside edge.
It's amazing how the total comes down and it gets harder to get over that line. Why is that? Why is that?
I don't know. You just somehow grip the bat a bit tighter and you're just gritting your teeth a bit. I don't know. I mean, the way that Blackwood plays, he could just go bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
And it's all over and walk off.
I don't think he's going to do that.
I don't think he's going to do it.
I think he's... the way he's played, he hasn't looked like doing it.
No. 5 boundaries would do it. In goes Stokes. Bowls. Holder works that off his hip. Nice shot. Very well fielded, though. At square leg. Diving save.
All 3 sixes.
3 sixes. That'd be
we had a 6 in this game. There hasn't been a 6 in this match. When was the last Test match without a 6, Andy?
Well, I was looking that up overnight, would you believe, youngster? Yeah.
I didn't say up there either.
Don Bess, having fielded that so well, is now being pushed out to deep square leg. No one out on the offside boundary. Stokes on his way now, bowls to Holder, and once more allows that fullish length ball to go through to the keeper. 20 more to win for West Indies. England need 5 wickets.
The last Test match anywhere in the world without a 6 was in December 2016, South Africa, Sri Lanka at Port Elizabeth. The last time in England was England's defeat to Pakistan at Lord's in 2016.
Stokes wheels round, he's got a shadow to his left. And he goes again, willing himself on. Over the wicket there, and he bowls to Holder, who pushes into the leg side. Weighty shouts because Wood can field that at mid-on. So there's only Wood in the sort of a one-day circle, if you like, in the leg side. There's a deep square leg. And a long leg. Quiet out there, not hearing much. We used to call it rattle. Not much. There's a shout from, I think, Josh Buttler's shout that was.
They have handled the no crowds really well, haven't they?
Yeah. Both teams.
Yeah. It's been a brilliant test match.
Well, it's showing that you can a crowdless bio bubble can still produce a tremendous finale. You can still do it. Now out goes deep point, and Holder saying, "Hang on a minute, I'm not ready yet."
I still reckon it's worked in West Indies' favour in this chase, because I think when England had been 30 for when they were 30 for 3, that crowd would have been loud. It would have been an intimidating place to bat. Really got your adrenaline going if you're West Indies batter.
Here's Stokes wide of the off stump, and there's no stroke from Holder again. And Stokes is slapping his hand there in frustration. He's doing all he can, but up on that board, the story is told. 20 more to win.
Just a random thought. Most of my thoughts are random. In the football, has there been more away wins because of the no crowds?
You are asking absolutely the wrong person.
You don't support any football team, do you?
I go occasionally to Leicester City.
Okay.
I do.
Oh, when they won the league?
No, I didn't go once that year, actually. I've supported them through the bad times. We trundle in on the train from Melton Mowbray once a year. But then the times got silly, and in fact the last train to Melton left at about half time. One game. 180 for 5. In comes Anderson. Bowls, and he's put that in the air, he's clipped it away. But not going to hand at all. Waits for Pope to come in and pick the ball up in the crease. He tosses it back to Anderson. 180 for 5. 20 to win. West Indies in no apparent rush at all. And neither is James Anderson. He's wandering slowly into the distance. Mid-on is set quite deep, just in case Blackwood is thinking of going for an attacking shot. Anderson bowls, and Blackwood's going to get certainly one run here. Denley runs to his right, picks it up cleanly, and down into the teens we go. 19 to win. And apparently there have been more away wins than normal without crowds. Could be. There you go.
We can't use that as an excuse, can we, at all? For the West, I think West Indies have played really well.
You're probably right, though, at 27 for 3, but actually more so during the afternoon when the game was drifting away from England. You can imagine.
Yeah.
You imagine the crowd then on a Sunday afternoon. The Barmies would be in. Perhaps they persuaded Billy Cooper out of retirement to blow his trumpet, and it would have been very lively. 181 for 5, 19 to win. Holder on strike. Anderson bowls to him. He comes forward. Yes, he calls. Denley picks up one-handed, throws the stumps at the far end, hits Holder though en route. So it's another scurried single. 18 to win. See the tension down there in the West Indies area.
I bet they haven't moved seats for a while.
No. I feel sorry in case someone was pedalling on the bicycles out there. I think our old friend Cornwall's on it. But, that'll be pretty hard work if he's got to keep going on there for the last couple of hours. 182 for 5. Slips waiting. In comes Anderson. Bowls to Blackwood, who steals another single. Pushing to cover's left hand. Burns this time. Hurls the ball at the stumps. A lot of throwing going on, but no hitting at the moment. 17 to win. And they're just stealing these singles. And Stokes brings the fielders up a little tighter.
I think all the men have got to come up for Blackwood now, haven't they? You've got to really tighten the one if he wants to play the big shot.
Force a big shot.
Yeah.
So go on, you try and do it. 183 for 5. Anderson moves in, bowls to Holder, it's full, clipped away out towards the deep square leg boundary. A chase from fine leg from Mark Wood, who prevents it going at the 4. They come back for 2. 185 for 5. 15 to win. What do you do to try and force a full stroke from Blackwood?
Bess?
I was thinking that, but do you? It doesn't look like getting out to a seamer.
It's worth a try, isn't it? Last throw of the dice.
Anderson bowls, and that's very neatly defended by Holder to complete the over. Anderson just throws the ball away. He's not looking happy at the moment.
The two spinners that Bess was picked ahead of both have outstanding fourth innings records. Leach has bowled 6 times in the fourth innings, 21 wickets, average 17. Moeen Ali, 24 fourth innings, 59 wickets, average 22. And obviously that doesn't take into account the specific situations, but as we saw, Moeen played a big role in that win over India on this ground two years ago. So it has been an area of strength for England over the last couple of years. In fact, they both have a better fourth innings record than Graham Swan, who also had a good fourth innings record,
yeah,
not quite as good in terms of average.
Amazing stat.
That is, I was surprised by that, I must say. Hope Swanee's not listening. We'll get a very angry text.
He had 40 wickets, average 27, so it's still pretty tidy in the fourth innings.
Just try and pull it back. So Stokes is continuing. He's bowling to Blackwood. Up he goes and bowls, and Blackwood gives up a little bit of room there towards the leg side, trying to open up the offside as he hits it straight to cover. So, I was thinking Bess, but it just kind of seems that really is a last throw of the dice with men halfway back or something, long on halfway back.
Yeah, you'd have to have men. You'd have to
tantalising.
Maybe take the short leg out and have a couple of fielders on the leg side, trying to stop the easy single, and then have the man down here.
Yeah.
Halfway, 3/4, as you rightly said. 2 short mid wickets. I like that. And then deep points come up.
Well, they've got to try and just squeeze every run now. 15 to win. Stokes in the sunshine, bowls short. Oh, what an extraordinary shot that is. He's going to get 4 for this, down through third man. And he seemed to be just ducking away and moving away to leg, and then a little fiddle of the bat. I'd like to see this again.
He's played this a couple of times today. He's played it really well. They've gone short of him a few times. And he's just hit a one-day shot, uppercut, under total control.
It's a brilliant shot, isn't it?
It is.
And that's why they had the third man for much of the day. But, well, they haven't got one now, and he played the shot. It's almost like a conductor with a baton. It's a little flourish. Brilliant shot. 11 to win. Stokes moves in, bowls. Blackwood drives into the offside. He wants a single. Holder says no. And Anderson's there very quickly at mid-off to prevent it. 11 to win. Blackwood's 95 not out. And Holder's coming down for a conversation with him now. No need to do anything silly. 95 not out. He drives to mid-off and is caught. Well, that is remarkable. He's drilled a catch straight to James Anderson. Stokes goes over to say well done, and Blackwood, well, he's got so close again, but he's drilled a catch straight to mid-off and walks off with 11 to win.
What was your line? Don't do anything silly.
Yeah.
Just before he's absolutely nailed. It's another really good catch by Jimmy Anderson. Caught him in the first innings as well. Very similar flat catch. Hit very hard. He's played so well. Played an innings of he's played an innings of real maturity.
Imagine the crowd now. It's just silence. It's silence for a dramatic moment. He hit it beautifully, hard, and obviously I think just trying to go over Anderson there. He thought it was in the slot, went for the drive, and I'm afraid he's hit it beautifully, but straight to Anderson at mid-off. Is it too late?
I was just about to say before that ball, I think not even this test match is going to have a twist in the tail.
Test matches usually have twists in the tail. They're exhausting.
He's limping out.
This is Campbell, isn't it?
It's a very slow walk to the wicket.
Well, this will be interesting because we'll see how mobile he is. He retired hurt on 1. There's 11 to win.
The wicket now would be interesting, won't it, with Joseph, Gabriel, Left.
Yeah, Roach.
And Roach.
Blackwood's innings 95 from 154 balls, 12 fours. If West Indies win, it will be the 8th highest score by someone batting 6 or lower in a successful 4th innings chase.
Well, it was an excellent effort. It really was. To play as he did, out of character, and restrain himself, and then he drills a catch to mid-off and left West Indies with 11 to win. The injured Campbell is over his bat, and Stokes on his way to bowl to him. From round the wicket he bowls, and that hits him on the pad. A huge appeal for leg before wicket. Given not out, felt leg side-ish from here, especially with the angle.
Does Campbell play shots? He can't really run.
I think he probably has to, doesn't he? Or does he supports his captain, I guess.
It's close, though.
I mean, if he can't really run, then it's down to... Well, I don't know.
He must be sort of those who would come out in front of Dowrich.
Yes.
Hold him.
Yes,
sure.
I'd agree with that. Here's Stokes again from round the wicket. Sun behind some cloud, he bowls, and this is played by Campbell into the offside. Well, he seemed to set off there all right.
Yeah.
He did. And, I mean, he's not really hobbling around.
No, I think I was mistaken. His very slow walk out for a limp, but actually...
It was a thoughtful walk out to the middle, I think. And now deep in conversation. Suspect holder saying, how are you? What can you do? 11 to win. England need 4 wickets. Couldn't be tighter. You've got an injured man, and you've got the three bowlers.
It's a tie. We did have said, is this game going to be the tie?
Absolutely.
It's been an extraordinary week.
Resuming all the excitement from last year. Well, Anderson's off and Mark Wood's coming on.
Get Holden out.
Well, yes.
First ball. Come on, Mark Wood.
It's a terrific finish to the first Test match of the summer. The next one starts on Thursday, by the way, up at Old Trafford. Same sort of situation. No crowd. Bubble. And now Denley's coming back down again to the square third man boundary. The deep square leg. And Wood comes tearing in, pavilion behind him, sun behind some cloud. He bowls to Holder, is forward, steering into the offside. Let's watch Campbell run. Well, he's done fine there. He's come cruising down, and it's 10 to win.
Is it one of those that didn't hurt quite as much as he thought, but when he went down, he had to go off to save face?
Could have. He certainly had a lot of ice on it.
I think Ben Stokes has to bring the field in for everyone now, mate. Just there with that last little partnership between the last few balls, or last couple of overs with Holder and Blackwood. But when they brought the men in, there wasn't those easy singles, and they didn't seem to be stuck on 20 for a while. I'm not sure just giving Jason Holder one is...
They've got to get a wicket.
Yeah.
They've got to get into this tail. And hope that Gabriel has another mad moment.
Well, we'll get to Gabriel.
Yes. Here's Wood again, round the wicket, and he bowls, and Campbell squares up and plays it easily back to him. 3 slips, so they're really, well, necessarily on the attack. I'll spread out. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Forward square leg, really, you'd call him there, Bess. And then a fine leg as well as Wood. He usually walks back in this direction as if he's going to come round the wicket. Now he is coming round the wicket to the left-handed Campbell. Up he comes, and he bowls to him. Oh, he goes straight through him. Straight through him. One of those again that's just a few millimetres away from the edge of the bat. So close.
It's a good ball.
Yeah.
Really good ball from around the wicket. It's just got it to hold its line. I wouldn't say it's swinging, would you? I'd just say it's just held its line from around the wicket. Campbell had to play at it. Very, very close to nicking that behind.
Slips are ready. Campbell waits very still. Wood moves in, bowls to him, is forward now. A nice defensive shot this. Everything in position, head over the ball, which runs away to Crawley at point. 190 for 6. West Indies need 10. England need 4 wickets.
The last time Jimmy Anderson went wicketless in the second innings of a home test was when West Indies beat England at Leeds in August 2017.
That's not a good omen, is it?
Not for 73 then.
Not a good omen.
It's excluding the Australia game at Edgbaston when he was injured last year.
Wood leaps, bowls. Oh, I thought Campbell was going to go at that. There's a huge backswing and then a very elaborate leave at the last possible moment. 190 for 6, 10 to win, 4 wickets to win. Just the bowlers to come: Joseph, Roach and Shannon, Gabriel. Deep point goes back, again opening up that opportunity of a single. It's funny how things change, isn't it? Not so long ago they're trying to get Holder on strike, and now they're trying to get Campbell on strike and happy to give away a run if necessary. In comes Mark Wood and he bowls, and that's pushed away into the leg side. Archer comes in quickly from mid-on. There is no run. It's the end of the over at 190 for 6, 10 to win, 4 wickets. This one, some of the West Indies will be shouting in Jamaica or Barbados or somewhere, just hit the ball, man, hit the ball, beat the ball. Just get these 10. It's 6 or 4, win the game.
Well, if I was in the change room now in the West Indies, I wouldn't be watching. I was terrible watching.
Oh, okay.
No, some of the great moments.
Well, even as captain?
Even as captain, yeah. Pretended to watch. I had my sunglasses on, I'll be looking down. Sunglasses are always the key.
Does that include when you were fielding at slip?
That's a very good point, Andy. Well made.
Quite a lot of people saying yes.
Yeah.
But I tried to keep my eyes open. I shut my eyes quite a lot of short leg.
It is horrible in the dressing room, batting. And I have to say, as a tail ender, because you just know there's a real chance that you're going to have to go out there and try and win the game.
What were your main scoring shots, Aggers?
Oh, they were wide-ranging. Usually it involved the offside mainly.
Step away and carve.
Well, there's a little bit of that went on. 190 for 6. Stokes is going to bowl to his opposite number, and his unique stat is still on. It's still on. But at the moment, West Indies captain is batting very resolutely indeed. He's on 11. Campbell hasn't added to the 1 that he had before he retired hurt. Ben Stokes on his way now. Bowls to Holder, who drives fluently but straight to mid-off. Anderson's the fielder. Twiddle of the bat from Holder, who really is having quite a nice net at the moment. He's just he's in absolutely no hurry at all. And why should he be? Teams aren't going anywhere. They'll be travelling up tomorrow to Manchester. Swishing away a fly or a wasp or something there at the moment. And now he's ready, thumping at the crease. You can hear that echoing round this empty ground. Stokes moves in, bowls to him, and that's a bit of a freebie there on his pads. They'll get 2. Bess pursues it to within about 20 yards of the boundary, I suppose. It's drifting onto the leg stump. It was nicely played. 8 to win. Now it is 2 boundaries, 2 hits.
Nice shot from Holder. Very controlled, and it was actually very straight. If he'd missed it, I think that would have been out.
Stokes looks furious. He's got his hands on his hips. Two fours will do it. England need 4 wickets. Stokes spins himself a catch. On his way again. Holder's waiting. Bat raised. Stokes is there. He bowls to him, and it's worked into the leg side this time to long leg, where Archer throws the ball back. It's another single. 7 to win.
Only twice in the last 25 years have West Indies won successive away test matches. They won their last match against Afghanistan in November of last year. The only 2 other occasions they've won back-to-back away from home were both 2-match series in Bangladesh, one in 2012, one in 2002. So this would be a rare double success for West Indies away from home.
They're a good side these days. It seems to be the people who need convincing of that are their supporters. This is a disciplined, focused team.
A lot of credit has to go to Jason Holder for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a leader in every sense now.
And Phil Simmons too, I think.
Yeah.
193 for 6. Campbell's on strike. Can Stokes summon something? He goes in round the wicket and bowls to him. It's outside the off stump, and Campbell watches it go through it. No great pace through to Buttler. 7 to win. Where are England going to get? Well, this one wicket that gets the bowlers in. Little nick to slip. They're waiting there.
I think LBW. LBW from around the wicket.
Okay. Here's Stokes again, kicking up his heels. He bowls, he does swing in, but it's driven away. Can Bidoff stop it? Yes, he can. They've taken a run. It's Wood there who's running slightly backwards to make sure they got the angle right to stop it from beating him. 6 to win.
If Campbell has got a really sore toe, who would open the batting for them next week? Probably should ask Carlos that, really,
probably
rather
should.
than you.
Yeah. Well, they'll doubtless, in all their reserves, they'll have players available. Because of course, they've got to have these reserves in case someone gets ill, don't you? So they've got huge squads. 6 to win. Can the West Indies captain finish it in style, I wonder? You hear the drone fluttering overhead. Stokes moves in, bowls just short of a length. Holder moves into line, plays it out to cover. It's the end of the over. Mark Wood throws Stokes his cap. 194 for 6. You can hear that drone hovering quite high above the ground. Very distinctive sound. Shadows lengthening now. The sunshine lighting up the woods up at the far end behind the pavilion. Some golfers going out and having a late afternoon round, see heading off into the distance. It's a lovely golf course to walk around. I'm not a golfer, so I don't know what the quality of the actual course is, but it's got a lot of water, some nice lakes. Very pleasant stroll around there in the mornings. Here's Wood rushing in, bowls outside the off stump with West Indies needing 6 to win, and Campbell lets it go through.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to get that in the middle of Old Trafford, are we?
No, we're not.
Next week.
And the gym is closed too, I think, in the hotel there. We thought we might get a bit of car park cricket going, didn't we? I'll finally get the opportunity, Cookie, to demonstrate that the ball swinging into your pads is the one that they should have bowled to throughout your career. And you'll be LBW Agnew. Here's Wood. Bowls shortened. That really discomforts Campbell. There's got another blow, this time on the gloves. I think Wood's asking him if he's all right or words to that effect, but it was a hostile ball coming in towards the left-hander. He's got the hobble out again now, and the physio's coming out.
And he sprinted to a minute ago and hobbled back when he suddenly realised he was meant to have a sore toe.
Physio's on the way.
It's a good bouncer though, right on the money.
Nasty ball.
Right on the money.
I did ask Matthew Hoggard the other day when I saw him, how would you have bowled at Alistair Cook? Because we've got this running debate. I said, he said, I'd run up and just swing the ball into his pads. LBW.
I think I faced Hoggy a little bit.
Did he?
Yeah. I'm going to wait to see what Andy comes up with.
He's on very good form, the Hogster. He's the king of the barbecues now, he's a proper chef.
Did he go Master Chef?
I think he did, actually.
No, I would have liked that, Aggers, if you're running in trying to hit my pads.
Yeah, I know.
I would have enjoyed your type of bowling, I think.
Well, most people did. You wouldn't be the exception.
Gucci called you buffet bowling, didn't he?
He did.
Help yourself.
He did. Not very kind, that. I think he was England captain at the time. I knew my prospects were slim.
Might take a bit of digging the Cook, the Hoggard first class head-to-head. That might need to wait.
I would love to see Cook, LBW Hoggard. That would just make my day.
I'm trying to think if I played against him.
Physio's gone. Campbell's better. And Wood on his way. Moves in, bowls to him. Crisply. Straight to the fielder. Backward point. If you're listening on Radio 4 Longwave at 5 to 6, there's a shipping forecast. So look for other options. Retune to 5 Live Sports Extra. You can go online. There's the BBC Sports app. find a means of doing it.
England actually had 12 fielders on there. The old cameraman.
Oh, Rover.
The Rover, sorry,
Yeah.
is that what we're called?
Well, I think so. It's named him Rover.
Rover was on there at deep mid-off.
He's like was it the Mars? That was a rover, wasn't it? That was chugging round Mars, I think, taking pictures. Here's Wood, bowls. Campbell hits it firmly back at him. Wants a single. It's setting off now. There's no hobbling. And Holder's dashing for his ground at this end. A flurry of dust there as he runs his bat into his ground.
He'll be fine for next week, won't he?
I think he will, looking at that. 5 to win.
Just what you want when you're chasing 200. Alistair, your opening batsman, 3 not out.
Yes, it'll be a funny old scorecard, won't it? You'll be thinking, really? You'll be looking in 10 years' time, thinking, why is Camp 3 not out?
Yeah, only faced 24 balls as a serious hogging of the strike.
Absolutely. 195 for 6. West Indies need 5 to win. Can England find a miracle? Wood's on his way and he bowls short, and Holder keeps everything out of the way there, just dropping the wrists. And it's collected by Joss Buttler. There will be, of course, post-match interviews and so on, done in our new normal way, down there over the boundary edge. Which happily looks like it's going to be in the shade, which is nice.
Are you going down there? Are you doing it?
Well, I suppose so. Yes, as long as my temperature's okay. There's the chap down here in his little booth, isn't there? You've got to go past him first. 195 for 6. Here's Wood, wide of the crease, bowls to Holder, working into the leg side. Nothing for him there, though. Just turned away to mid-wicket. The end of the over. 5 to win. Holder 14, Campbell 3. They are tuning in. Somewhere in the world, maybe in the Caribbean. Blackwood made a really good 95, but with 11 needed. Drilled a catch to mid-off, where Anderson took the catch. Stokes is still going because he's aware of this stat. He just knows how he'll make Andy Zoltzman's day if he gets Jason Holder out. The first time ever in the whole history of Test cricket that the captains have got each other out in both innings.
I think it would only be the 5th time or 6th time, I'll check the CricViz stat, that it's happened in all of first-class cricket history, which is a lot of games.
It's a lot of games. All around the world. Okay. Well, Campbell's over his bat. Stokes again. And 5 needed by the West Indies. 4 wickets. You just feel if anyone's going to do it, then Ben Stokes is going to do it, but he's been running in for a while now. And he goes in round the wicket and bowls, and that's carved down towards third man for 4. And the scores are level. And the game is up as far as England are concerned now. A little bit of width is just beautifully chopped away by Campbell. No one down at third man. And there'll be some relaxing up in that West Indies dressing room now. Yeah. Surely, even with 1 needed to win and 9 wickets down, surely Gabriel would be able to keep an end up. 1 needed.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Full credit to West Indies. They've played a brilliant Test match.
Stokes from round the wicket moves in, bowls, and Campbell works into the leg side, calls his captain through, and there they are. West Indies are home. They've won by 4 wickets. And there's a touch of the elbows there between Stokes and Campbell. And the West Indies deserve that. They've hauled themselves to their total from 27 for 3 and with a man retired hurt. And as the players, there's no high fives or shaking of hands, they're touching elbows out there at the end of a very hard fought game. And West Indies go 1-0 up with 2 more to play. And it's always easy to go back on events and so on, but England selected their team for bowling last on this pitch, and it hasn't worked.
It hasn't worked, and as always, the decisions you make, if you lose the game, they are going to get scrutinised, and England will expect that. That is the nature of it, isn't it? Ben Stokes will be he's a very, very honest guy, and he will admit it. But actually, whether they got the decision right to bowl first, or to bat first, to bowl last, leave Stuart Broad out, it was their discussions, but ultimately they didn't bat well enough in certain periods of this game. 200, it wasn't a 200 all out. that pitch. Yes, it would have been tough on conditions.
Just going to send our Radio 4 long wave listeners away to the shipping forecast. You will be back.
Sorry, forgot about the old chips.
Very important. Off go the players. I'm going to head off to the far end, I think, because it's a bit of a process to get there. And we'll get Simon Mann to come in here and preside over proceedings as the thunderous roar of the hover cover sets off from the boundary edge. And Cookie, carry on your up some, and I'll talk to you from down there.
Yeah, I was just going on to say that